Chapter 1527. Undying Tree Milk, Undying Tree Fruits, and Undying Tree Roots. These were all things that Lu Wang had been accumulating for a long time and could continuously regenerate. However, the undying tree only had a single tree heart, and this was where its true life essence resided. In other words, Lu Wang had taken out a third of the undying tree heart, which was equivalent to a third of its life essence. Not only did this represent its strength, but it also represented its undying will and undying soul. As long as Ling Xiao consumed it, even if Ling Xiao's head was destroyed one day, as long as a little bit of his soul or blood essence remained, there was still a chance for him to be reborn. This was the miraculous aspect of the undying heart, as well as the divine effects of the 9 divine trees. If someone could obtain the entire undying heart and consume it, that person would have an endless life and would never be destroyed. Just a little bit of blood, a little bit of skin, hair, or even a little bit of soul would be enough for them to be reborn and resurrected. Unless it was destroyed to the point where not even a speck of dust was left, it would be impossible for it to disappear from this world forever. Lu Wang giving this third of the undying heart to Ling Xiao was definitely giving Ling Xiao another undying life. However, Lu Wang himself had lost most of his essence, and it was unknown how many years it would take for him to recover. When Ling Xiao sensed Lu Wang's rapidly weakening aura, he suddenly felt his heart ache and was moved. He had always felt that Lu Wang was stingy and cowardly, but now he had actually given him a third of the undying heart. What a generous gift this was! Lu Wang saw that Ling Xiao was slow to accept his undying heart, and his expression became even more unsightly. Could it be that little friend doesn't think it's too little? Ling Xiao anxiously shook his head and said, "No, Elder Lu, I can't take this undying heart. It's taking a third of your old life. I, Ling Xiao, am not someone who disregards the life and death of a friend. If you lose it, you'll have to spend a very long time to recover your vitality." Lu Wang could hear Ling Xiao's sincerity this time, and he felt extremely gratified in his heart. "Take it. This place contains the essence accumulated by countless roots. As long as this old man takes root here, I will be able to recover in less than 100 years. Moreover, this old man will not be by your side in the future. Even if I want to help you, I will not be able to. Take this as a gift for our friendship. Little friend, please accept it." Lu Wang paused for a moment before continuing. "If little friend feels apologetic, then in the future when you are able to find a wood element stone, if you have an extra, you can bring it here and give it to this old man. This would be a great blessing for this old man." When Ling Xiao heard Lu Wang speak like this, he no longer acted delicate and immediately accepted the third of the undying heart. He only felt an incomparably dense vitality being transmitted over. That warm and moist feeling was extremely comfortable. Ling Xiao deeply nodded and said, "Elder Lu, don't worry and stay here. I will definitely find a wood element genesis stone. When the time comes, I will definitely give you one." "Haha, all right, let's not be overly sentimental. This isn't like little friend's character. Quickly go." Lu Wang smiled and waved his hand. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Then take care, I'm leaving." After saying that, Ling Xiao looked deeply at Lu Wang and grasped the undying heart. Then, he resolutely turned around and left the cave entrance. Right after Ling Xiao left, Lu Wang's body instantly weakened and fell to the ground. He revealed a wry smile and murmured, "It's easier said than done to replenish a third of the heart. However, since little friend was able to escape this calamity, my acquaintance with him was not in vain." After it finished speaking, it immediately turned into a small tree and began to grow like a cocoon. Its roots quickly took root here, and it immediately gathered and absorbed all the wood elemental essences here. Very quickly, it continued to grow. In the end, the top of the tree broke open the cave, and it stood on top of the mountain. It became a very huge ancient tree that reached the sky, and it emitted waves of undying vitality, and it emitted a bright green divine light. Swoosh swoosh. Rays of divine light created a strange phenomenon in the world, causing the nearby sky to surge and the clouds to move. Ling Xiao, who had already met up with Ling Chen's group of 3, looked at this scene with a myriad of emotions in his heart. From today onwards, the existence of the Tree of Immortality was no longer in his sea of consciousness. However, he now had a third of the undying heart in his hand. He still felt that he was with Lu Wang. Ling Chen, Jianghu, and Pang Tonga also saw the splendor of this divine tree. They all secretly praised in their hearts. Could this be one of the 9 great divine trees? Even if they felt that it was one of the 9 great divine trees, they all knew that it had a great relationship with Ling Xiao. Thus, they would not have any designs on this divine tree, much less announce it. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had already occupied a very important position in their hearts. Ling Xiao and the others left this place, but they did not immediately leave the myriad demon forest. Instead, they planned to continue searching for some divine materials here. This was an extremely rare opportunity for them. After all, they had already entered a few great demon territories safely. As long as they did not provoke those terrifying existences that had reached the 11th rank, they would basically not be in any danger. Even if they encountered a group of holy beasts and could not defeat them, they could still run. Of course, it did not mean that there were no other terrifying monsters in the myriad demon forest other than these few great ferocious monsters. There were still some unknown demon species, but it was impossible for them to encounter them one by one. Furthermore, there were all kinds of even more terrifying poisonous creatures and sources of poison here. Some of them were indeed not something they could handle, so they had no choice but to avoid them. With the Ghost Beast Prince leading the way and Dragon Fifth protecting them from the side, they found quite a few holy beasts to fight and obtained quite a few divine items. Among them, Ling Chen finally satisfied his desire to find a holy beast of equal strength to fight. He was able to fight a few battles to his heart's content, sweeping away the incomparable depression in his heart. As for Xianxia and Pang Tonga, they were not interested in this. They only cared about Ling Xiao leaving as soon as possible so that they could get their Supreme God pills. However, for some reason, ever since Ling Xiao left the Ghost Tree Ridge, he had been very quiet and rarely communicated with others. Whenever he encountered a powerful holy beast, he would always be the first to stand at the front and fight. And they finally witnessed Ling Xiao's abnormal combat strength, as well as Ling Xiao's incomparably cruel killing methods. They realized that Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond their imagination. Yang Hai also recognized the fact that if Ling Xiao were to fight with him, even if his cultivation level was slightly higher than Ling Xiao's, he would probably not even be able to withstand 10 moves from Ling Xiao. As for Pang Tonga, although he did not feel that way, he had already treated Ling Xiao as someone of the same level as him. The more they saw how powerful Ling Xiao was, the more they were subdued by Ling Xiao's demeanor. Ling Xiao was the sovereign alchemy god. This halo was already enough to suppress all of their confidence, and now that his battle strength was so abnormal, he was simply the rarest existence among all alchemists. Alchemists focused on refining pills, and when they advanced, they would usually take a large amount of pills, causing their own foundation to be unstable, and their strength to be greatly reduced compared to those of the same level. Right now, Yang Hai had already made up his mind to follow Ling Xiao with peace of mind. He believed that Ling Xiao would not treat him unfairly. He had some understanding of Ling Xiao's personality, and there was nothing to say about it. Pang Tonga, on the other hand, lowered his attitude and talked to Ling Xiao as a friend. He wanted to treat Ling Xiao as a friend despite the difference in age, and definitely could not become enemies with him. At this time, Ling Xiao was holding onto the ice and fire sword and cutting a middle-stage 11th step holy beast in half. A huge amount of blood splattered high up in the sky, and the stench was disgusting. Ling Xiao's figure flashed and picked out the holy beast's beast core, a calm smile still appearing on his face. Gathering and parting are common things in life at my level, I still can't let it go. It really shouldn't be with my strength. Isn't it easy to see who I want to see? Furthermore, that old man isn't my woman. Why would I be reluctant to part with him? Haha, how laughable, how laughable. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud again, causing the others to be baffled. Brother Xiao, what happy event did you encounter? Ling Chen asked from not far away. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head and said, Nothing much, I just feel that I've killed to my heart's content. After a pause he said, Let's go, we'll find a place to refine 2 supreme god pills for Elder Yang and Elder Pang, then we can go back. Ling Xiao planned to refine pills in the demon forest. After all, the power of origin here was relatively rich. He only needed to find a place without too many high-level holy beasts. Then he wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed or anything. Not far away, Yang Hai and Pang Tonga almost fainted after hearing Ling Xiao's words. They had been waiting for this day for more than a year, not because they felt that it had been a long time, but because it was too fast. For supremes like them, who had infinite lifespans, this was simply a snap of a finger. The group of people stopped at a mountain where there were no high-rank holy beasts roaming about. Ling Xiao didn't need to open up any cave abode. He just needed to set up a powerful isolation restriction in the open. Ling Xiao said to Xianxia and Pang Tongga, "Take out all the supreme god materials and ordinary divine materials you have. I'll see which ones I need, if not my collection won't be enough." Pang Tongga impatiently took out all the divine materials he had. He had almost collected 2 sets of supreme god materials. As for Xianxia, he had much less. Although he was once the king of mercenaries, he wasn't as strong as Pang Tongga. He had collected a lot of ordinary divine materials, but the number of supreme god materials he had was limited. This was also the reason why he chose to follow Ling Xiao in order to obtain supreme god pills. After Ling Xiao collected their divine materials, he said, "It won't be long before the supreme god pills you need can be refined. Wait a few more days." Pang Tongga and Xianxia were both excited. Their faces were filled with unshakable joy. Chapter 1528. Ling Xiao had flesh, blood, and soul, which was equivalent to having an actual clone. And this avatar's strength was even stronger than his real body. This was definitely one of a kind in the entire heaven domain. He alone was equivalent to 2 people, which was equivalent to 2 sovereign divine alchemists. If others were to know of this news, they would definitely be shocked and worship him. Ling Xiao did not want to show off. He displayed this shocking scene of pill refining in front of Ling Chen, Xianxia, and Pang Tongga. This was only to shorten the time needed to refine pills. Seeing 2 Ling Xiao refining pills at the same time not far away from each other was an eye-opener for them, and they were secretly amazed. In merely a short period of around 10 days, Ling Xiao had successively condensed 2 supreme god pellets. Such an extraordinarily fast speed was simply astounding. Moreover, there wasn't the slightest mistake in the process, and he didn't destroy many divine materials. Moreover, he'd succeeded in condensing the pellets in one go. Although they had never seen other sovereign divine alchemists concoct pills, they knew that any alchemist's success rate was limited. This was also the reason why every alchemist would collect many sets of materials before concocting pills for others. Ling Xiao took the 2 sovereign divine alchemists and handed them to Xianxia and Pang Tongga. "Elder Pang, it's been hard on you this time. This is what you deserve." Ling Xiao first said to Pang Tongga, then looked at Xianxia and said, "Elder Yang, whether or not you want to follow me, it's not too late to think about it." No matter what, through the short contact, Ling Xiao had a good impression of the 2 of them, especially Pang Tongga, who was straightforward and not too scheming. Xianxia, on the other hand, was much more tactful and shrewd. It would not be easy to truly make him submit. If he did not sincerely submit, there would be no meaning for Ling Xiao to keep him by his side. Although he was not very useful on this trip, he, Ling Xiao, was a man of his word. He said he would refine sovereign divine pills for them, and he did not go back on his word. Xianxia knew that it was time for him to make his choice. Once he made his choice, there would be no turning back. Otherwise, when Ling Xiao became powerful in the future and he betrayed Ling Xiao, even though the heavenly realm was big, there would definitely be no place for him to stay. After all, the rallying power of the supreme medicine god was extremely terrifying. Xianxia only hesitated for a moment before immediately bowing and replying, "Master of the god of medicine, Xianxia is willing to serve you as my master for the rest of my life and follow master around." Ling Xiao was very satisfied with Xianxia's quick change. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay, you can stay by my side and work for me in the future. If you really want to leave in the future, you can do so at any time. I won't force you." Ling Xiao had only recruited Xianxia as an additional source of strength. He would never treat Xianxia as a trusted aide. "Xianxia will never betray master," Xianxia said solemnly. He also understood that it was impossible to gain Ling Xiao's complete trust immediately. All of this needed him to prove it with practical actions. Ling Xiao then said to Ling Chen, "Big brother, you've just entered the first stage of the Supreme Realm not long ago and you've already taken a Supreme Divine Pill. There won't be any effect if you take another one. You'll have to rely on yourself for the future advancement. I believe that with your 10 bin, it won't be a problem." Ling Chen laughed heartily. "Haha, that's only natural. I've rarely relied on pills to break through in my life. I may not be as monstrous as you, but I'm still a genius of my generation. My current goal is to enter the sovereign ranking in 10,000 years." Ling Xiao said sincerely, "I believe Big Brother can do it." Those on the supreme list were the strongest existences in the heaven territory. Each of them represented an invincible existence in the world. This was the lifelong dream of all the first stage and incipient God realm experts. Whoever could sit on the throne would have the most glorious moment of their life. Ling Chen was only a low-level first stage and he already had such a lofty ambition. This was not a small ambition. Yang Hai and Pang Tongga listened from the side. They didn't look down on him at all. Instead, they felt that Ling Chen had a high chance of doing so. After all, Ling Chen's fighting power wasn't as abnormal as Ling Zhao's, but it wasn't much weaker. Once he became a high-level first stage supreme, he would definitely be the strongest among his peers. However, in their hearts, Ling Xiao had a higher chance of becoming an existence on the supreme list. Because the more they saw how strong Ling Xiao was, the more they couldn't see through Ling Xiao. They felt that Ling Xiao had an inexhaustible amount of divine power and trump cards. After staying here for about a year, they finally left the Thousand Demon Forest. After leaving the Thousand Demon Forest, besides Ling Xiao, the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were amazed that they could leave the Thousand Demon Forest, which was comparable to one of the Forbidden Lands, alive. Moreover, they had obtained many divine treasures and seen those terrifying monsters. It was a worthwhile trip. Pang Tongga first bid farewell to Ling Xiao. Alchemist Ling, we will part ways now. If you need anything in the future, send someone to Kuxiang Pavilion in Feng's territory to inform me. I will definitely not object. That's enough for me. Farewell. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in a gratified manner. He was also very happy to be able to befriend a straightforward incipient God realm expert like Pang Tongga. Then, Pang Tongga bid farewell to Ling Chen and Yang Hai before soaring into the sky and flying away. Seeing him leave at full speed, it was clear that he was returning to his home. Let's go back too, Ling Chen said. Ling Xiao nodded and brought Yang Hai and Ling Chen back to Dragon Gate first. Along the way, Ling Xiao asked Yang Hai about the situation in outer space. Although Yang Hai was only a low-level supreme master, he had been at this realm for tens of thousands of years. He had also wandered in outer space for a period of time, hoping to find some opportunities. Unfortunately, his strength was limited and he didn't gain much. Instead, he was scared by the dangers in outer space and retreated back to heaven territory. Ling Chen also wanted to know about the situation in outer space and was amazed by Yang Hai's words. Although they could go to outer space at any time, they had many unknowns about the outer space. If they were careless and stepped into a dangerous place, even if they were supreme masters, they would only die. Therefore, listening to what Yang Hai had seen and heard would be of great help to them when they wandered in outer space in the future. After listening to Yang Hai's explanation, Ling Xiao and Ling Chen were even more curious about outer space. They really wanted to put everything down and wander outside. There were countless spaces in outer space. Land space, turbulent space, five-element space, black hole space, electric magnetic field. Many of the spaces were filled with different powers and strange objects. Many of them were dead spaces, and many of them had living creatures and races. Most of them had many divine objects that had never been seen before. There was no lack of top-notch supreme divine materials that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. However, these spaces were filled with all kinds of dangerous existences. If they were careless, they would die without a burial place. In addition, there was a big danger in rushing to outer space, and that was the problem of direction. If many outer space people went in the wrong direction and couldn't find the way back to heaven territory, then they would absolutely have to live in outer space forever. Since ancient times, there were many supreme masters at incipient God realm who were lost in outer space and couldn't return to heaven territory. Of course, most of them fell in outer space and couldn't be buried in their homeland forever. Old Yang, have you ever heard of a space with a Genesis stone? Ling Chen asked Yang Hai. Yang Hai forced a smile and shook his head. The path I've walked has been taken by my predecessors. If there was a Genesis stone, someone else would have taken it already. Of course, there are some forbidden spaces that I don't dare to enter. Perhaps there is a Genesis stone in those forbidden spaces. Who knows? Ling Chen sighed with emotion. You're right. If there was a Genesis stone, it would have been taken away already. We wouldn't even have a chance. Yang Hai curiously asked, You Kim people cultivate metal class. Why do you want to collect Genesis stones of other elements? Yang Hai knew that his words were rude, but he had considered himself Ling Zhao's servant. If he could have a chance to share some of Ling Zhao's burden, it would be his responsibility. We have a big use for it. No matter what kind of Genesis stone it is, we need it. If you have a friend who knows where to find a Genesis stone, tell us," said Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't let Xianxia know everything. After all, it was a critical matter. He couldn't make any mistakes. Xianxia hesitated for a while before saying, "Actually, I know where to find a wood-class Genesis stone." "What? Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Ling Xiao and Ling Chen were discontented. Xianxia looked a little embarrassed. "Even if I knew where to find it, I wouldn't dare to tell you. But now that I've chosen to follow Master, I won't hide it anymore." Pausing for a while, he continued, "Actually, the Wood Grain tribe should have a wood-class Genesis stone." After listening to Xianxia, Ling Xiao and Ling Chen felt bored. The Wood Grain tribe had a wood-class Genesis stone. This wasn't a secret to the super forces. They even knew that the Wood Grain tribe had a divine tree, the 9-colored exquisite divine tree. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao and Ling Chen, but he didn't feel like he was asking for trouble. Instead, he continued, "The Wood Grain tribe is the most mysterious. Just like the Wing tribe, they don't like to associate with other humans. That's why they don't have any friends. It's impossible to get a Genesis stone from them. However, I, Old Yang, used to be the mercenary king. I've traveled through many ancient mountains. Once, I accidentally saved a friend of the Wood Grain tribe and was lucky enough to enter their territory." At this point, Ling Xiao and Ling Chen's expressions instantly changed to one of shock. They both stared at Xianxia. Ling Xiao asked in a serious tone, "Old Yang, do you really have a friendship with the Wood Grain tribe?" Xianxia replied, "I have a little friendship, but it's not very deep. I can't make them take out a Genesis stone." Ling Chen excitedly said, "It's good that we have a friendship. As long as we can see the patriarch of the Wood Grain tribe, we can trade with them." "That's right. Old Yang, you have to help us," Ling Xiao immediately said. Chapter 1529. What Xianxia said was true. He used to save the son of the chief of the Wood Grain clan in an ancient mountain range. That was how he got the Wood Grain clan's friendship. He was fortunate enough to enter the Wood Grain race's ancestral land. The Wood Grain clan lived deep inside a famous ancient mountain range in the Sky Dragon area. It was called the Linglong Mountain Range. It wasn't a forbidden area, but the supreme expert of the Wood Grain clan had used a powerful barrier to isolate that area. Unless one had reached incipient God realm, he wouldn't be able to find the clan's territory. Even if a supreme expert at incipient God realm knew that place, he wouldn't dare to intrude. The Wood Grain clan was a low-key clan. However, it was one of the ancient clans that could trace back to the antiquity time. It was much longer than the Soul clan and the Dead Spirit clan. It wasn't hard to imagine their background. Warriors of the Wood Grain clan all had the Linglong heart. They could feel the good and bad thoughts of others. Also, because the Wood Grain clan used to contact the other clans, they knew that the others were sinister. That was why they chose to seclude themselves from the world and rarely appeared in the cities of the other clans. It was really rare that someone with Xianxia's personality could become a friend of the Wood Grain clan. The Kim people used to send someone to the Wood Grain clan to exchange for the wood-class Genesis stone. However, the Wood Grain clan had rejected them mercilessly. Although the Kim people were the strongest ancient clan in the Sky Dragon area, they didn't dare to rob it. As Ling Xiao and Ling Chen heard from Xianxia that he had a relationship with the Wood Grain clan, of course, they hoped that they could use it well. Moreover, if Xianxia didn't have the confidence to contact the Wood Grain clan, he wouldn't act rashly. "Master, I can introduce you to the warriors of the Wood Grain clan. However, I'm not sure if I can make them give you the wood-class Genesis stone." Xianxia said the ugly words first. Although he wanted to help Ling Xiao and gain Ling Xiao's trust, he didn't dare to do everything. "Yeah, no problem. As long as we can meet the Wood Grain clan, everything is negotiable." Ling Xiao answered happily. Ling Chen was also excited. "Then we should hurry back to the clan and discuss with the other elders. Let's see what they say." Then, the three of them sped up and returned to Dragon Gate. As soon as they returned to the Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao left Xianxia on his mountain peak while Ling Xiao and Ling Chen rushed back to the clan. At this time, the leader of the Kim people, Ling Bo, and the great elder Ling Qiu, had already come out of seclusion. They were in excellent condition and had satisfied smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they were extremely happy because of the breakthrough. When they saw Ling Xiao again, their eyes were filled with kindness. I heard that you two daring kids actually went to the demon forest. You really don't know how to spell the word death. Great Elder Xianxia said with a hint of reproach. The two people in front of them were the most outstanding juniors of the Kim people. They absolutely did not want anything to happen to them. Ling Chen was the first to stand up and admit his mistake. Great Elder, if you want to blame someone, blame me. I was the one who asked Xiao to go with me. At this time, Lingbo also said, Chenner, your intention is for the good of the clan, but have you ever thought that Xiao is the hope of our clan? How could you bring him to take risks? If you do this again, I won't let you off easily. When Ling Chen went to the demon forest, he regretted bringing Ling Xiao with him. It was indeed as the leader said, Ling Xiao was the brightest star of the Dragon Gate and the hope of all the Kim people. If something happened to him, he would be the sinner of the clan. Yes, Channer knows his mistake. Please punish me, leader and great elder. Ling Chen bowed and very sincerely admitted his mistake. At this time, Ling Xiao opened his mouth. Patriarch, great elder, please don't blame big brother. I was the one who asked to go with him. Now that we're back and we didn't lose anything, let's just forget about it. Xiao, I've told you before that you're related to the future development of our tribe. You can't be loyal to your friends, and you can't risk your life. The demon forest is a dangerous place for demons and high-level holy beasts. Although your strength is not bad, it's definitely not a place you can go. You're lucky to be able to return safely this time. Ling Bo advised patiently. Ling Qiu also said, yes, in the future, even if we old bones do it ourselves, we will not let you risk your life. If they knew that Ling Xiao and Ling Chen not only roamed the demon forest for more than half a year, but also killed several fierce monsters, who knows if they would still say this. Ling Xiao knew that they were saying this for his own good, but he had always been a restless person. If he was asked to stay here and be a supreme alchemy god admired by tens of thousands of people without having to do anything else, he would be bored to the point of wanting to die. Now, Ling Xiao didn't want to refute them. It was fine if they heard it. Ling Xiao changed the topic and said, Leader, great elder, this time, we came to find you mainly because we have a matter to discuss with you. Then, he told them that Jianghu was acquainted with the Woodgrain tribe and was able to talk to them. When the two heard this news, they immediately revealed a happy expression. Lingbo said, Does your friend have the confidence to introduce you to the Woodgrain tribe's patriarch? You should know that the last time we sent other elders, they refused to see us. He said that he can introduce us, but whether we succeed or not depends on ourselves. Ling Xiao replied. Then he said, If we can really meet them, we must show full sincerity. Moreover, it would be best if we can cater to their interest and take out the divine items they want. Otherwise, it will not be easy to exchange for their source stone. Ling Chen said, Little brother Xiao is right. As long as we can take out the divine items they want, we can move them. You are all right. The key is, who knows what they lack? They are a race that specializes in wood attribute, but they do not lack wood attribute divine items. Moreover, they have the help of the 9-colored exquisite divine tree. Unless we can take out another divine tree item to exchange with them, then it will be impossible. Ling Bo said in a serious tone. That's right. Their race has a longer history than our Kim people. Their foundation is very strong, and they do not lack any divine items. Ling Qiu also sighed. I don't believe that they do not lack anything. If it is really impossible, then let little brother Xiao refine a few supreme god pellets for them. They should be tempted. Ling Chen said disapprovingly. When Ling Xiao heard Ling Bo's words, his heart moved. Another divine tree item. Do I really need to use the undying heart to exchange for it? The undying heart was the source of the undying tree's power. He believed that the Woodgrain tribe would be interested in it if he took it out. However, Ling Xiao was somewhat reluctant. This was the most generous gift that Lu Wang had given him. Moreover, it said that he would face a great calamity, and he needed the undying heart to avoid it. No matter I have gone through all these years, what calamity can't I avoid? Let's use it to exchange for the Genesis Stone and save the ancestor first. Ling Xiao made up his mind. Maybe we can talk to them. I have another divine tree item. Ling Xiao said. Little Xiao, is this true? Ling Bo and Ling Qiu exclaimed in unison. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Yes, of course I won't joke about this. Ling Chen, who was on the side, believed Ling Xiao's words. He was also sure that the green tree that had taken root in the demon forest was definitely one of the 9 great divine trees. However, he could not distinguish which divine tree it was. All right, let's go and talk to the woodgrain tribe. In addition, we must prepare all kinds of wood attributes supreme divine materials. As long as they need it, we must try our best to satisfy their requirements. We must exchange for the Genesis stone. Ling Bo slapped the table and said, "Little Xiao, go back and ask your friend. See if he knows what the woodgrain tribe needs the most. We need to be fully prepared first." "Yes, Patriarch," Ling Xiao replied and turned around to return to the Dragon Gate. After returning to his peak, Ling Xiao once again summoned Xianxia to learn more about the woodgrain tribe. Xianxia also knew everything about Ling Xiao, so he told him everything he knew. Xianxia knew more about the woodgrain tribe than them, but this information was not very useful. The only thing that made Ling Xiao pay attention to was the woodgrain tribe's ability to sense other people's thoughts. If they felt dissatisfied, they would definitely turn hostile. Therefore, this negotiation must be sincere and must not make any mistakes. It must not be handed over to a scheming person. Everyone has a little bit of scheming. If you don't, you'll be tricked by others. However, it's still possible to talk honestly. I have to be careful about this. I can't bring too many people with me. 2 or 3 people should be enough. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Suddenly, he thought of a pretty figure, and a faint smile flashed across his face. Maybe that girl can help me. Ling Xiao did not immediately take action. Instead, he stayed on the peak for a few days. He directly went to find his mother, Meng Xiyun, intending to give her a generous gift. Meng Xiyun still had the appearance of a young married woman. With such an outstanding son, it would be difficult for her to look old. However, her cultivation of 10 bin was not very outstanding, and she was not as hardworking as others. Although she had the support of various resources from Ling Xiao, she was still only at peak stage Mystic the Arch. There was still a long way to go before she could become a saint. After all, there were some realms that could not be directly broken through with elixirs. For example, reaching the saint realm required a certain level of comprehension in order to use elixirs to advance. Her wives were all anxious for her, but she didn't care. She was once a small mystic cultivator. Reaching the Mystic the Arch realm was already hard for her to imagine. She did not have too many extravagant hopes. Moreover, she was now able to live with her children and grandchildren for several generations. She was already very satisfied and happy. Chapter 1530. Xiao, how come you have time to come see mother today? Meng Xiyun said with a happy expression. Now that her children and grandchildren had grown up, she didn't need to worry about them anymore. She was also a bit bored from being idle. Mother, where's father? Ling Xiao called out and casually asked. Meng Xiyun angrily said, "Don't mention him. Now he dislikes an old woman like me. Just like you, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Maybe he's forgotten about this old woman." Ling Xiao walked to Meng Xiyun's side and smiled. Who dares to say that my mother is an old woman? That person must be blind. Mother is even more beautiful than those 20-year-old girls. Meng Xiyun beamed with joy and said, "Brat, you really have a pleasant mouth. No wonder you found so many good wives." She paused for a moment and then said, "Xiao, you only have 2 sons, Tian and Ying and 1 daughter. Are you satisfied? Tian will definitely have a bright future and won't be below me in the future. Yu has also changed her bad habits. Her future achievements won't be as good as Tian, but it won't be too far off. Ying will marry sooner or later, but her standards aren't low right now. I don't know which handsome young man she will like, but I'm satisfied with the 3 of them. Not to mention, Ling Yu and Ling Zhe will inherit everything from me, so that's enough." Ling Xiao agreed. "Satisfied my ass. Your father and I only have you, and you and your father are cultivation maniacs. You're not by mother's side all year round. Now that Tian and Yu have grown up, even Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhe aren't young anymore, and they're not by mother's side. Mother is very annoyed." Meng Xiyun sighed. "Mother, don't worry. Yu should also get married. Let's see if there's a girl he likes. I'll have him get married immediately and give you a great-grandson or great-granddaughter. Then you won't be so idle. Ling Xiao smiled. He had always known that his mother really wanted to take care of the children, and hearing her tone now, he made this suggestion. Meng Xiyun sighed and said, "That may be the case, but Yu is like you in a romantic manner, but he isn't faithful. I've never seen him bring any proper girls to see me. I'm afraid that even if he marries, he will only barely be able to get along without any benefits." Ling Xiao then said, "Then I'll let Tian'er and Yuemei give birth to a pair of twins for you to raise." "Do you think it's so easy to have twins? Tian'er is the same as you, he hasn't seen him in years. I don't know how long it will take for him to have another child with Yuemei." Meng Xiyun paused for a moment, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Xiao, you have so many wives, and all of them want a child. Why don't you give me a few grandchildren? That way, I won't be so lonely." Meng Xiyun's eyes were filled with infinite expectation. She stared at Ling Xiao, making him feel scared. In fact, he had thought about this problem a long time ago, but he had never asked them, and they had never mentioned it to him. Not to mention that his grandchildren were already so old. If they had more children, the seniority would be really messed up. "Mother, we can talk about this, but don't tell them. If we have another child, it will be a mess." Ling Xiao was a bit embarrassed. "What's there to be a mess about? Aren't they all your children, the descendants of our Ling family?" Meng Xiyun loudly said, then paused for a moment and said, "Xiao, you don't understand women. When they reach a certain age, who doesn't want a child by their side? In the past, I saw Yuxi, Xian'er, and the others envious of Yuner and Shayue, so I know they also want children. Anyway, I don't care. Go back and ask them, they will definitely be willing. Do you have the heart to let them live their whole lives just to be with you? You can't be so selfish." Meng Xiyun scolded Ling Xiao, the only supreme alchemy god in the Sky Dragon region, causing him to not dare to speak at all. This was truly an eye-opener. Ling Xiao heard his mother's words and felt that it was reasonable. He thought that perhaps he really should have a good chat with them about this problem. After all, he was always outside and didn't stay by their side. If they had children, perhaps when he wasn't here, they would have better sustenance and comfort. After chatting with Meng Xiyun for a while, Ling Xiao returned to the main topic and said, "Mother, I will discuss this matter with them. I have something for you now." At the same time, Ling Xiao took out the inky lotus immortal lotus he obtained from the ghost tree demon's territory and gave it to Meng Xiyun. "Xiao, what kind of divine item is this? How can it be so magical?" Meng Xiyun knew that her son would always give her something extraordinary each time, but this was the first time she saw such a magical item. The aura of the inky lotus immortal lotus was like a dancing fairy. It was extremely alluring. This is the inky lotus immortal lotus, a divine item that even incipient god realm experts desire. It is also a divine item suitable for mother's cultivation. Ling Xiao explained. Meng Xiyun revealed a surprised expression and said, "Oh Xiao, I know you are filial, but I haven't used many of the divine items you gave me in the past. If you give me such an expensive divine item, it will just be a waste. You should keep it for yourself." Meng Xiyun's realm wasn't high, but her knowledge wasn't shallow. With her current realm, this kind of divine item would only be a waste if she absorbed it. She understood this logic. "Mother, it has dual attributes of water and wood. It is the most suitable for you. Of course, it will be a waste if you absorb it alone. I plan to let Yuner and Yuxi accompany you to absorb its power. That should be enough," Ling Xiao said. He had already thought of a way before taking out the inky lotus immortal lotus. His mother's cultivation was indeed limited, and it would absolutely be a great waste of energy if she were to absorb this supreme spirit material. But with the addition of Feng Xianyun who specialized in the wood element and Bai Yuxi who specialized in the water element, the three of them absorbing it together, he believed that they would be able to share the burden. Not to mention that he would protect them from the side, and he would absolutely not let anything happen to them. Meng Xiyun hesitated. She knew that this divine item was extremely rare. Letting her use it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "Mother, don't think too much. Your son is now a supreme alchemy god. He can have any divine item he wants. I still have a few more inky immortal lotus," Ling Xiao said and took out a few more inky immortal lotus for Meng Xiyun to see. Meng Xiyun smiled and said, "Okay, my son is filial, so mother will accept it. My strength should also increase. The older I get, the more I drag you down. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Meng Xiyun agree. He was a lot happier. He had neglected the people around him in recent years. Especially his mother, who had just reached the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm. If he told others that she was his mother, then there would be 10,001 people who wouldn't believe it. One of them who heard it while passing by would also think so. After all, the dignified supreme alchemy god's mother was only at the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm. This was simply unreasonable. Ling Xiao still had things to do. He could only hurry and let his mother absorb the energy of the inky lotus immortal lotus as soon as possible so that she could reach the saint realm as soon as possible. Only then would she have a longer lifespan and be able to continue growing stronger. Ling Xiao summoned Feng Xianyun and Bai Yushi and explained the situation to them. They had to cooperate well and not make any mistakes. Right now, Feng Xianyun was already a high-level holy emperor while Bai Yushi was only a peak mid-level saint. However, their strength was above Meng Xiyun's. With the two of them helping each other to absorb this supreme spirit material, it would definitely benefit them greatly. Ling Xiao went with them to the closed-door cultivation room and taught them some of his experiences in absorbing the inky lotus immortal lotus. He also taught them things to pay attention to when helping each other. He told them not to make any mistakes when helping each other. Okay, all of you must remember this clearly. No matter what danger you encounter, you must not panic. I'm here for everything. Ling Xiao said solemnly. The three women nodded in unison. They had already memorized everything Ling Xiao had said. Meng Xiyun was the first to enter a state of adjustment. Feng Xianyun and Bai Yushi also sat by her side and made their preparations. Ling Xiao held the inky lotus immortal lotus in his hand and was ready to send it into his mother's mouth at any time. This inky lotus immortal lotus was also known as the inky demonic lotus. Ling Xiao didn't know what kind of effects it had. As for what kind of changes he would discover, he didn't know either. He had to protect them from the side. Xiao come. Meng Xiyun closed her eyes and said indifferently. She opened her mouth and Ling Xiao instantly made his move. He scattered the inky lotus immortal lotus and sent its essence into his mother's mouth. The moment Meng Xiyun swallowed the inky lotus immortal lotus, it instantly emitted water and wood elemental lights that enveloped the closed-door cultivation room. A vast and majestic power began to flow through her body. At the same time, the water and wood elemental powers converged above Meng Xiyun's head to form a graceful and beautiful figure that danced around. It looked very mystical. Meng Xiyun's soul also began to feel mystical at this moment. Her comprehension ability instantly soared. The bottleneck of Mystic Emperor Peak stage that she had been stuck at for some time was like a flood that broke through a dam. It was immediately broken and the power of this rank instantly rushed upwards. He'd attained the Saint Realm, but he'd instantly attained the mid-rank of the Saint Realm, and his strength was still rising madly. Meng Xiyun never dreamed that there would be a day when her rank kept on rising. That kind of feeling made her feel incomparably wondrous and comfortable. However, this feeling only lasted for a short period of time. She found that her dantian, meridians, and acupoints could not contain the violent power. Her whole body felt swollen and painful, as if her whole body was about to explode. She revealed a painful expression and her aura became chaotic. At this moment, Ling Xiao shouted in shock, "Yun Yushi, immediately help mother absorb her power." With that, Feng Xiyun and Bai Yushi moved at the same time to help Meng Xiyun. Chapter 1531. With Feng Xianyun and Bai Yushi helping Meng Xiyun, her extra energy was instantly diverted to attack the two of them. The inky black immortal lotus wasn't an ordinary supreme god material. The energy it contained was naturally enormous. Meng Xiyun, Feng Xianyun, and Bai Yushi had more than enough energy to devour it. Feng Xiyun was already a high-level holy emperor, so her absorption ability was much faster than Bai Yushi's. After absorbing Meng Xiyun's extra wood energy, her strength immediately increased rapidly. Bai Yushi's cultivation wasn't slow either. She directly entered the high-level Saint Realm and was still progressing. They were all affected by the beautiful figure. Their comprehension of realms actually soared continuously. It was as if they already knew everything they needed to comprehend in order to advance to the next realm. In other words, they had already broken through the bottleneck of their future breakthroughs. They just needed to keep accumulating energy, and there wouldn't be any obstacles for them to increase their strength. At this moment, Meng Xiyun and Bai Yushi were actually about to charge towards the Holy Emperor realm. As for Feng Xiyun, she was moving towards the Divine King realm. This was basically the three of them breaking through at the same time. Ling Xiao didn't expect the inky black immortal lotus to contain such pure and vast energy. It instantly pushed them to this realm. He was simply speechless. However, he already realized that the source energy here wasn't enough for the three of them to break through at the same time. After all, Feng Xianyun was breaking through to the Divine King realm, so she needed an enormous amount of energy. If she absorbed the other two's energy in advance, the other two would fail on the verge of success. It might even affect their realm regressing. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He waved one hand in a certain direction, and instantly absorbed a large amount of origin energy from outside the seclusion room. At the same time, his other hand already had 10 million divine crystals. He shook them all and turned them into countless origin energy of no attribute, filling the room. In just an instant, the seclusion room was filled with a lot of water and wood origin power. The three women also sensed the changes in the aura here. They opened up their dantians and absorbed the energy here to their heart's content, continuing to advance their cultivation levels. At that moment, Ling Xiao waved his hand again, separating the three of them. He also set up an isolation restriction so that they could each absorb the spiritual energy and make breakthroughs. He could not allow them to fight each other. Seeing that their breathing had stabilized, Ling Xiao also heaved a sigh of relief. There would not be any danger from now on. He quietly left the seclusion room and let them break through on their own inside. Ling Xiao murmured, "This inky black lotus immortal lotus is so miraculous. I guess it can be considered as a peak-level supreme material. Its magical effect is really amazing, especially in helping people comprehend the power of the same level. It's really unpredictable." After a pause, he said again, "Maybe Sha Tian can also advance a little. He has dual attributes of water and wood, and his strength is not weak. He should be able to absorb half of the inky black lotus immortal lotus's power. It should not be a problem for him to advance to peak-level Divine King. Let me borrow the other half to feel it." Ling Xiao summoned Sha Tian. This former palace lord of Sha Tian organization in Xianling continent was originally a domineering figure. Although he was controlled by Ling Xiao and brought to Heaven Domain, he also used Ling Xiao's influence to reach the middle-level Divine King realm. He had also broken free from Ling Xiao's control. He did not choose to betray Ling Xiao. Instead, he continued to follow Ling Xiao willingly. Now, he had also obtained Ling Xiao's approval. "Greetings, Palace Lord." Sha Tian was still used to addressing Ling Xiao this way. Forget it. Let's go to the seclusion room. I have something for you." Ling Xiao said and brought Sha Tian to another seclusion room. Ling Xiao was the most respected person in Dragon Gate. If he wanted to use any resources in the sect, no one dared to say a word. Unless they did not want to stay in Dragon Gate anymore, they had to be respectful when they saw Ling Xiao. When Sha Tian heard that Ling Xiao had something for him, he knew that it was definitely a divine item that was beneficial to him. His heart was filled with joy. The evil emperor has really taken in a good disciple. If I follow the palace lord, one day I will catch up to the evil emperor. Sha Tian vowed in his heart. After entering the seclusion room, Ling Xiao took out another black lotus immortal lotus and handed it to Sha Tian for him to absorb. Sha Tian was also incomparably envious of this divine item. He couldn't help but say some respectful words to Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao didn't care. As long as someone was loyal to him, he would absolutely not mistreat them. After Sha Tian consumed the black lotus immortal lotus, his situation was the same as Meng Xiyun. A celestial figure appeared above his head and danced. His divine soul received a rapid cleansing. His comprehension of cultivation realm instantly rose rapidly. Not only that, Sha Tian's power also rose like lightning. Very quickly, he reached the peak of middle-level God King and began to charge towards high-level God King. He was a God King and could accommodate a lot of the Black Lotus Immortal Lotus's energy. However, he couldn't completely digest it. There was still a lot of energy that he had nowhere to vent. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. He placed his palm on top of Sha Tian's head and entered the process of digesting the Black Lotus Immortal Lotus's energy. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that his divine soul was in an incomparably wonderful state. It was as if he had fallen into an immortal palace and was cleansed by the pure and boundless immortal water. All the hidden injuries and impurities in his divine soul were cleansed. Moreover, his divine soul seemed to have ascended to the 9 heavens realm. He felt the illusory and ethereal outer space. He felt the vast and continuous power of water and the vigorous vitality of the wood attribute. He felt the repeated process of the growth and destruction of all living things in the world. This wonderful process allowed Ling Xiao to have a new level of understanding of the various realms of power. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao finally returned to reality. The power in his body had increased by quite a bit. Although he didn't advance, he had reached the late stage of low-level supremacy. He wasn't far from the peak. Looking at Sha Tian, he had reached the peak of King God realm. Even the King God pellet couldn't compare with this kind of advancement speed. However, he could only stop here. He still needed a lot of power to break through to the half-incipient God realm or incipient God realm. He needed to cultivate further. It wouldn't be difficult for him to take another step forward. It could be said that Sha Tian had understood the key points of the incipient God realm. He wouldn't stay at the peak of King God realm for a long time. He just needed to accumulate around 100 years. Then, he would absolutely be qualified to break through. Perhaps after 10 years or so, he would have a chance to enter the half-incipient God realm. Needless to say, the Black Lotus Immortal Lotus was a supreme divine material that even the incipient God realm experts would covet. Although Ling Xiao was unable to absorb it, he understood how miraculous it was. He also obtained the help of its immortal spirit, allowing his comprehension to improve further. Ling Xiao stepped out of the secluded cultivation room, letting Sha Tian continue to consolidate his power. His face was filled with confidence. He was more determined about his future. In fact, it was easy for him to reach the peak of low-level supremacy. He still had the fiery lotus divine core that he hadn't swallowed yet. It could absolutely make his competence advance one more step. However, advancing too fast wasn't a good thing. It would be better if he could cultivate for a long time. To him it would be more enriching. He should keep this fiery lotus divine core until he reached the incipient God realm. Then he could use it to its full potential. After the others had advanced their realms, Ling Xiao returned to the clan. After discussing with the chief and the great elder about the matter of going to the Wood Grain clan, he quickly left the clan's land. He directly flew up to the 9th sky, broke the barrier, and entered the outer space. In outer space, countless astral winds were wreaking havoc. Countless furious energies were rolling around. Each kind of energy could be compared to the attacking power of a half-incipient God realm expert. Even a King God realm expert would be killed in just a blink of an eye. Most of the half-incipient God realm experts couldn't endure the impact of this kind of chaotic energy. Ling Xiao didn't rush to outer space to explore the outer space. He wanted to go to the mysterious sky region. The incipient God realm experts weren't affected by these energies in outer space. They could directly use the space shuttle to rush to other areas. However, the premise was that they could fly around the outer space of the 9 skies of the heaven region. They couldn't go too far. Otherwise, if they got lost, it would be a big problem. Ling Xiao also wanted to familiarize himself with the outer space's environment. Perhaps, he would come here to find the Genesis Stone in the future. Ling Xiao rode on the Ghost Beast Prince, moving fast in outer space. At the same time, he used the God Eyes to observe the situation in outer space. What he saw were the chaotic flows of different elemental powers. Sometimes, some elemental powers were crossing each other to create some kind of mutation. There were also different forms of changes floating around. Ling Xiao quietly watched all of this. At the same time, he was sensing all the different changes. At the same time, he was deducing the mutual promotion, restraint, and fusion of the great path of the 5 elemental powers. Time flew. 20 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Surprisingly, Ling Xiao and the Ghost Beast Prince had rushed to the mysterious sky region from the Sky Dragon region. The required speed had been greatly reduced by more than half. First, they had to fly in a straight line in outer space, which was much easier than in the heaven territory. Second, the Ghost Beast Prince's speed was really fast. That was why he could reach here in such a short time. Ling Xiao didn't come to the mysterious sky region to find Yun Mengqi. He wanted to go to the Xiao family to find Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling had the ethereal body. Moreover, she was pure and innocent. Compared to Xianxia, she didn't have any distracting thoughts. It was easy for people to feel close to her. No matter who it was that interacted with her, they couldn't help but feel sorry for her. She also wouldn't have any bad thoughts or schemes towards anyone. Ling Xiao went to find her because he wanted her to help the Kim people negotiate with the wood grain race. Chapter 1532. The Xiao family was also a famous family in the Profound Sky region, and its strength could be said to be among the superpowers. It was just that they had a large-scale battle with the River Diagram sect decades ago. At that time, if not for Ling Xiao and the rest bringing the other Dragon Gate members to help, their Xiao family would have been in great trouble. It was only until the Dragon Gate sent an army to help them that they were able to escape from their predicament. Later on, Ling Xiao recognized Yun Mingqi from the Lotus sect, and with his help, the Lotus sect announced that they had become allies with the Xiao family. It was also because of this that the River Diagram sect was shocked, and they did not dare to make a move against the Xiao family anymore. After all, the Lotus sect was one of the superpowers in the Profound Sky region that was second only to the Black Turtle sect. Their alliance with the Xiao family naturally gave the River Diagram sect quite a bit of pressure. The Xiao family had obtained a peaceful development, and because they had obtained the help of the Divine King Pill that Ling Xiao had refined for them, they had returned to their former glory. When Ling Xiao arrived in the sky above the Xiao family, he made the Ghost Beast Prince transform into his human form. After the Ghost Beast Prince transformed into a human, his entire being seemed extremely gloomy. His entire body was shrouded in a black aura, filled with waves of evil qi, making him look like a warrior who specialized in the dark attribute, but in reality, that was not the case. When Ling Xiao and the Ghost Beast Prince landed in the Xiao family's airspace, someone could immediately sense their presence. Which expert has descended upon my Xiao family? An aged voice faintly sounded from a corner. Immediately after, a figure quietly appeared not far from Ling Xiao and the Ghost Beast Prince. "Senior, how have you been?" Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards the person and said with a smile. He had purposely released his aura, otherwise, the people from the Xiao family would not be able to easily discover his arrival. The person in front of him was the ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Jingren, whom Ling Xiao had met once before. His appearance was the same as before, and Ling Xiao recognized him at a glance. Xiao Jingren looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. His eyes narrowed as he exclaimed, "Your Dragon Gate's divine alchemist, Ling Xiao." The memory of the incipient God Realm experts was pretty strong. They could remember everything they saw. The reason why Xiao Jingren was so surprised when he saw Ling Xiao was that Ling Xiao had changed a lot. It wasn't that Ling Xiao's appearance had changed too much, but that his strength had changed too much. It was simply unbelievable. He remembered clearly that Ling Xiao had just been at King God Realm dozens of years ago. Now he had reached incipient God Realm after just dozens of years. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. However, when he thought about the news he had heard from the Heaven Source area, that the new Supreme Alchemist was Ling Xiao of Dragon Gate, the youngest Supreme Alchemist in history, and that he had broken the ancient legend, he believed that he hadn't misjudged him. "It's Ling Xiao. How have you been, Senior Xiao?" Ling Xiao responded with a faint smile. Xiao Jingren immediately laughed and said, "Haha, I'm fine. It's our Xiao family's fortune that Alchemist Ling could come to our Xiao family." "Senior Xiao, you must be joking. This time, I'm here to see Ling Heir. Is it convenient?" Ling Xiao asked. "Of course it's convenient. In fact, more than 10 years ago, Ling Heir had also gone to Dragon Gate to find you. Unfortunately, you weren't there at that time. For dozens of years, the person that this lass misses the most is her grandpa Qiao, followed by you. She doesn't even remember her father." Xiao Jingren said with great enthusiasm. With Ling Xiao's current status, no matter where he went, he would be treated as an honored guest. Xiao Jingren didn't dare to be careless. Not to mention that he was still thinking that if he could get Ling Xiao to refine a few Supreme God pellets for their Xiao family, then their Xiao family's strength would immediately soar. At that time, they would be able to surpass the River Diagram sect, and it wouldn't be a problem for them to even approach the Lotus sect. "That's good. I'll have to trouble Senior to take me to see Ling Heir," Ling Xiao replied. Xiao Jingren made an inviting gesture and brought Ling Xiao back to the Xiao family's territory. However, Ling Xiao asked him not to make too much noise. He didn't want too many people to know that he was here. Xiao Jingren also understood that Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of some members of the Xiao family. Thus, He didn't let the other members know. He just asked 2 or 3 incipient God Realm experts of the Xiao family to come and meet Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao finally met Xiao Ling, brother Ling Xiao. Xiao Ling was practicing her sword. When she saw Ling Xiao, she immediately screamed in joy. Ling Xiao looked at this beautiful and ethereal woman, and immediately felt very happy in his heart. Ling Er, long time no see. You're getting more and more beautiful. Ling Xiao wasn't stingy with his compliments. It was true that Xiao Ling's beauty wasn't as perfect as Yun Mingqi and Yan Dai Jiao. However, she had a more enchanting aura. It was definitely a closeness that originated from the origin. Today, she was wearing a set of violet clothes, and it accentuated her graceful figure in all the right places. She was curvy where she should be and small where she should be, and it was an extremely beautiful combination. She swooped down like a butterfly and flew straight into Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao hugged this beauty whose fragrance assailed his nose. He didn't have any distracting thoughts in his mind. He only had endless pity for her. Boo-hoo. Brother Ling Xiao, you're so cruel. It's been so many years and you haven't come to see Ling Er. Ling Er hates you so much. Xiao Ling cried loudly. Ling Xiao gently stroked Xiao Ling's beautiful hair and said with disdain, I'm sorry, Ling Er. It's brother Ling Xiao's fault. Brother Ling Xiao should have come to see you earlier. Xiao Jingren and the other 2 incipient God Realm experts understood the situation. They retreated to give the 2 more space to talk. After a long time, Xiao Ling lifted her head from Ling Xiao's embrace and said, Actually, I don't blame brother Ling Xiao. I know brother Ling Xiao has an important matter to do. He can't delay your important matter because of Ling Er. Ling Er just hopes that brother Ling Xiao can visit Ling Er when he has time. That's enough. Looking at Xiao Ling's lovely face, Ling Xiao felt more pity for her. He helped her wipe her tears and said with a smile, Okay, big brother Ling Xiao promises you, I will definitely come to see you in the future. Pausing for a while, he continued, It's been dozens of years. Ling Er's realm has progressed so fast. She has the King God realm now. The last time he met Xiao Ling was more than 60 years ago. Over a dozen years later, Xiao Ling was almost 100 years old now, and she'd advanced from the mid-rank of the Saint realm to the God King realm. Such a speed of advancement was truly swift. It was obvious that the Xiao family's ancestor had tried his best to train her. I just want to be able to help brother Ling Xiao as soon as possible. I hope that I can become stronger. Xiao Ling answered frankly. Haha, Ling Er, you're really nice. Brother Ling Xiao really does need your help. I wonder if Ling Er is willing to help brother Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled. Xiao Ling nodded repeatedly. Brother Ling Xiao, tell me. No matter what it is, Ling Er will definitely help you. That's good. Ling Xiao replied, and then he told Xiao Ling the reason for his visit. Although Xiao Ling was naive, she wasn't stupid. She could distinguish between good and bad things. She could also distinguish the seriousness and sincerity of Ling Xiao's words. Brother Ling Xiao wants me to negotiate with the Wood Grain tribe and ask them to give you the Genesis stone with wood property, right? Xiao Ling blinked her big eyes and asked. That's right. The Wood Grain tribe doesn't like to communicate with other humans. You must find a cute and naive girl like Ling Er. Only then will they believe you. Ling Xiao rubbed Xiao Ling's head and said. Xiao Ling wrinkled her nose discontentedly and said, Brother Ling Xiao, you're so annoying. I'm not a little girl anymore. I'm a big girl. Mom and Dad always find a man for me, but I don't want them. I only want brother Ling Xiao. Silly girl, even if you're a big girl, in brother Ling Xiao's eyes, you're still a little girl. Ling Xiao smiled and then asked, Is your mother forcing you to marry again? Speaking of Xiao Ling's mother, Ling Xiao's face flashed with disgust. In the past, Xiao Ling's life had almost been ruined by her silly mother. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao was very unhappy. She didn't force me. With the ancestor here, all the people in the tribe are respectful to me. If I don't like it, they can't force me. Xiao Ling's face flashed with determination. It seemed like after dozens of years, she was much more sensible than before. Then she said, Brother Ling Xiao, I also want to ask you something, okay? Say it. As long as brother Ling Xiao can do it, I won't say no. Ling Xiao used Xiao Ling's words to reply. Xiao Ling hesitated for a while and then said, I miss my grandfather. I want to see him. Your grandfather? Ling Xiao was surprised for a while. Then, he remembered Qiao Feng, whom he had met only once. Qiao Feng used to be one of the top 10 existences on the Senjin of Goguryeo list. His subduing dragon palm was a famous existence in the Sky Dragon area. However, today, his name wasn't on the Senjin of Goguryeo list in the Sky Dragon area. Shi Yan didn't know if he had fallen or if he had reached the half-incipient god realm or the supreme incipient god realm. Shi Yan remembered that when Qiao Feng had entrusted Xiao Ling to him, it seemed like he was leaving something behind. Ling Xiao thought that he had something big to do. He could even find a strong enemy to fight to the death. It had been so many years and the heaven territory was so vast. How could Ling Xiao know where he was? However, as Xiao Ling had asked him to do this, he would try his best to do it for her. With his current ability to rally supporters, as well as his vast network of connections, he believed that as long as Qiao Feng was still alive, he would be able to track him down. I haven't seen my grandfather for a long time. I miss him so much. Xiao Ling's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Ling Xiao hurried to say, Ling Heir, don't cry. Brother Ling Xiao promises you that I will find your grandfather and let you reunite with him. Pausing for a while, he continued, Did your grandfather give you the Jade Tube of Life? If he had the Jade Tube of Life, it would be much easier to find Qiao Feng. It was just a pity that Qiao Feng really didn't leave a Jade Tube of Life for Xiao Ling. Chapter 1533. Ling Xiao stayed with the Xiao family for around a month. For Xiao Ling's sake, it would be inexcusable if he didn't give the Xiao family some expression. The Xiao family took out their savings for many years and asked Ling Xiao to refine some supreme god pellets for them. The Xiao family was very grateful to Ling Xiao. With these supreme god pellets, the Xiao family could create more experts at the incipient god realm. Their power would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao took Xiao Ling away. The Xiao family's forefather, Xiao Jingren, didn't say much. He just asked Ling Xiao to bring Xiao Ling back as soon as possible. Xiao Ling had the ethereal body, and she was the most likely candidate to reach the incipient god realm in the young generation of the Xiao family. The Xiao family didn't want her to leave the Xiao family. Ling Xiao wanted to see Yun Mingqi, but he gave up the idea after thinking about it. Finding the Genesis Stone was the most important thing now. He had to put other things aside. He took Xiao Ling to outer space and protected her in his arms. They rode the Ghost Beast Prince back to the Dragon Gate. Brother Ling Xiao is so powerful. Are you as strong as my forefather? Xiao Ling couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the outer space. Ling Xiao smiled and said, One day, Ling Heir, you can do it too. Yeah, seems like I haven't worked hard enough. Brother Ling Xiao isn't much older than me, but he's already so powerful. I don't know when he can catch up to you. Xiao Ling sighed. You can't be too hasty on the path of cultivation. It's best to take things step by step. I've only been able to reach this point because of a few lucky chances, so you can't be hasty, Ling. You have to take things step by step and listen to your ancestors. Sooner or later, you'll catch up to me, reminded Ling Xiao. I'll listen to Brother Ling Xiao. Xiao Ling replied obediently. Along the way, the two of them talked and laughed as they hurried back to Dragon Gate. When they returned to the clan, Ling Xiao first asked Xiao Ling to catch up with his aunt, Xiao Zhinsai, before he went to report to Ling Bo and Ling Qiu. The next step was to decide when to set off for the wood grain race, as well as who would be the best choice. The two clans were both ancient clans. If they wanted to meet the patriarch of the wood grain race, they should send an extremely important member of their clan. Even if Ling Bo went personally, he wouldn't feel like lowering his status. However, they all knew that the people of the wood grain race didn't like to interact with other humans. If they went too often, it would be easy for them to get into trouble. Moreover, they didn't necessarily need people of equal status to meet them. As long as they can show the sincerity of the Kim people, then everything will be easy. In the end, Ling Bo and Ling Qiu decided to leave this matter to Ling Xiao. After all, Yang Hai was Ling Xiao's follower, and Xiao Ling would only listen to Ling Xiao's words. Moreover, Ling Xiao's identity as the only supreme medicine god in the Sky Dragon region was enough to show the importance he attached to the wood grain race. This time, the trip to the wood grain race wouldn't be dangerous, so they didn't need to worry too much about Ling Xiao's safety. Ling Xiao didn't refuse this task. He also wanted to see what the people of the wood grain race looked like and see what mysteries they had. Of course, he was also most eager to see what the 9-colored exquisite divine tree looked like. After Ling Bo and Ling Qiu very seriously told Ling Xiao a few words, they let Ling Xiao decide when to set off for the Linglong mountain range. 3 days later, Ling Xiao called Xiao Ling and Yang Hai over and set off for the Linglong mountain range. This time, in addition to the ghost beast prince, Ling Xiao also brought Dragon Fifth and the prodigal boy. Although this trip wouldn't be too dangerous, they still had to be on guard. If the other party turned hostile, wouldn't it be troublesome? With Dragon Fifth here, Ling Xiao also felt a bit more at ease. After all, he had to protect Xiao Ling's safety. The Linglong mountain range was named after the 9-colored exquisite divine tree. It had grown there since ancient times and was occupied by the wood grain race. Therefore, the mountain range was named Linglong. Although this ancient mountain range wasn't as dangerous as the myriad demon forest, there were many high-level holy beasts. The wood grain race lived deep in the Linglong mountain range. This place had a natural defense. Warriors below the incipient god realm couldn't even think about passing through the natural defense of the ancient mountain range to find their homeland. With Yang Hai leading the way, Ling Xiao was saved a lot of trouble. Soon, they landed in the sky not far from the wood grain race's homeland. Remember, Peak Lord, no matter what happens, you can't get angry with the wood grain race, and you can't kill them. If you do, they'll sense it and immediately decide to drive you away or kill you. They like to nip danger in the bud, so as long as you face it calmly, they're actually quite easy to talk to. However, they like to be direct, so don't take their words to heart, Yang Hai said to Ling Xiao. Don't take it to heart. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. He no longer called Ling Xiao master. Instead, he changed the way he addressed Ling Xiao. This was also requested by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and replied, "Don't worry. You and Ling Er will negotiate with them. I'll just listen from the side." This was an important matter, so Ling Xiao wouldn't act out of loyalty. He would let Xiao Ling negotiate with Yang Hai. Then everything would be fine. All right, wait here for a moment. I'll go talk to them and see if they're willing to meet you. If they can't even pass this hurdle, then there's nothing I can do, Yang Hai replied. Right after that, he flew towards the wood grain race's territory. At the same time, he used a special method to send a signal to let the wood grain race know. After all, the wood grain race's homeland had a powerful barrier. Without their permission, no one dared to enter. Not long after that, Yang Hai returned with a man wearing strange clothes. This man looked like a middle-aged man at half-incipient god realm. He wore a straw hat on his forehead and some special clothes made of tree leaves, which exposed his bulging muscles. His skin was light green with some vague dark veins. It was different from the skin of the other humans. Peak Lord, this is Zacher. He'll take us in. Zacher, this is my master, Ling Xiao. He's the only supreme alchemist in the Sky Dragon territory. He's also the youngest supreme alchemist in the Heaven territory. Yang Hai introduced them as the middleman. Ling Xiao greeted Zacher. Hello, Zacher. Thank you for your trouble. Zacher glanced at Ling Xiao with an indifferent face. He didn't mind Ling Xiao and said to Yang Hai, Sir Yang Hai, bring them with you. Ling Xiao was surprised, but he didn't think much of it. It was good enough as long as he could enter the wood grain race. However, Xiao Ling let out a strange sound and said, This person is so strange. There are actually azure patterns on his body. Ling Xiao and Yang Hai were frightened by Xiao Ling's words. If they offended him because of this, it would be a waste of time. Fortunately, Zacher just turned his head and looked at Xiao Ling in surprise. He didn't get angry and continued to lead the way. Ling Xiao exhaled in relief and sent a message to Xiao Ling, Ling Er, watch your words. Xiao Ling stuck out his tongue at Ling Xiao and made a face at him. Ling Xiao and the others followed Zacher into a forest with towering ancient trees. Zacher looked at one of the giant trees and muttered some incomprehensible words. After a while, the trunk of the giant tree turned into a 9-colored light that formed a door of light the size of a person. Even Ling Xiao, who was used to seeing the world, was shocked by this miraculous scene. Sir Yang Hai, please. Zacher was very polite to Yang Hai and let him go first. Yang Hai looked back at Ling Xiao. After seeing Ling Xiao nod, he stepped into the door of light. Afterward, Zack let Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling go first before he followed. This door of light was a very special spatial formation. After they walked in, they were immediately teleported to another space. This was an extremely beautiful and tranquil land. The first thing that entered his eyes was a wide expanse of green and tender grass. The grass was dotted with spirit flowers of different colors. Occasionally, a few white rabbits and antelopes could be seen leaping across the grass. There were also birds flying high in the sky and chirping, creating a poetic and picturesque atmosphere. Not far away, there were many trees and houses, as well as the wood grain race people walking there, making this fertile land full of vitality. However, the most striking thing was that there was a tree that wasn't very tall growing alone at the center of this spacious space. Besides spirit herbs and a few colorful goats, there was nothing else in its surroundings. Waves of 9-colored divine lights flickered ceaselessly and illuminated this expanse of land, causing it to be filled with a dazzling and illusory beauty at all times. Needless to say, that shining with 9-colored divine light was the 9-colored exquisite god tree. The 9-colored exquisite god tree was known to be a divine object that could distinguish between good and bad living beings. Humans and beasts that cultivated and lived under it for a long time would be baptized by its divine light, granting them an exquisite heart. They would be able to see through people's hearts, distinguish between good and evil, understand the world, and command all trees. It was ranked second among the 9 great divine trees, second only to the Bodhi divine tree. It was ranked higher than the immortal tree and the parasol tree. Of course, this didn't mean that it was more powerful than them. In fact, the 9 great divine trees each had their own divine effects, so there was no ranking. These rankings were just made up by busybodies to target the divine might of humans. Because the Linglong divine tree could allow people to possess the Linglong heart, it would be of great help to any cultivator in breaking through to the next realm. Therefore it was ranked quite high. So this is the 9-colored exquisite god tree. It's really amazing. It's much better looking than that old man Lu Wang. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise it in his heart. He didn't dare to have any impure thoughts. After all of his thoughts could be seen through at any time. Xiao Ling was also full of praise. Only Yang Hai had already seen it before, so he was much calmer. However, there was still a hint of infatuation in his eyes. Chapter 1534. Ling Xiao looked at the 9-colored exquisite tree. It looked close, but he felt like it was really far away. It felt like he could touch it easily, but at the same time, he could never touch it. After being absent-minded for a while, Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling followed Yang Hai to the house in the forest ahead of them. When the people of the wood grain race saw these outsiders, they revealed looks of curiosity. The wood grain tribe looked the same as the other races of the human clan. However, the green stripes on their skin exposed their identity. After walking for a while, a few people rushed over and stopped them. Who gave you the right to bring these people here, Zaku? They didn't come with good intentions. Before they arrived, they asked directly. There were 6 of them, including 1 half-incipient God Realm and 5 King God Realm experts. The one who had just asked was a half-incipient God Realm expert with the same competence as Zaku. Zaku answered, "They're our honorable guests. Sir Yang Hai has brought them here to see our chief. He has allowed us to see them." Sir Yang Hai? The half-incipient God Realm expert was skeptical. Then, his eyes shifted to Yang Hai. Then, he slightly bowed to Yang Hai. "Oh, it's the benefactor of our tribe. Kemming is impolite." Yang Hai smiled. "Haha, I thought you didn't remember me, Yang Hai. How could it be? If they're Sir Yang Hai's friends, it shouldn't be a problem. You guys can go in." Zack Kuming glanced at the 2 behind Yang Hai and then let them in. The few people from the Wood Grain clan behind him were always vigilant, but when their gazes fell on Xiao Ling, there was a flash of astonishment in their eyes. Zack Kuming took Yang Hai's team to a spacious house that had many branches that formed a circle. This place looked so novel, which made Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling sigh in awe. Looking at the crispy dark green branches and leaves intertwined together naturally, it was very pleasing to the eye. This kind of house was the residence of the wood grain race. Compared to the houses of other races, it was indeed much more novel. However, in the eyes of many people, it looked like a nest. It was indeed a stretch to call it a house. This was why the wood grain race was still stuck in the material civilization of ancient times. Compared to the knowledge of the other races, it was much more backward and feudal. There were already a few people from the wood-grain race sitting in the room. They looked very old, and their skin was wrinkled like old tree bark. What was even more strange was that their limbs seemed to have turned into branches with leaves growing on them. Ling Xiao tried his best to keep his heart as calm as water, but he was still shocked by this scene. They were showing signs of turning into trees. The old man sitting in the middle looked at Ling Xiao like lightning. He immediately said, "Are you surprised by our appearance?" Ling Xiao's expression changed slightly, and he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Ling Xiao, a junior of the Jin clan, has come to pay a visit to the seniors of the Wood-Grain clan. Please forgive me if I have offended you." Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who judged a book by its cover. He quickly adjusted his mind and replied calmly. Then the old man's wise eyes said, "I know you are here for our Genesis stone. There is no need to talk anymore. We will not exchange it." "That's right. If it weren't for the fact that you were brought here by our benefactor, Old Caucasian, we wouldn't have accepted you." Ha! This little girl actually has the ethereal heart. The first old man next to the first old man said. However, he was only halfway through his words when his eyes swept over Xiao Ling, and he immediately exclaimed in surprise. The other old men who were squinting instantly shot out beams of green light towards Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling felt so uncomfortable. However, she could feel that they didn't have evil intentions. She parted her red lips and said, "Grandpas, you can call me Ling Heir." Then, Xiao Ling smiled innocently and asked, "Grandpas, you're so strange. Why do you have leaves on your bodies?" Ling Xiao and Yang Hai were frightened by Xiao Ling. They didn't know what to do. However, they couldn't scold Xiao Ling in front of her. Before they had entered the Wood-Grain clan, they had asked Xiao Ling not to say anything disrespectful to the members of the Wood-Grain clan. However, it seemed like she didn't remember their advice. She said those words in front of the incipient God Realm experts of the Wood-Grain clan. How could they not be frightened? The patriarch of the Wood-Grain race, who was sitting at the head of the table, revealed a smile that was uglier than a crying face. A little girl with an ethereal heart dares to ask a question that no other human dares to ask. If it was any other human, we wouldn't let them off the hook. But you, little girl, don't have the slightest bit of contempt in your voice. You're just curious. We won't blame you. He paused for a moment, then looked at Yang Hai and Ling Xiao. You can leave, but this little girl can stay and talk with us. Zack immediately gestured to Yang Hai and Ling Xiao, inviting them to leave. Ling Xiao was so annoyed. No matter what, he was the almighty alchemy god. However, he was dismissed by the Wood-Grain clan with just a few words. It was so irritating. Even the tree of immortality and the parasol tree aren't this arrogant when they see me. Ling Xiao thought to himself, speechless. When he was about to walk out of the room, the chief of the Wood-Grain clan's voice arose again. Little boy Kim people, please wait. Have you seen the undying tree and the parasol tree? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He turned around and asked, Precursor, what are you talking about? You can't fool me. I can see through everything you're thinking. You said you met with the undying tree and the parasol tree, right? The patriarch's eyes seemed to see through Ling Xiao's thoughts. This time, the other members of the Wood-Grain clan revealed astonished expressions. Haha, since Senior has seen through me, then Junior has nothing to hide. That's right, I have indeed met the two elders. Ling Xiao smiled in response. In fact, he just wanted to test whether or not the Wood-Grain tribe could really guess his thoughts. Sure enough, this test came true, and at the same time, he achieved his goal. The chief said, Then you can stay as well. Perhaps you are all fated with my clan, so please have a seat. Yang Hai didn't expect for the change to be so fast. He immediately said to the chief, Many thanks for the seat, Patriarch. Just then, the branches of the house began to move, and the branches rapidly formed into 3 stools. Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling were shocked once more. The methods of the Wood-Grain race were simply astounding. They really had the ability to command all trees. It's really fun. Grandpas, how did you do it? Xiao Ling was like a child, clapping his hands and smiling. Haha, if you stay with our clan, we can also tell you how we did it. An elder of the Wood-Grain clan smiled kindly. I appreciate your kindness, but I still have to find my grandfather. I also have a family, so I can't stay with you, Xiaoling refused directly. Then he said, if you can exchange the wood-class Genesis stone for my brother Ling Xiao, I will stay here for a while. How about it? Haha, I know you're the little girl of the Jin clan. However, the Genesis stone is the root of our clan. We can't trade it. Another old man smiled and said, haha, I know you're the one who persuaded this kid of the Jin clan. It was obvious that the elders of the Wood Grain clan didn't worry about Xiaoling. If they had something to say, they would have said it directly. Ling Xiao felt lucky that he had traveled thousands of miles to bring Xiaoling here. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be qualified to talk to them. Xiaoling looked a little disappointed. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling Xiao, this grandpa said that they can't exchange the Genesis stone. We shouldn't force them. We should leave now. At the same time, Xiaoling had already stood up and was about to leave. Ling Xiao didn't understand. He had just thought of a way to persuade him to stay, but now, Xiaoling said that she wanted to leave directly. While he was puzzled, Xiaoling winked at Ling Xiao playfully as if she was sending him a secret signal. Ling Xiao stood up and said, if that's the case, Ling Xiao will have to bother you. Yang, let's go. At this moment, the elders of the Wood Grain clan were surprised. They didn't think that the situation would change like this. Originally, they had the initiative in their hands. However, Xiaoling had messed up their plan. The patriarch of the Wood Grain clan immediately urged them to stay. Even if you can't exchange the Genesis stone, the three of you can stay and play in my clan for a few days. My clan has many wood attribute divine items that we can exchange with you. Xiaoling politely said to the patriarch of the Wood Grain clan, thank you for your kindness, Grandpa. However, my brother Ling Xiao is in a hurry to find the wood attribute Genesis stone. I can't stay for a long time. Please forgive me. Ling Xiao followed Xiaoling's words and said, that's right. When I first entered the Nirvana space and saw Elder Wutong, my fire attribute Genesis stone was obtained from him. I originally thought that my noble race would be able to use some of his divine items to trade with you guys. It seems like you guys aren't interested in them. We'll take our leave now. Regardless of whether the Wood Grain clan needed the parasol tree or not, Ling Xiao had brought out the parasol tree first. After all, it was one of the 9 great divine trees. Only then would he be qualified to talk to them as equals and see if they really didn't want to exchange for the Genesis stone. Actually, it's not impossible for you to exchange for the Genesis stone. We can't make this decision. If you pass the test and get the approval of the divine tree, you can exchange the Genesis stone with my clan. The patriarch of the Wood Grain clan had to compromise. When they knew that Xiaoling had the ethereal physique, the Wood Grain clan actually had their eyes on her. Moreover, when they knew that Ling Xiao had met the other 2 divine trees, they were even more tempted. They really didn't want to end their conversation with Xiaoling and Ling Xiao. Chapter 1535. A glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. Ling Xiao had been worried that he wouldn't be able to complete the task assigned by the tribe. He didn't expect that the Wood Grain tribe would suddenly agree to trade the Genesis stone. As long as they asked, it would be easy. They were afraid that the other party wouldn't agree to trade no matter what. They couldn't rob them. What conditions do I have to meet? As long as we can do it, we will try our best to satisfy you. Ling Xiao asked calmly. The Wood Grain tribe's patriarch didn't beat around the bush and said directly, it's easy to say, but it won't be easy to do it. He paused for a while and then said, you just need to find the 9-colored exquisite divine tree. As long as it is willing to provide you with the Genesis stone, my tribe won't have any objections. Find the 9-colored exquisite divine tree? Isn't it over there? Yang, who didn't speak much, couldn't help but ask. The Wood Grain tribe's patriarch stroked his beard and said, it seems to be right in front of you, but it's actually far away. It depends on your luck. He paused for a while and then said, how about it? Do you want to try? Let's try. It's not a big deal. I've even met the immortal tree and the parasol tree. I don't believe that the 9-colored exquisite divine tree won't meet me. Ling Xiao replied readily. Xiaoling also said, I also want to get in touch with the divine tree. All right, as long as you can find the 9-colored exquisite divine tree and get its approval, you can take the Genesis stone away for free if you do one thing for my tribe. The Wood Grain tribe's patriarch replied straightforwardly. Ling Xiao looked at the Wood Grain tribe's patriarch's impatient expression and couldn't help but feel that he had fallen into a trap. The Woodgrain tribe's patriarch glanced at Ling Xiao and seemed to know that he was doubtful. He immediately said, "Little boy Kim people, you don't have to worry. We won't let you take any risks. We just want you to bring a message to the 9-colored exquisite divine tree for our tribe." This time, Ling Xiao, Xiao Ling, and Yang Hai were even more confused. However, the patriarch of the Woodgrain tribe did not explain. Instead, he waited for Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling to agree. "It's just a message, no problem." Ling Xiao agreed. "What you say doesn't count, it's what this girl says." The Woodgrain tribe's patriarch wasn't optimistic about Ling Xiao, but he was optimistic about Xiao Ling. The reason why he wanted to keep Xiao Ling alone was because Xiao Ling had the ethereal heart and was the most likely person to get close to the 9-colored exquisite tree. Although Ling Xiao had met the tree of immortality and the parasol tree, they did not think highly of him. Xiao Ling naturally nodded in agreement. As long as she could help Ling Xiao, she would not refuse. The patriarch said, "Good, no matter who finds the 9-colored exquisite tree, remember to tell it whether or not it has abandoned its people. As long as you bring this message, our Woodgrain tribe will reward you handsomely. You will also be honored guests of our Woodgrain tribe. If you can't find it, then you can go back and pretend that you never came to our Woodgrain tribe." "Good, it's a deal." Ling Xiao agreed. Immediately afterward, the patriarch asked Zack to bring Ling Xiao, Xiao Ling, and Yang Hai out of the house and return to the original grassland. The 9-colored exquisite tree was still flickering with divine light not far away. The waves of divine light gave people a feeling of intoxication and tranquility. Zack opened his mouth and said, "The 9-colored exquisite tree is over there. You can go. If you can talk to it, then your mission will be considered completed." "It's that simple? Brother Ling Xiao, let's go." Xiao Ling shouted excitedly. Zack showed a rare smile to Xiao Ling and said, "Little girl, although the divine tree is in front of you, you must put your heart into it to find it. The fate of our tribe is in your hands." After hearing this, Ling Xiao became even more puzzled. His green eyes focused on the 9-colored exquisite tree, but he still couldn't find anything unusual. After Zack left, Ling Xiao asked Yang Hai, "Old Yang, what's going on?" Yang Hai spread his hands and smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I don't know either, but I don't think they will lie to us." "All right, then let's go and see what's so special about this divine tree," Ling Xiao said. Then, he took the lead and led Xiao Ling and Yang Hai in that direction. Seeing that the 9-colored exquisite tree was not far away, and with their speed, they should be able to reach it in less than a quarter of an hour. However, something strange happened. They walked for a full hour, but there was still a distance between them and the 9-colored exquisite tree. It was as if they had been walking on the same spot, and had never gotten close to the 9-colored exquisite tree. Ling Xiao and the other two began to notice this abnormality, and they all began to become a little anxious. "Brother Ling Xiao, what's going on? Why can't we get close to it?" Xiao Ling asked in confusion. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I don't understand what's going on either. Maybe it looks close, but it's actually very far away from us. Let's try flying over directly." After saying that, he pulled Xiao Ling's hand and flew forward at an accelerated speed. Yang Hai immediately followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, another 4 hours had passed. They were still flying on the grassland, and the 9-colored exquisite tree was still emitting waves of divine light not far away. "It seems that something is really strange. We can't go on like this." Ling Xiao stopped and said, "Peak Lord, we need to think of another way. We can't go on like this." Yang Hai frowned slightly and said, "At this time, they were already far away from the Woodgrain tribe's territory. If they flew any further, they wouldn't know where they would end up. Brother Ling Xiao, didn't that uncle just say to use his heart to sense it? We can also give it a try." Xiao Ling suggested. "You're right, we might have been bewitched. If we use our heart to sense the 9-colored exquisite tree, we might really be able to find its existence." Ling Xiao nodded and agreed. After saying that, the three of them closed their eyes and began to use their divine sense to scan their surroundings, feeling for the existence of the 9-colored exquisite tree. However, Ling Xiao found that this place was the same as what he saw with his naked eyes. The grass, the flowers, the little spiritual creatures. Everything was there. Even the 9-colored exquisite tree was there. There was nothing out of the ordinary. If Elder Lu was here, it wouldn't be so strenuous. He would definitely be able to help me sense it. Ling Xiao murmured as he opened his eyes. At this time, he looked to the side and found that Xiao Ling, who was originally beside him, had disappeared. Only Yang Hai was still in the same place. Ling Xiao's expression instantly changed and immediately shouted at Yang Hai, "Old Yang, where did Ling Er go?" Yang Hai looked around and then anxiously replied, He was just here a moment ago. How did he suddenly disappear?" Ling Xiao instantly became furious. Could it be that the Wood Grain tribe is behind this? Yang Hai immediately waved his hand and said, "No, it can't be. They have always been straightforward. They wouldn't resort to such schemes." Yang Hai was afraid that Ling Xiao would fly into a rage. That would be troublesome. This was the Wood Grain tribe's territory. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he wouldn't be able to act violently here. However, Yang Hai didn't want any conflict between Ling Xiao and the Wood Grain tribe. If it wasn't for them, who else could silently kidnap someone in front of us? They must have taken a liking to Ling Er's ethereal body. No, I will definitely go to them and ask for her. Ling Xiao said angrily. He had already noticed that the Wood Grain tribe had a whole new level of respect for Xiao Ling. They made such a request to confuse him and then kidnap Xiao Ling. Just as Ling Xiao was about to return to the Wood Grain tribe's side, Yang Hai stopped him and said, "Peak Lord, don't worry. This must be a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? There's clearly a conspiracy here. Otherwise, how could something like this happen? The Wood Grain tribe wants us to find the 9-colored exquisite god tree, but they have been with the tree for generations. It's impossible for them to not know of its existence. They don't even need us to bring them a message. This is definitely a trap. Ling Xiao angrily shouted, then he turned to Yang Hai and said, "Old Yang, go away. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you." Ling Xiao's love for Xiao Ling was like that of his own younger sister. He absolutely wouldn't allow anything to happen to her. This was the reason why he was so angry. Yang Hai didn't move aside and continued, "Peak Lord, you must believe me. The Wood Grain tribe absolutely wouldn't do such a thing. Let's go back and talk to them. If anything happens to young Lady Ling Er, I, Yang Hai, am willing to pay with my life." Yang Hai understood the people of the Wood Grain tribe, so he spoke resolutely. Ling Xiao's face darkened. He couldn't say anything to Yang Hai. After all, from Yang Hai's words, it proved that Yang Hai trusted the Wood Grain tribe completely. It made him feel uncomfortable. It was hard to accept that his own follower trusted someone else unconditionally and didn't stand on his side. Ling Xiao looked deeply at Yang Hai, and was about to return to the Wood Grain race to ask for an explanation. At this moment, Yang Hai said, "Peak Lord, think about it. With our competence, even if a high-level incipient God Realm expert were here, he wouldn't be able to take young Lady Ling Er away without us noticing. It doesn't make sense." "What do you want to say?" Ling Xiao frowned. After he calmed down, he thought that Yang Hai's words made sense. His perception was indeed higher than his own, but it was impossible for him to easily kidnap someone from his side. "I think it's the 9-colored exquisite tree's doing," Yang Hai guessed anxiously. "The 9-colored exquisite holy tree?" Ling Xiao looked at the 9-colored exquisite tree and mumbled. "That's right, if it wasn't for it, who else could have taken Miss Ling Er away without anyone noticing?" Yang Hai immediately replied. Yang Hai looked at Ling Xiao with hope in his eyes. He really hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't blame the Wood Grain tribe. Ling Xiao contemplated for a while and then said, "Perhaps you're right. There's something strange here. The 9-colored exquisite tree could have taken Ling Er away. Perhaps she has seen it already." After thinking about this, Ling Xiao felt that he had wronged Yang Hai. He apologized. "I'm sorry, old Yang. I was a little impatient. I misunderstood you." Chapter 1536. One of Ling Xiao's strengths was that he knew how to correct his mistakes. Even when it came to his own followers, Ling Xiao would never let them suffer for no reason. Yang Hai waved his hand. "Peak Lord is just concerned about Miss Ling Er, it's nothing." "Then how about this? You go back and talk to the Wood Grain race about this. Even if they didn't do it, they must have something to do with it. I'll look around here. If I can't find anything, we'll go back and meet up, Ling Xiao said. Yang Hai also knew that Ling Xiao was right. The wood grain race definitely knew what was going on. He nodded and comforted Ling Xiao. Peak Lord, don't worry, Miss Ling Er should be fine. After saying that, he immediately flew back the way he came. Could it be that the 9-colored exquisite tree really took Ling Er away? Ling Xiao stopped in place and looked at the 9-colored exquisite tree not far away, falling into deep thought. His divine sense kept scanning, but he still didn't find anything. He closed his eyes again, and when he opened them again, he didn't see Xiao Ling again. What should I do? Do I really have to go back and find the wood grain race to settle the score? Ling Xiao said anxiously. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to think of something and slapped the back of his head, then exclaimed, "That's right, although I don't have old Lu following me, I still have a third of his heart. I believe he can sense the existence of the 9-colored exquisite tree." Then, he took out the third of the undying heart and carefully held it in his hand. He circulated his wood attribute energy and closely connected with it. The reason why Ling Xiao had a pure wood attribute body was because he had once been one with old Lu. He had unknowingly been contaminated with a strong undying qi. When Ling Xiao's wood attribute energy resonated with the undying heart, something strange happened. The 1/3 of the undying heart turned into a ball of energy and quietly entered his heart, disappearing without a trace. When Ling Xiao sensed it, it was already too late. A stream of pure immortal qi started to spread out from his heart, nourishing all the muscles in his body. That vigorous vitality was so strong that Ling Xiao felt completely comfortable. I can't believe I've absorbed the power of the undying heart. Now, I have nothing to exchange with the wood grain race. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. To ordinary warriors, 1/3 of the immortal heart could increase their power. However, Ling Xiao was an incipient God realm expert, so he needed to absorb a massive amount of energy. And when LV Wing gave him the immortal heart, he had just reached level 10. He hadn't even reached level 11. Thus, the energy wasn't a big deal to Ling Xiao. The magical effect of the undying heart was the power of the undying heart. In the future, even if Ling Xiao was killed by someone, even if his head and soul exploded, as long as there was a strand of his flesh and blood left, he could still use the immortal qi to rebuild his body and come back to life. It was the real magical effect of the undying heart. It was like giving Ling Xiao a chance to live. When Ling Xiao completely digested the power of the undying heart, he immediately felt an inexplicable power descend upon his body. It seemed that he was drawn by some kind of power, as if he had entered a space array, or a space gate. The next moment, he was in another place. Flows of desolate qi swarmed around him. Cold winds howled and howled. The grass on the ground had become a dead land. Rocks and dust were everywhere. It was like a dead land. Where is this? Ling Xiao was puzzled and asked himself. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful figure in front of him. Who else could it be but Xiao Ling? Ling Er! Ling Xiao shouted in surprise. Then he rushed in the direction of Xiao Ling. Brother Ling Xiao, you are here too. Xiao Ling looked back and shouted in surprise when he saw Ling Xiao. Well, how did you get here? Ling Xiao was relieved to see Xiao Ling and asked casually. I don't know. I just closed my eyes and wanted to see the colorful tree. Then I appeared here. I didn't see Brother Ling Xiao, so I felt a little scared. Xiao Ling came to Ling Xiao's side and said. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao replied and began to look around. He found that apart from the desolation of this dead land, there was no sign of life in it. However, there was a cluster of 9-colored divine light above it. In addition, there was also a dark cloud mixed within the 9-colored divine light. It seemed to be competing with the 9-colored divine light, and the dark cloud had already gained the upper hand. The 9-colored divine light seemed to be bitterly holding on, and it was likely that it would be completely devoured by the dark cloud sooner or later. Brother Ling Xiao, I felt that I was called here by someone, but I didn't see that person when I came here. It's really strange. Xiao Ling whispered, holding Ling Xiao's arm. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and did not say anything. He had already sensed some clues. This place was probably related to the colorful tree. Because he had absorbed the undying heart, he had some sense between the undying tree and other sacred trees. That sense was extremely intense and sensitive here. The colorful tree, you must be here, right? Ling Xiao looked around the strange space and asked. Ling Xiao's words echoed in this place, but there was no response. Xiao Ling was also looking around. His big eyes kept rolling, and he was very nervous and expectant. Did I sense wrong? Ling Xiao said doubtfully. Swoosh. Suddenly, a beam of 9-colored divine light shot down from above. Ling Xiao protected Xiao Ling behind him, and stared at the 9-colored divine light vigilantly. The 9-colored divine light converged into a human figure, which gradually became clearer. It was a beautiful woman in a 9-colored divine light. Her facial features and body were no different from a human, but her limbs looked like many branches and roots. Obviously, she was a tree ant. Ling Xiao was sure that this should be the tree spirit of the colorful tree. You should be the colorful tree, right? Ling Xiao asked. The colorful exquisite dragon looked at Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling with a complicated expression, and finally fixed her eyes on Ling Xiao, and said, Human, how can you have such a strong undying qi? Ling Xiao replied directly, Because I have seen the undying tree, and it even nurtured it in my sea of consciousness for a period of time. The colorful exquisite dragon's beautiful eyes stared straight at Ling Xiao's heart, and her face changed a few times in an instant before she sighed and said, It seems that the undying old man really stayed with you, but it is really your great fortune that it was able to give you 1/3 of its undying heart. Hee hee. I and the undying tree are friends. Ling Xiao responded with a smile, and then he said to the colorful exquisite dragon, Actually, we came here. Before he could finish, the colorful exquisite dragon interrupted him. You don't have to say it, I know. You need the Genesis stone, right? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, That's right. The colorful exquisite dragon really had the power of an exquisite dragon. He didn't even say a word, but it actually saw through him. In front of it, he really didn't have any secrets. I have the Genesis stone, but I can't give it to you. The colorful exquisite dragon directly refused. Is there no room for discussion? Ling Xiao asked gloomily. There is room for discussion. The key is that you are not qualified, you are too weak. If you didn't have the power of the undying heart to sense this place, you would never have been able to come to my world. That girl with the ethereal body is too weak. What a pity. The colorful exquisite dragon revealed a bit of sadness. Don't look at my strength. I am not careless when it comes to doing things. Tell me, what conditions do you have? As long as I can get it, I will definitely do it for you. Ling Xiao patted his chest and asked. Xiao Ling said, That's right, my brother Ling Xiao is very powerful, don't underestimate him. The colorful exquisite dragon raised its head and pointed to the dark clouds above and said, Do you see those black things? They are the heaven-devouring locust. There is no plant in this world that they can't devour. Even a divine tree with a tree spirit like us can't stop them. It won't be long before I will be devoured by them. If you can help me get rid of them, I don't mind giving you a piece of the Genesis stone. Unfortunately, I need the Genesis stone to maintain my life. One less piece means one less support for me, and I might not be able to hold on at any time. Heaven-devouring locust. Ling Xiao revealed a somewhat moved expression as he exclaimed. This was a legendary desolate beast insect. It was said to have been extinct in ancient times, but he didn't expect it to still exist. They were social beasts, and their numbers were not ordinary, but extremely large. Usually, there would be millions or even tens of millions of them. In the historical records, there were at most tens of billions of heaven-devouring locusts that appeared. In less than a month, they directly devoured all the spiritual things in an ancient mountain range. That time was called the heaven-devouring locust disaster. Since then, everyone's expression changed when they talked about the heaven-devouring locust. Although they were most interested in plants, wherever they went, even if it was a place where humans lived, they would not be able to withstand this disaster. This was because they could even directly devour humans. This was because the danger of the heaven-devouring locust was too great. If they were allowed to grow and multiply, there would absolutely be no creatures left in the heaven territory. Thus, the ancient supreme incipient god realm experts joined hands with many beast clans to carry out a battle against these heaven-devouring locust. It was also called the Locust Extermination War that the heaven-devouring locust was eliminated. They were not allowed to continue to exist and harm the world. Unexpectedly, when Ling Xiao and the colorful exquisite dragon met for the first time, he heard about this extinct desolate insect. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. What? Are you afraid? I don't think you have the courage to challenge them. The colorful exquisite dragon revealed a bit of desolation as she spoke. She didn't know how many years she had been tortured by the heaven-devouring locust. If she didn't have endless power, she would have been devoured long ago. Chapter 1537. Hee, afraid? I've never been afraid of anything. Isn't it just the heaven-devouring locust? I'll help you destroy them. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Don't try to show off. Since you know about the heaven-devouring locust, you should know how terrifying they are. They don't even dare to provoke humans who are stronger than you. With your current strength, don't even think about dealing with them. You'll just be throwing your life away." Nine-colored exquisite said, "I think you should believe me. Since you know that you can't hold on any longer, why don't you let me help you? You should know that I'm not lying. I sincerely want to help you." Ling Xiao said very sincerely. The nine-colored exquisite dragon could see through his thoughts and could determine whether his words were true or false. Although the heaven-devouring locust was terrifying, they had been killed before. This proved that they also had a weakness. As long as this weakness was grasped, they would definitely be destroyed. Nine-colored exquisite could indeed feel Ling Xiao's strong confidence and the sincerity of his words. This made it wonder where Ling Xiao's confidence came from. "Tell me, how are you going to help me? If you can give me a reason, I'll agree to your request." Nine-colored exquisite said with some wavering. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and spread out his palm. A flame instantly floated and danced in his palm. No matter how powerful the heaven-devouring locust is, they can't withstand fire attacks, right? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Nine-colored exquisite laughed and said, "Hee, don't you know that their numbers are extremely shocking? It's not just tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts that are gnawing at my tree trunk, but tens of millions of heaven-devouring locusts. Even if there are a few more humans like you won't be able to help me even if you use fire attacks. In the end, I'm afraid that you will only end up being gnawed to death by them." Tens of millions. Ling Xiao instantly widened his eyes and exclaimed softly. He really did not expect that there would be so many of them, and that the nine-colored exquisite tree had the ability to block them and not be instantly devoured. That's right. If it wasn't for the nine-colored divine light that I've accumulated for 1,000,000 years, I would have been devoured by them. They're too terrifying. The nine-colored exquisite dragon sighed. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and asked, "Are they up there? Why do I feel like it's so far away?" "I was originally quite far away from you, on another land space outside the realm. What you see now is just me inside a tree root here." The nine-colored exquisite dragon replied. Ling Xiao was completely speechless. It turned out that they were inside one of the nine-colored exquisite tree roots. It was truly unimaginable. The nine-colored exquisite tree was not in the heaven realm, but in another land outside the realm. No wonder they felt it was very close, but in reality, it was very far away. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up. So this was the root of all this. It seemed that the wood grain race had only been guarding a single root of the nine-color exquisite. However, it had also infected them with the exquisite qi, giving them different abilities. As for the reason why the nine-colored exquisite dragon didn't ask the wood grain race for help, it was presumably because the wood grain race had the wood attribute. They couldn't help it at all and would instead send them to their deaths. This was because the heaven-devouring locusts were almost immune to the power of the wood attribute. Moreover, they were even more interested in the wood grain race who were infected with wood qi, and even killed them. Tens of millions of heaven-devouring locusts are really troublesome. Ling Xiao sighed. It's good that you know. All right, since you've come here, I'll give you some opportunities as a return gift. The nine-colored exquisite dragon didn't want to continue this discussion, so after saying this, it sent a ray of nine-color divine light to Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling felt an inexplicable power being added to their bodies, giving them an indescribable feeling. In particular, Xiao Ling's body actually burst forth with a powerful nine-colored divine light. Her whole body floated up, and a mysterious power constantly flashed in her heart. The ethereal body is indeed the most compatible with my exquisite qi. In the future, you will have the divine ability to steal people's hearts. I hope you can continue to maintain an ethereal heart. After saying this, the nine-colored exquisite dragon's figure began to fade, as if it was about to disappear. Don't go yet, those old grandpas have a message for you. They said that you have forgotten about their people. Xiao Ling remembered the wood grain race's words and said to the 9-colored exquisite dragon, "What difference does it make whether I remember them or not? They are too stubborn and have always been so stubborn that their bodies have mutated. If it weren't for the fact that I can't protect myself right now, I could still help them. What a pity." The 9-colored exquisite dragon sighed. 9-colored exquisite dragon, don't go yet. How can I find you? I have a way to help you. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and exclaimed. The 9-colored exquisite dragon's body was about to disappear. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, it once again burst forth with a bit of power and shot a bit of energy towards Ling Xiao, saying, "This is my exquisite leaf. If you really have a way, when you reach the outer realm, it will guide you to find me. Remember, I don't have much time left. At most, I can only hold on for 100 years. If you really want to help me, then hurry up." As it finished speaking, the 9-colored exquisite dragon had already disappeared in front of them. Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling's location also began to change. They returned to the grassland once again, and they still saw the divine tree that was emitting 9-colored divine light not far away. It should be the tree's root, and it was just a reflection of the 9-colored exquisite tree. It didn't exist on this land. Ling Xiao only felt that everything that had just happened was so unreal. Only when he held the exquisite leaf in his hand did he feel that everything that had just happened was real. "Brother Ling Xiao, that exquisite tree is so pitiful. We must help it." Xiao Ling shook Ling Xiao's arm and begged. Ling Xiao showed a determined face and nodded. "Don't worry, I will definitely help it." For the Genesis Stone, even if Ling Xiao had to go up to heaven or down to earth, he would find a way to do it. Moreover, he already had a plan. As long as he prepared and went to outer space, he would be able to help the 9-colored exquisite tree. Right at this moment, Jianghu brought the chief of the Wood Grain clan and some other incipient God Realm experts to them. "Peak Lord, Miss Ling Air, are you okay?" Jianghu screamed not far from them. "We're okay," answered Ling Xiao. At this moment, the Wood Grain clan's warriors looked at Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling with astonishment. The chief of the Wood Grain clan asked directly, "You must have seen the divine tree, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have the exquisite aura." Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling nodded to show their agreement. The exquisite aura of the old men of the Wood Grain clan in front of them wasn't weak. Even if they didn't say anything, they could sense the changes in their hearts and knew what had happened. However, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that he seemed to be able to sense the telepathic ability that they were pulling. As long as he wanted to avoid these sensing powers, he would be able to do so. At the same time, he also discovered that he had a similar ability, but it was not as strong as theirs. For example, when he looked at Jianghu, he could feel Jianghu's sincere worry and he was glad that the two of them were safe. All of these feelings made him feel strangely magical. Xiao Ling said, "Grandpas, the exquisite divine tree situation isn't good. It can't contact you now. Don't blame it." "How could we blame it? It's our God. We're willing to sacrifice everything for it." The old men of the Wood Grain clan looked sincere. Then the chief of the Wood Grain clan asked anxiously, "You said it's not good? What's going on?" "Even if I tell you, you won't be able to help. It has already asked my brother Ling Xiao to help it. You can just wait patiently. My brother Ling Xiao will help it solve its problems. When the time comes, it will return to you," Xiao Ling said very seriously. The old men of the Wood Grain clan looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable doubt. They couldn't understand. The colorful exquisite tree was a divine tree that they revered. It was the tree that their Wood Grain clan relied on to survive. Why would an outsider suddenly help it solve its problems? However, they could feel that Xiao Ling wasn't lying. Ling Xiao spread out the exquisite leaf in his hand and said, "It's indeed in some trouble. I'm the only one who can help it, so it entrusted it to me." With the exquisite leaf in Ling Xiao's hand, the old men of the Wood Grain clan completely believed in Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. The way they looked at the two of them became much friendlier and more enthusiastic. "If you can help the divine tree solve its problem, you will be the benefactor of our Wood Grain clan. We will listen to you at that time," said the chief of the Wood Grain clan solemnly. In their eyes, the colorful exquisite tree was their support. If Ling Xiao could help it, it was the same as helping them. It was reasonable for him to say so. "You're too polite. I'm just doing it for the Genesis stone," Ling Xiao replied humbly. Right after that, the old men of the Wood Grain clan invited Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling back to their place of residence. They also asked someone to bring them the top-quality milk of the tree for them to drink. The old men of the Wood Grain clan even called the representatives of their clansmen to introduce them to Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. It meant that Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling had won the friendship of the Wood Grain clan. This friendship even surpassed the friendship between Xianxia and the Wood Grain race, causing Xianxia to be incomparably envious of them. Eventually, under their invitation, Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling stayed for a few days to see the customs of the Wood Grain clan. They also traded some daily necessities and divine items. Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling had the exquisite qi, so they could get along well with any member of the Wood Grain clan. This increased the number of powerful allies Ling Xiao had in the Heaven territory. Chapter 1538. Ling Xiao's group stayed in the Wood Grain clan for a few days and then bid farewell. It was useless for them to stay here. It was better to solve the 9-colored exquisite trees problem as soon as possible. Obtaining the Genesis stone was more important. When Ling Xiao's group left, the patriarch of the Wood Grain clan personally escorted them out of the clan. It showed how much they valued Ling Xiao's group. Ling Xiao's group returned with satisfaction. Although they didn't get the Genesis stone, knowing its whereabouts gave them a glimmer of hope. Moreover, they had exchanged many wood-class divine treasures from the Wood Grain clan, which was also a big harvest. The one who benefited the most was Xiao Ling. Her ethereal body had an innate affinity with the 9-colored exquisite tree. With the nourishment of the exquisite qi, she now possessed a powerful exquisite heart that could discern the thoughts of others. She now possessed a consciousness that was far ahead of others. Ling Xiao also had the exquisite aura. Unfortunately, his heart was occupied by the power of the immortal tree, so he couldn't absorb 1/3 of the exquisite aura. He could only recognize the good and evil thoughts of others. Of course, if he encountered a martial artist with average strength, he would be able to guess the other party's thoughts. This was already considered a very good harvest. Ling Xiao took Xiao Ling and Xianxia back to the Dragon Gate to report. Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted the wood-class Genesis stone, he must go to outer space. The journey to outer space was extremely dangerous. He must prepare well in advance to know more about the situation in outer space before taking action. On the way, Ling Xiao asked Xiao Ling if she wanted to go back to the Xiao family. That girl was worried about her grandfather, so she decided to stay in the Sky Dragon area to find him. Ling Xiao promised Xiao Ling that after he returned to the Dragon Gate, he would use the power of the Dragon Gate and his supreme alchemy to spread the news and find Xiao Feng's whereabouts everywhere in the Sky Dragon area. He had to help Xiao Ling find Xiao Feng and fulfill Xiao Ling's wish. Xiao Ling listened to Ling Xiao's words and felt happy. While Ling Xiao wasn't paying attention, he secretly kissed Ling Xiao's cheek, which made Ling Xiao blush. This rascal wasn't shy. He just thought that Xiao Ling's kiss was pure and didn't have any other thoughts. Xiao Ling knew his thoughts. Xiao Ling said, "Brother Ling Xiao, do you want Ling Er to kiss you a few more times?" Ling Xiao's old face blushed as he coughed lightly and said, "Ling Er, what are you thinking? Brother Ling Xiao, don't be shy. Ling Er also wants to kiss you. I'm just afraid that Brother Ling Xiao will be angry." Xiao Ling blinked his big eyes and said. Hearing these words, Ling Xiao almost fell from the ghost's back. He swore that he had always regarded Xiao Ling as his little sister. He absolutely didn't have any crooked thoughts. Xiao Ling's words made him feel even more ashamed. It was as if he was a criminal who kidnapped and sold young girls. In the end, Ling Xiao had no choice but to fly alone. He didn't dare to ride with Xiao Ling anymore. The feeling of having one's thoughts seen through was too uncomfortable. Xianxia was originally snickering nearby. However, after Xiao Ling said a few things that he was thinking about, his expression changed greatly. He immediately cupped his hands and begged for mercy. He also distanced himself from Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling sat on the ghost's back and happily let out a series of bell-like laughter that echoed endlessly in the outer domain. After Ling Xiao and the others rushed back to the Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao immediately asked Chang Haoyou to look for Xiao Feng on his behalf. Xiao Ling stayed on his peak to accompany his mother and her woman. Meanwhile, he immediately returned to the clan to report the harvest of the Wood Grain tribe. The news of Ling Xiao's return had been sent to the clan immediately. As soon as he landed, Ling Bo had asked someone to call him to the conference hall. When Ling Xiao arrived at the conference hall, it was already filled with the founding elders of the Kim people. They all looked at Ling Xiao with anticipation, hoping that Ling Xiao could bring them good news. Ling Xiao glanced at them and shook his head with a sigh. "Don't look at me like that. I didn't get any Genesis stone." Sigh. Instantly, the founding elders of the Kim people heaved a heavy sigh. Their faces were filled with disappointment. Each Genesis stone is the most important divine item of the big forces. If there isn't an extra one, no one will take it out to trade. Ling Bo sighed. Ling Qiu also agreed. That's right. It seems that it's too difficult to collect all 9 Genesis stones. I think we should go to the Xianling continent and rescue the forefather. In fact, with the forefather's divine power, it's absolutely easy for him to get out of this predicament. The reason why he doesn't want to leave is because he doesn't want to destroy the Xianling continent. That's our ancestral land. The forefather's nostalgia is not something we can understand. Ling Bo said. Everyone present looked disheartened. Obviously, their confidence in collecting all the Genesis stones had been shaken. At this time, Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "Although I didn't get any Genesis stones, I know where to find the wood-type Genesis stone. However, this matter is a little difficult. I have to do it personally." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at him, and all of them had excited expressions on their faces. "Is this true?" Ling Bo asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, but I have to go to outer space myself." "No, you're still weak. You can't protect yourself in outer space. You can ask anyone here to do this. You can't take risks." Ling Qiu immediately stopped him. The others agreed and advised Ling Xiao not to be impulsive. It would be better to ask one of them to do this. After all, Ling Xiao's identity wasn't the same as before. He couldn't take risks easily. He wasn't only the only supreme alchemist of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. He was also the supreme alchemist of the Sky Dragon territory. Since he had become the supreme alchemist, the Dragon Gate didn't have any internal strife or opposition to the Kim people's power. It was a peaceful scene. Moreover, there were many people outside the Dragon Gate who wanted to join them. There were many King God Realm experts and even half-incipient God Realm experts. They all came because of Ling Xiao's name. In just a few years, the Dragon Gate's prestige had doubled again. Their power had increased again. Almost no force in the Sky Dragon territory couldn't compare to them. Ling Xiao had expected such a situation. He said calmly, "This matter is related to the 9-colored exquisite tree. As long as I can complete its task, I can get the wood Genesis Source Stone. Except for me, it's useless if any of you go." For a moment, everyone was bewildered. They didn't expect that this matter was related to the 9-colored exquisite tree. They became hesitant. They all wanted to go to outer space to find it for Ling Xiao. However, if it was related to the 9-colored exquisite tree, they wouldn't be able to do it. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't tell them the danger of the 9-colored exquisite tree was that the heaven-devouring locusts were too intimidating. If they knew that he was going to destroy the heaven-devouring locusts, they would definitely try their best to stop him. They wouldn't allow him to take risks. Although his ancestors' life was important, Ling Xiao's importance wasn't less than his ancestors. Elders, actually, you don't need to worry. Perhaps you don't know my competence. Today I will show you my power. Except for high-level supreme experts, no one can deal with me, Ling Xiao. To ease their worries, Ling Xiao summoned his god soul clone. Both his real body and clone released their auras at the same time, causing the entire conference hall to shake. The others looked at Ling Xiao's clone and screamed in astonishment, "Mid-level supreme expert, incipient god realm." They always knew that Ling Xiao had a body and god soul, but not everyone knew that Ling Xiao's god soul was even stronger than his real body. It had reached the level of mid-level supreme expert, incipient god realm. I won't be going there alone. I'll be bringing Dragon 5th and my new mount, the Ghost Soul. They're all at the mid-level of the 11th level. I believe that even if we encounter a high-level supreme martial artist or some other difficulties, they'll be able to overcome them. Clan leader and elders, please allow me to go to the outer realm. The competence that Ling Xiao had shown had far surpassed many of them. Their faces were happy, envious, and complicated. They had lived for tens of thousands of years to reach their current cultivation base. However, Ling Xiao was still so young, but he had already reached their level. He had even surpassed them in other areas. They couldn't imagine how he did it. What else could the people present say? With Ling Xiao's strength, he was much more confident than anyone else in the outer realm. After all, he still had the protection of a mid-tier 11th step true dragon divine beast. Alright, if Xiao is so confident, let's talk about it. Let's see if we should let him go to outer space. Ling Bo smiled happily. Ling Xiao didn't choose to stay here and enjoy the feeling of being above tens of thousands of people just because he had a high achievement. Quite the contrary, he proactively asked to do these dangerous things. Only the experts could have such a disposition. No wonder why he could reach this step at such a young age. His achievement wasn't by chance. Just as Ling Bo finished speaking, Ling Qiu took over and said, "Then let Xiao Air go. A true dragon has to travel between heaven and earth in order to display its divine might. Xiao Air is no longer trapped in a mere heavenly realm. He should go to outer space, shake the outer space, and spread the might of our Kim people." Following Ling Qiu's approval, the others didn't have any objections. The path to outer space was dangerous, but Ling Xiao's strength was enough to protect himself. Let him go to outer space and broaden his horizons. Hearing that everyone was willing to let him go to outer space, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The outer space was filled with many unknown things. There were many terrifying and inexplicable dangers, but at the same time, there were huge opportunities. Misfortune and fortune would always coexist. This kind of challenge was what Ling Xiao liked the most. At his level, if he continued to stay in the heavenly realm, he would have to cultivate for a long period of time. It would be better to take the opportunity to see the outer space and fight for opportunities. Chapter 1539. At the end of the meeting, Ling Bo dismissed most of the people, leaving only Ling Qiu and Ling Xiao. He still had some things to tell Ling Xiao. "Xiao, since you want to explore the outer realm, we'll tell you about the situation there, so that you won't be able to turn back if you go the wrong way," Ling Bo said. Ling Qiu also said from the side, "That's right, the outer realm is full of blessings and misfortunes, but most people have more misfortunes than blessings. All of this will depend on your own luck." Ling Xiao respectfully replied to the two elders, "I also want to know about the situation in the outer realm. Patriarch and Great Elder, please tell me." The two of them liked Ling Xiao's attitude from the bottom of their hearts. He was neither arrogant nor rash. This kind of character was the kind of character that would accomplish great things. Thus, Ling Bo and Ling Qiu respectively told Ling Xiao about the general situation of the outer realm. At the beginning, what they said was similar to what Ling Xiao had heard from Jianghu. All kinds of strange spaces and creatures emerged one after another. Besides that, Ling Xiao finally heard some useful information. That was, after countless ancestors had explored the outer realm, they had finally found 4 paths to the outer realm. They were the east, south, west, and north. These 4 paths had been taken by many supremes and incipient god realm experts. They had searched every space, and all kinds of dangers had been reduced to the minimum. They could continue to explore these 4 directions, open new paths, and find new divine items. In addition, there were many powerful human races that once belonged to the heaven realm that had already developed outside the heaven realm. They found new living space and occupied it as their territory. They moved their clans and settled there for generations, developing into a new place of survival. Among them, the Winged Man tribe in the Sky Dragon area was one of the representatives. They had found a suitable place to live and develop in the outer realm. Thus, only a small number of their clansmen stayed in the heaven realm. Most of them had gone to the outer realm. Of course, besides the Winged Man tribe, the Demon Tiger tribe in the Heaven Tiger territory had occupied the outer space a long time ago. Also, some incipient god realm experts who had been wandering in the outer space since the antiquity also had a place to settle down. There were many places that didn't belong to a single clan. Many incipient god realm experts from the antiquity time or even the antiquity time had moved there. After so many years, they had procreated their descendants, which had made those continents very prosperous with many experts. They didn't belong to the heaven territory for a long time. People in the heaven territory called them the foreigners. The reason why they had chosen to live in outer space was that they had found a much better living condition than in the heaven territory. Moreover, many of the incipient God realm experts had fled to outer space to avoid their enemies. They had no choice but to live in outer space. In short, there were many people with different ideas. As more and more outer realms were discovered, more and more people were living in the outer realm. There were some famous lands on the star roads in the 4 directions. The existence of these lands was also a place for the incipient God realm experts who had left the heaven realm to explore the outer realm to have a rest. Otherwise, if they had to travel endlessly in the outer realm, the lonely journey would drive them crazy. Ling Bo and Ling Qiu had repeatedly warned Ling Xiao that apart from completing the missions given by the 9-colored exquisite tree in the outer realm, he had to keep a low profile and avoid all kinds of temptations. He absolutely could not put himself in danger and do those dangerous things. Anyway, many incipient God realm experts couldn't resist the temptations. They wanted to compete for the supreme divine materials. That was why they had fallen. Ling Xiao kept their words in mind. He understood that his journey this time would be really tough. He had to prepare well before heading to the outer realm. Many ancestors of my clan have gone to the outer realm. Many of them were at the middle or high level. They didn't want to stay in the heaven realm. They went to the outer realm to search for the treasures. More than half of them were killed. Less than half of them went to the outer realm and didn't come back. Only a few of them came back. They don't want to travel the outer realm anymore. Otherwise, you could ask them to show you the way. Sighed Ling Bo. It's true. The outer realm is extremely dangerous. It's also the path for the incipient God realm experts to compete for hegemony. Most of the experts on the Supreme God list have gone to the outer realm. So, you have to be careful. Also, you have to pay attention to the Demon Tiger tribe, the Winged Man tribe, the Man-Eater tribe. These brutal clans. They are the pirates of the outer realm. Once they find the divine treasures, they will take them for themselves. As you're a member of our Kim people, you have to be more careful. Our fellows used to have many battles with them. They are our enemies. If you go there alone, you can't use your loyalty. Advised Ling Qiu. Ling Xiao nodded deeply. Chief Great Elder, don't worry. I will come back smoothly this time. Then it's good. I'm going to take you to the place where the clan records are. Many precursors of our clan are wandering in the outer realm. If you can meet them, perhaps they can give you a hand. I hope that you can come back with them, said Ling Bo. Right after that, Shi Yan and Ling Qiu took Ling Xiao to the forbidden land of the Kim people. This forbidden land was built by some incipient God realm experts. Only the important direct elders of the clan could enter this forbidden land. It was the place where the clan records were kept. It was guarded by the top-class ancient god weapon, the Golden Dragon Altar. There was a divine steel that looked like the investiture of the god list. It radiated dazzling gold light with a noble dragon aura winding around it. The names of the experts at the King God realm and above were carved on the steel. From a distance, Shi Yan could see a lot of names on the steel. Surprisingly, the name of the Ling family's forefather, Ling Hongyu, was carved on the top of the steel. This also showed that Ling Hongyu was the oldest, the strongest, and the most prestigious expert in the Kim people. Below him, there were 2 more names on the left and right. They were the other 2 experts of the Kim people who were listed on the legendary list. Unfortunately, they had been in the outer realm for many years and had never returned. It was unknown if they were lost in the outer realm or if they didn't want to return to the heaven territory. They were not dead. This could be determined from their shining names. The names of those who had died would be dimmed. Ling Xiao also saw his name. Surprisingly, it was on the top of the steel. It was still a long way from the top. Little Xiao, drip a drop of blood and place it in your palm on the Golden Dragon Altar to sense the names of the precursors, ordered Ling Bo. Ling Xiao didn't ask much. He just followed Ling Bo's order. As he dripped his blood on the Golden Dragon Altar and placed his palm on it, the Golden Dragon Altar released a formidable dragon aura that covered Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately sensed the names of the incipient God realm experts he had just seen. All of a sudden, he felt the blood in his body surge. An indescribable power was supporting him, making him feel a natural sense of closeness to those names. Then, images began to flash through his mind. After a long while, the power disappeared. At this moment, Ling Xiao had memorized the names and faces of all the incipient God realm experts of his tribe. In the future, when he went to the outer realms and encountered his own clansmen, He would be able to recognize them based on his bloodline connection and what he had just seen. "Do you understand now?" asked Ling Bo. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yeah, I understand. When little Xiao goes to outer space and meets the precursors of my tribe, he will recognize them." "That's good. In addition, I'll give you 2 more things," Ling Bo said, and 2 divine objects immediately appeared in his hands. One was a set of golden divine armor that sparkled like dragon scales. The divine energy it exuded was incomparably powerful. It was a set of metal attribute divine guard armor. The other was a circular object with a needle that was slightly shaking inside it. There was nothing special about it. One is the dragon scale armor, a peak mid-grade ancient god artifact. It's specially made from dragon scales, and even a top-grade ancient god artifact can block the majority of divine power attacks. The other is the divine compass. It can help you find the directions to the various regions in the outer realm, as well as when you return. "Don't lose it, or you'll easily get lost in the outer realm," Ling Bo said solemnly. Ling Xiao didn't refuse. He put away the 2 divine treasures. "Thank you, Chief. Compared to what you've done for the tribe, it's nothing," said Ling Bo. Then, the 3 of them left the genealogy area. After chatting for a while, they let Ling Xiao leave. Ling Xiao didn't leave the clan. Instead, he planned to stay in the clan for half a year. He planned to refine a batch of divine pills first. A portion of the pills would be used by the clan, and the other portion would be used by him when he was roaming the outer realm. Half a year passed by quickly. Ling Xiao came out of his closed-door cultivation again. After he came out, he immediately summoned all the beasts that followed him. The ghost's power was equivalent to that of an advanced rank, 51. The prodigal's power was equivalent to that of an advanced rank, 11. It had a unique soul power attack, a semi-invisible divine power, and an extremely fast speed. The prodigal's power was at advanced rank, 10, and its mythical beast fire was comparable to the heavenly fire. The brawny man was a mutant holy beast with both metal and wind attributes, and it had reached the peak of intermediate rank, 10. The dragon horse had caught up with the dragon's blood, and its power had increased tremendously. Dragon scales had appeared on its body, and it had the power of intermediate rank, 10. Xiao Jin was only at the peak of beginner rank, 10, and it was still 1 step away from intermediate rank, 10. The reason why Ling Xiao had gathered all of them was because he planned to bring them to the outer realms. Some of them had been quiet for a long time. Perhaps they would have their own opportunities in outer space that would allow them to increase their cultivation level faster. Otherwise, if they continued to improve like this, it would be too slow for him. They wouldn't be able to keep up with him at all, and they would seem to be useless. Chapter 1540. When Muscle, Dragon Horse, and Little Gold heard that Ling Xiao had finally remembered them and planned to bring them out to explore, they were all extremely excited. They were all willing to follow Ling Xiao, even if they had to die. After receiving their affirmation, Ling Xiao kept them in the apothecary master. When they reached the outer space, if there was a suitable opportunity, he would definitely let them enjoy the pleasure of speeding up their cultivation. In addition, he would also train them into battle-type sacred beasts, so that they could cooperate with each other and defeat their enemies. They would then be able to challenge high-level opponents. After Ling Xiao brought them along, he rushed to the outer gate and returned to his peak to bid farewell to his women. All these years, Ling Xiao had been constantly running around, and he felt very guilty towards them. Therefore, he planned to rest for 2 months before leaving. At the same time, he would discuss with the other women who had never given birth to a child. If any of them wanted a child, he would let them conceive his child. This would also give them a new life and comfort after he left for a long time. Ling Xiao went to talk to Ji Bei-xin, Bai Yuxi, and the others, and they all expressed their desire to have children. Only Dong Feng-jing and Wei Dyer didn't want to have children. They wanted to focus on cultivation, and after they reached the Divine King realm, they would consider this issue. Ling Xiao did not force them and followed their wishes. Then, he put down everything and accompanied them for 2 months. Just as he was about to leave the Dragon Gate, Yuan Zhantian suddenly returned to the Dragon Gate. Back then, when Yuan Zhantian was brought to the Heaven Domain by Ling Xiao, he was only a Saint Realm cultivator. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 years had passed and his strength had actually soared to the half-incipient God Realm. This was simply shocking. Previously, when he returned from the Tianyuan district, He heard from his people that when Yuan Zhantian reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, he left the Dragon Gate and went out to train. Unexpectedly, he had only gone out once, and it had only been about 20 years, but his strength had actually soared to this level. This Tenbin's opportunity was definitely not any less than Ling Zhao's. Yuan Zhantian did not return alone. He had brought back 2 sacred beasts that had transformed. One was the Diamond Ape King with strength at the peak of the 10th level, and the other was the long-armed Iron Monkey King. Its strength was actually stronger than the Diamond Ape King, having already reached the lower stages of the 11th level. The Diamond Ape King and the long-armed Iron Monkey King guarded Yuan Zhantian on both sides. They all regarded him as their leader and had extremely fierce expressions, so that no one dared to approach them. "Brother Yuan, you really surprised me. You've only been in the heaven realm for a short time, but you've already reached a realm that no one else can. I'm really happy for you," Ling Xiao said sincerely. Yuan Zhantian looked at Ling Xiao with narrowed eyes. A strong desire to fight flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly drowned out. He opened his mouth and said, "I thought I could catch up to your strength, so I planned to fight with you. I didn't expect that just as I came out of the mountain, you would advance again and become even stronger. It seems that if I want to fight with you again, it will take quite some time. With your speed, I'm afraid you will catch up to me in less than 100 years. At that time, let's fight again," Ling Xiao said. He also wanted to fight Yuan Zhantian, who was at the same stage as him, and hoped that Yuan Zhantian could reach the same stage as him as soon as possible. "It's a deal," Yuan Zhantian said coldly. After a pause, he continued, "This time, I came to thank you for bringing me to the heaven region. Otherwise, I would not have been able to obtain a greater opportunity for my tribe. Secondly, I came to see if you have made any progress. If you are still at the same spot, we will fight first to fulfill our wish. However, you are still above me, so this battle will be postponed for the time being. When I return from the outer domain, I hope that you can become even stronger and not be surpassed by me. Otherwise, I'm afraid this battle will have to continue indefinitely." Ling Xiao stared at Yuan Zhantian in a daze, and his expression was somewhat interesting. Yuan Zhantian felt a little embarrassed being stared at by Ling Xiao. He asked, "Is there a problem?" Ling Xiao laughed. "Haha, it seems that you and I have a telepathic connection." Yuan Zhantian looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. He did not understand what Ling Xiao meant by that. Ling Xiao then explained, "I am also planning to go to the outer domain. I just don't know if we will be going the same way." If Yuan Zhantian still had his previous strength, Ling Xiao naturally did not want him to go to the outer domain. With his current strength, he would not be able to handle it. However, now that he had the strength of a half-incipient God Realm expert and had the protection of 2 holy beasts, he believed that it would not be easy for him to suffer losses in the outer domain. Moreover, Yuan Zhantian was confident that he could go to the outer domain. He must have his own way. Naturally, there was nothing for him to worry about. Yuan Zhantian's cold face flashed with a smile. "You are going to the outer domain too? When do you plan to leave?" Ling Xiao pondered for a while and said, "Probably another year or so. I just don't know if we will be going the same way." "Of course we will be going the same way. This time, I don't have a destination in mind. Since you want to go, I will wait with you," Yuan Zhantian said. "That's good. With Brother Yuan accompanying me, I believe that the journey to the outer domain will not be lonely." Ling Xiao smiled. With Yuan Zhantian's addition, Ling Xiao's mood was very good. That day, he and Yuan Zhantian drank to their heart's content. Then, he bid farewell to Yuan Zhantian's people and started to leave the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao did not immediately go to the outer domain. Instead, he first went to the Tian-Ke territory to settle an important matter. When he arrived at the Tian-Ke territory again, Ling Xiao directly went to the Wanshou mountain range to look for Xianxia. Ling Xiao had been a distinguished guest of the Wanshou alliance for many years. Naturally, he received a warm welcome when he arrived. Old Master Dugajin was not there. He had already gone into seclusion to break through the final hurdle and had not come out yet. When Xianxia saw Ling Xiao again, she was naturally very happy. She hugged Ling Xiao's arm and did not let go. That intimate look made Ling Xiao feel a little overwhelmed. After chatting with her for a day, Ling Xiao finally got to the point. Xianxian, why is Sister K, not by your side? And where's Auntie K? Sister K, naturally referred to the little divine beast vermilion bird, and Auntie K referred to the big divine beast vermilion bird. Xianxian blinked her bright eyes and asked, Big brother, do you still want the Genesis stone? Ling Xiao smiled and gently scratched Xiaoxuan's delicate nose. Don't think that big brother is so greedy. I just want to go to the Nirvana space again. This time, I don't want to find the Genesis stone. I want to collect more flames. They are very useful. Oh, I see. I thought you wanted to find the Genesis stone again. Those broken stones are not easy to find. Xianxian replied. Then she said, Auntie K, has helped Sister K to cultivate and advance. She hasn't played with me for a long time. It's so boring. So, can you contact them? Big brother still needs them to lead the way. I don't want to get lost in the Nirvana space. Ling Xiao said with anticipation. Without the vermilion bird to lead the way, even if he was a supreme incipient god realm expert, he did not want to step into the Nirvana space. Once he got lost, he didn't know when he would be able to get out of there. I can try, but I can't guarantee anything, said Xianxian. It's good then. Hurry up and try. It's very important to Big Brother. Ling Xiao urged. We need to go to the Nirvana mountain range. Big Brother, take me there. Xianxian nodded. Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense with her. He took her to the Nirvana mountain range. The Nirvana mountain range was the closest place to the Nirvana space. The divine beast vermilion bird would occasionally appear here. This was a fact that people had confirmed. After Ling Xiao brought Xianxian to the Nirvana space, Xianxian took out the vermilion bird feather and dropped a drop of blood on it. Then she muttered to herself, Auntie K, can you hear me? Xianxian and Big Brother are looking for you. Hurry up and come out. The vermilion bird feather shot out waves of flames. After a while, it dimmed down. Big Brother, let's wait here. I believe that Auntie Vermilion Bird has received my message. She'll be here soon, said Xianxian. Thank you, Xianxian. Ling Xiao said gratefully. Big Brother is so annoying. You make me feel so distant. Xianxian wrinkled her nose and said unhappily, Hee, it's Big Brother's fault. I won't say such things in the future. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. That's right. Xianxian smiled with satisfaction. Then, the two of them stayed in the Nirvana space and waited for the divine beast vermilion bird to appear. Xianxian and Ling Xiao seemed very happy together. Ling Xiao could also feel her happiness. He was very satisfied. She chatted with Ling Xiao for a while. Sometimes, she went to the nearby low-level spiritual beasts or high-level holy beasts to interact. This girl's ability to tame beasts was really good. Soon, more than a dozen spiritual beasts and holy beasts had gathered around her. Those spiritual beasts were like obedient children. They listened to her and followed her instructions. They picked some spiritual herbs and holy medicines for her. After she was tired of playing, she stayed by Ling Xiao's side obediently and talked about all kinds of interesting things. She also pestered Ling Xiao to tell her about his many experiences. Xianxian was like a happy lark. She always brought a fresh and happy enjoyment to people. Ling Xiao was also influenced by her. The smile on his face did not disappear for a few days. After waiting for about 7 days, the divine beast vermilion bird finally appeared. However, it didn't come out by itself. There was another extremely mighty and extraordinary vermilion bird. Its figure was similar to it, but there was a slight difference in its appearance. In comparison, the original vermilion bird divine beast was a bit more noble, like a ruler and a subject. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that this was not the little vermilion bird. It could not have advanced so quickly. This was another divine beast vermilion bird that was at the intermediate stage of the 11th level. Little girl Xianxian, you must be looking for me because Ling Xiao is looking for me. The divine beast vermilion bird looked at Xianxian and Ling Xiao and asked, Auntie, you are so smart. You guessed it right. Xianxian replied with a smile. Then she said, Big Brother is looking for you. Help him again. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Auntie Vermilion Bird, I want you to bring me into the Nirvana space again. I want to collect some purplish black flames. I have use for them. Can I? Chapter 1541. To deal with the sky-devouring locust, one had to attack with fire. That was the power that they feared the most. However, the power of ordinary flames was not enough to deal with the sky-devouring locust. Their numbers were extremely terrifying. Although Ling Xiao had the help of the heavenly fire, he was not confident that he could deal with tens of millions of sky-devouring locust. Therefore, he planned to come here to borrow the most powerful flame. Only the purple-black flame could completely destroy the sky-devouring locust. It turned out that Master Apothecary Ling Xiao also had the purple-black flame. However, he had used it once against the ferocious blood demon. Although a lot of the flame was recovered, it was not enough to deal with the sky-devouring locust. Moreover, he had collected more purple-black flame. Firstly, it could be absorbed by the sky-devouring locust for advancement. Secondly, it could be absorbed by the demonic demon's heavenly fire bead to increase its power. In this way, when the prodigal reached level 11, its power would definitely be too much for the sky-devouring locust to handle. Coupled with the power of the demonic demon's heavenly fire bead and the purple-black flame, it would definitely be able to deal with the sky-devouring locust. It was precisely because of this that Ling Xiao rushed to this nirvana space to collect the flame. I can bring you in, but you owe me a favor. You must return it to me in the future. The divine beast Vermilion Bird did not refuse, but it made a condition. No problem. In fact, I took these flames for the sake of my Fire Qilin brother. I believe that these flames will be of great help to it in its advancement. If it becomes stronger, wouldn't it be better for it to help you deal with the Golden Crow clan? Ling Xiao readily agreed. All right, come on up. We'll go in immediately. The divine beast Vermilion Bird responded decisively. Then it said to Xianxia, Little Xianxia, it's fine if you don't want to go in. I'll let my second sister stay here with you. Okay. Second auntie can stay here with me. I won't accompany big brother in. It's too uncomfortable to stay inside. Xianxia immediately responded happily. She knew that Ling Xiao had something to do this time and did not need her to lead the way. Therefore, she did not pester Ling Xiao. The other mid-tier Type 11 Vermilion Bird was actually a high-tier Type 11 Phoenix in the Nirvana mountain range. With the help of the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast, it had undergone its final Nirvana and transformed into a true Divine Beast. However, the price of this Nirvana this time was that its strength had regressed by a level. However, it had no regrets. Its strength had regressed by one level, but it had become a Divine Beast, allowing it to possess the bloodline of a Beast Emperor. Its combat strength was not any worse than when it was at the high level. Once it returned to the high level, its combat strength would far exceed its original strength. That would be perfect. Ling Xiao leaped onto the back of the Vermilion Bird and followed it into the Nirvana space. Ling Xiao summoned the prodigal and let him absorb the flame essence here to its heart's content. As expected, the prodigal was extremely happy with this environment. He greedily absorbed the flames and accumulated energy. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to ask the Vermilion Bird about the Little Vermilion Bird and the mythical parasol tree. The Little Vermilion Bird was cultivating here to accumulate energy so that it could reach level 11 as soon as possible. The mythical parasol tree thought that it would need a long time before it could take this step. As for the mythical parasol tree, it was still the same. It was a divine tree that had become a spirit and was used to living for a long time. It didn't mind staying here anymore. Ever since the Vermilion Bird had reached the high level 11, its speed couldn't be compared to the past. It carried Ling Xiao and flew extremely fast. In less than half a month, it had brought Ling Xiao to the deep area of the Nirvana space. The intensity of the flames here was enough to make any incipient God Realm expert feel unbearable. However, it wasn't easy to find the purplish-black flames. They would only appear in a special location in this space. After around a month, the Vermilion Bird finally found an area with purplish-black flames for Ling Xiao. Although the purplish-black flames here weren't as many as the place where Ling Xiao had collected the Genesis Stone, it was still huge. It was impossible for him to collect all of them. Ling Xiao emptied most of the space in the first layer of the cauldron and absorbed the purplish-black flames here. When Ling Xiao was collecting the flames, he found the purplish-black divine crystal, but he didn't find the Genesis Stone. He felt that it was a pity. He didn't have a fire Genesis Stone anymore. He only had a water Genesis Stone. To him, it wasn't the best divine stone to absorb energy. After Ling Xiao collected the purplish-black flames, He took the opportunity to ask the vermilion bird if it was willing to accompany him to the outer space. He thought that if he could persuade the vermilion bird to go with him, his chances of winning would be higher. Unfortunately, he was mercilessly rejected by the vermilion bird. It had to stay and supervise the little vermilion bird to continue growing stronger. It was fine that he couldn't persuade the vermilion bird to accompany him. Instead, it persuaded the prodigal to stay and improve his abilities. The prodigal was almost swayed. He wanted to stay and cultivate to become stronger. Luckily, it was determined enough to choose to go with Ling Xiao to the outer space. It wouldn't be too late to come back after it returned. Of course, the prodigal also hoped to find other Qilins of the Qilin race in the outer space. After leaving the Nirvana space, Ling Xiao wanted to bring Xianxia back to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. However, she didn't want to go back. She wanted to stay here with the vermilion bird. Ling Xiao was more at ease with Xianxia. With the vermilion bird protecting her, who could easily hurt her? Ling Xiao bid farewell to Xianxia. Xianxia looked very sad again. However, Ling Xiao still resolutely left her and went to the barbarian tribe. The barbarians had his concerns. Xianyu Yi and Xianyu Xiangma were his brothers and his woman. Before leaving the heaven region, he had to see them. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be able to see them again. Ling Xiao was already an esteemed guest of the Berserker tribe. He had fought against a few tribal chiefs and fought against the Berserker tribe's first elder. His heroic deeds had long since been deeply engraved in the hearts of the Berserker tribe, and they viewed him as their strongest warrior. Moreover, after they knew that Ling Xiao had become the supreme drug god, they saw him as a celestial being. It was the barbarian's honor to have such a friend. And Xianyu Yi, who was lucky enough to become Ling Xiao's brother, and Ling Xiao's woman, Xianyu Xiangma, became the barbarian's most popular figures. Their Xianyu tribe was no longer a tribe that was bullied by others. Instead, they were fawned upon by other tribes. When Ling Xiao arrived, not only did the chiefs come out to welcome him, but even the old chief and some elders of the barbarians also came out to welcome him. It was extremely lively. Ling Xiao only wanted to see Xianyu Yi and Xianyu Xiangma, but he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of others. He also partied with them for the whole night. After drinking, one would meet a beauty, and the night would stir one's heart. Ling Xiao once again enjoyed the wild teasing of Xianyu Xiangma. It made him feel the true meaning of life that he hadn't explored for a long time. Xianyu Xiangma wasn't the prettiest among all of his women, but she had advantages that none of them could compare to. She had Bai Yuxi's gentleness and consideration outside the bed, and Yu Lai Yan and the seductive dancers in bed. She was the best wife. The more Ling Xiao stayed with her, the more he couldn't bear to part with this beauty. 3 days later, Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi were about to say their goodbyes. Old Yi, you've been advancing very quickly these past few years. You're already at the peak of the intermediate level. It won't be too long before you break through to the next level. Ling Xiao said faintly as he stood on the peak of the huge mountain with his hands behind his back. Xianyu Yi, who was beside him, rubbed his head and said with a silly smile, "The gap between me and boss is too big. I still hope to stay by your side, but I'm afraid I'll be a burden to you." In the past, he still had the qualifications to compete with Ling Xiao, but now the gap was like heaven and earth. Xianyu Yi was also very emotional in his heart. You following me might not be the best choice. Don't you still have to think about your tribesmen? Break through to the next level as soon as possible. Then make a trip back to your tribe. I believe the tribesmen here won't object anymore. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Xianyu Yi nodded and said, "Boss is right. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for all of this. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today. I can only help you for a while, but I can't help you for a lifetime. I'm going to the outer realm now, and I don't know when I'll be back. You must take good care of Xiangma for me. On the day I return, if she suffers any grievances, I'll hold you responsible first." Ling Xiao warned. "Boss, you're going to the outer realm?" Xianyu Yi asked in astonishment, then smiled and said, "That's right. With boss's strength, no matter where you go, you'll be able to make a name for yourself. I wish you a smooth return soon." Ling Xiao lightly patted Xianyu Ye's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Who do you think your boss is? There's nothing in this world that's too difficult for me." After a pause, he said, Continue to work hard. One day, you'll also reach the same level as me. I'll be leaving first." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao soared into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Ling Xiao left for his final destination, the Tianyuan region. The goddess of the Tianyuan region, Yendai Jiao, was the goddess that everyone in the Tianyuan region yearned for. She was a woman with beauty, wisdom, and power. Who wouldn't want to have her? However, they could only dream about it because she was no longer single. And the man who had captured the goddess of their hearts was the honorary vice hall master of the Alchemy Alliance, Ling Xiao. If anyone could have Yendai Jiao as their wife, they would want nothing more than to hold her in their arms every day and pamper her every day. However, Ling Xiao was not satisfied with the blessings of women. He actually had the heart to let her stay alone for so many years. If others were to find out about this, they would definitely view him as a mortal enemy. Even if he was the alchemy god, he would still fight him to the death. This guy simply didn't know how to cherish a beauty like Jade. They even suspected that this guy was like this because he couldn't have sex. After spending a few days with Yendai Jiao, Ling Xiao finally went to meet up with Yuan Zhantian and headed for the dangerous outer realm. Chapter 1542. The boundless outer space was as vast as the sea. There were countless spaces and dangers everywhere. With the heaven territory as the center, there were 4 outer space roads in the east, west, south, and north directions. They were all explored by the predecessors and had the lowest risk. However, the lowest risk did not mean that there was no danger. On the contrary, no matter which one of these space roads, there was a certain degree of danger. Only by avoiding these dangers could one go further. Of course, many ordinary supremes could not even avoid these dangers. They could easily fall and return to the heaven territory, not daring to go further. Thus, these danger levels were only relative to the other places in outer space. Ling Xiao rode on the Ghost and took Dragon Fifth, Yuan Zhantian, Diamond Ape King, and Long-Armed Iron Monkey King to the East Space Road. According to the records from the Kim people's primogenitors and ancient books, this space road had the highest danger level. There were many strange spaces such as black holes, chaotic magnetic fields, and so on. These spaces were all near the space roads. If one could not avoid them and got sucked in, he would definitely die. Besides these spaces, one had to pay attention to the space pirates on each space road. They were no different from the roving bandits. They specialized in robbing the warriors weaker than them and taking their treasures. Thus, those who went to the outer space usually felt safe in a group. If a supremes or incipient god realm expert was not alone, they would not dare to go on this road unless they were extremely powerful. This was the most dangerous road. Not only did many people go on this road, but it was also the most. Because misfortune and fortune came hand in hand. Besides the dangers, there were many rare divine treasures on this road. People fought for them until their heads bled. Another thing worth mentioning was that the outer space where the Winged Man tribe lived was also on this space road. Today, Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian had been on this space road for more than half a year. They were far away from the heaven territory now. Along the way, they had not encountered much danger. The chaotic space currents and other kinds of violent energy could not harm them. Besides that, they'd noticed many divine materials as well. All of them were beneficial to cultivation or equipment refinement, and there were even various balls of quintessence energy that were extremely beneficial to both humans and beasts. If godly monarchs could wander around here and obtain these balls of origin energy, they would be able to increase their cultivation realms faster. Yuan Zhantian, the Diamond Ape King, Ling Xiao, and the other sacred beasts were all extremely thirsty for this energy. All of them impolitely absorbed this energy and cultivated it. In just half a year, all of them had slight improvements. This kind of advancement speed was simply too powerful and rare. Even incipient god realm experts couldn't help but want to explore this vast space with so many divine treasures. At this time, Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the others had arrived at a floating piece of land to rest. The Diamond Ape King, Muscle, and Little Gold were greedily absorbing the metal origin chi nearby to strengthen themselves. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim, "The outer space is indeed a treasure trove that has yet to be excavated. This kind of origin energy can be found everywhere." Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim. Yuan Zhantian nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. It's a pity that only those with great strength can fly here for a long time. Even I feel that it's a little difficult. But I like to train in this kind of environment. He paused for a moment before continuing. Everyone says that the outer space pirates are very powerful and fierce. Why haven't they appeared yet? My hands are itching. Ling Xiao was about to reply when his divine consciousness suddenly flickered. He immediately smiled and said, "You really have a crow's mouth. Whatever you say comes true." Yuan Zhantian looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously. Then he narrowed his eyes and a strong fighting spirit burst out. These weak saint beasts have appeared here. It's really interesting." A deep voice rang out from a corner. This voice echoed in the surrounding space, but no one could see any figure. It was as if that person was far away, but also close at hand. "You pretentious bastard, come out!" Although Yuan Zhantian was only at the half-incipient god realm, he had long wanted to fight with a supreme incipient god realm expert. He was itching to do so. After receiving Ling Zhao's warning, he immediately sensed the hiding place of the person. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden rod in his hand swung out in a direction. The golden rod had been upgraded in all aspects. Its power could be compared to a low-level ancient god weapon. It turned into a pillar that could support the sky and directly smashed into an empty space. The power of the golden rod was strong, but the hidden person was even stronger. A black palm appeared and caught the golden rod. Not a bad divine weapon. It's a pity that it is of the metal class. But it's not bad to sell it. The voice arose again. A dark shadow finally appeared. This person wore a black cloak and his entire body was shrouded in darkness. He could not see his face clearly. Obviously, he was a supreme incipient god realm expert who cultivated the dark class. It wasn't strange that he could hold Yuan Zhantian's golden rod with one hand. After all, he had the power of a low-level incipient god realm expert. However, Yuan Zhantian's fighting spirit was as strong as the sky. He was worried about not having a worthy opponent. Now that this person had come to him, it was a good opportunity for Yuan Zhantian to relieve his boredom. Yuan Zhantian shouted, "Take it if you can." As his voice fell, the power of the golden rod increased again. It automatically grew longer and larger, trying to shake off the person. "You want to deal with me with just this bit of strength? You think too highly of yourself," the person said coldly. He gripped the golden rod tightly with one hand and swung his other hand at Yuan Zhantian. A black stream of space rushed toward him. Yuan Zhantian was already prepared. He screamed and raised his strength to the maximum. His golden fist flourished. He did not dodge. Instead, he met the black stream of space and smashed it directly. Boom! That person looked at the mighty giant shadow of the sacred battle ape behind Yuan Zhantian and could not help but exclaim, "The inheritance of the sacred battle ape? You do have some skills." This person was clearly starting to get serious. A black fog immediately spread out, turning the surroundings incomparably dark. Many tentacle-like forces moved toward Yuan Zhantian to bind him. These black tentacles moved extremely fast. In an instant, they wrapped around Yuan Zhantian and entangled him. Ling Xiao wanted to make a move, but he found that the Tongbi Iron Monkey King did not move. It looked very calm. Obviously, it was very confident in Yuan Zhantian. Sure enough, within the black fog, golden light shone brightly. The shadow of a giant ape suddenly appeared. It forcefully broke through the black fog and struggled to tear apart the black tentacles. A golden fist punched out courageously and completely scattered the black fog. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the surrounding space cracked and collapsed, and the sharp aura of metal wreaked havoc in all directions. The person in the cloak was actually pushed back 100 meters by Yuan Zhantian. At this moment, Yuan Zhantian's fighting power had increased to that of a supreme incipient god realm expert. His body had become much bigger, almost like he had transformed into an ape. Yuan Zhantian immediately raised his golden staff and chased after that person. His staff smashed down from the sky. Its power could break the sky, crack the earth, and crush the stars. So, there is a secret technique to increase one's fighting power. However, you are still not a supreme incipient god realm expert. Watch me kill you, you ape. That person was so angry that he was forced back by someone with a lower realm than him. He roared angrily. Finally, he was going to use his real power. Yuan Zhantian swung his golden staff violently while that person sent out black palms. The battle between the two was extremely fierce, causing the turbulence in the surroundings to splash everywhere. Yuan Zhangtian was actually able to fight evenly with his opponent. Ling Xiao could not help but be amazed by this. Brother Yuan is indeed a natural warrior. Ling Xiao could not help but think to himself. In the past, when he was a half-incipient God Realm expert, he could also fight against a low-level Supreme expert. However, his strength was only about the same as Yuan Zhangtian's now. It could be seen that when they were at the Earthly King realm, the two of them were evenly matched. Now, if they were at the same realm, the difference between them would not be that big. The outcome of the battle was still unknown. After a round of battle, Yuan Zhangtian's weakness became apparent. His aura began to decline while his opponent became fiercer and fiercer. Yuan Zhangtian was already being suppressed. If this continued, Yuan Zhangtian would definitely lose. At this time, the long-armed Iron Monkey King finally made its move. Roar! The long-armed Iron Monkey King was at the peak of low-level 11th realm. Its long iron arms were incomparably strong. Even a mid-grade ancient god weapon could not be damaged by it. Its arms seemed to extend infinitely and directly hit the person in the cloak. That person's reaction was extremely fast. His body fell backward, dodging the long-armed Iron Monkey King's attack. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King's body swept over, and its fist shadows blasted out wildly like the sky. Yuan Zhangtian got a chance to catch his breath. The injuries on his body did not make him feel afraid. Instead, they made his blood boil. He was looking for this long-lost feeling of a great battle. Just as Yuan Zhangtian was resting, another cloud of black fog surged toward him from another direction. However, he did not notice it and continued to recover his divine power at full speed. Trying to sneak an attack? Ling Xiao, who had not made a move, sneered. Finally, he made his move. The ice and fire sword appeared in his hand. With a point of his finger, the ice and fire sword seemed to be guided by him and shot toward the cloud of black fog like lightning. Swoosh! The ice and fire sword was extremely fast. In an instant, it entered the black fog. Then, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. The black fog that was heading toward Yuan Zhangtian finally dispersed, revealing another person in a cloak. This person held a black spear and deflected Ling Xiao's ice and fire sword. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. You actually discovered my existence. You do have some ability. Then, I'll deal with you first. The other party was very confident. He was slightly stronger than the previous person. With the strength of a low-level supreme being, he did have some qualifications to be arrogant. Ling Xiao replied, let's see if you have the ability to do so. As he spoke, he made a guiding motion with his finger. The ice and fire sword that was smashed away shot back from another direction and stabbed toward that person's back. That person did not expect Ling Xiao to have such ability. He had no choice but to turn around to block it. At the same time, wisps of black mist surged over from the vicinity of this space. Chapter 1543. There would always be pirates on every domain path in the Outer Realms. These pirates made a living by plundering the belongings of supreme beings and incipient God Realm experts. This was the fastest way to accumulate the various divine items they needed. At the same time, they could bring the divine items they did not need to the Outer Realms to trade for the divine items they needed. Now, Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhangtian finally encountered the first wave of pirates. The pirates that appeared at the beginning were just the ones in charge of the outpost. Later on, the pirates were the members of their respective groups. These people were all from the Outer Realms, and they were all warriors of the Dark Attribute. Each of them was no weaker than a low-level supreme being. The strongest among them were 3 peak mid-level supreme beings. There were a total of 8 of them, and they all appeared from the void. All of them wore cloaks and did not show their faces. There were also several sacred beasts of the Dark Attribute that roared mightily. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King fought fiercely with the first person who appeared, and Ling Xiao also fought with the second person who appeared. The sudden appearance of 6 people and 6 11th level sacred beasts really gave them a big shock. The 6 of them surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. One of them, who was at the peak of the mid-level supreme martial artist, said faintly, "Surrender and we'll leave you to fend for yourselves. Otherwise, we'll destroy all of their souls." At this time, Ling Xiao forced his opponent away, and the long-armed Iron Monkey King also quickly retreated to Yuan Zhangtian's side, protecting him. Ling Xiao had already kept muscle and little gold. Beside him were the transformed Dragon Fifth and the Ghost. Beside Yuan Zhantian were the long-armed Monkey King and the Diamond Ape King, which was about to enter rank 11. There were 2 humans and 4 sacred beasts. On the surface, they seemed to be much weaker than the 8 humans and 6 sacred beasts. But was that really the case? Are you satisfied now? What a jinx! Ling Xiao said to Yuan Zhantian with a faint smile. Although Yuan Zhantian was not afraid, he knew that the situation was very unfavorable for them. He turned to Ling Xiao and said, I didn't expect there to be so many of them, and they are so powerful. It looks like we have to fight to the death. If you still want to struggle, then all of you can die, the leading marauder said faintly. At the same time, he gestured to his companions, signaling them to attack together. You guys defend yourselves, Ling Xiao said. Dragon Fifth, Ghost Soul, come with me. It would be best if you could spare their lives. I have a use for them. His divine soul doppelganger had already appeared 1 step ahead of him, and directly attacked the leading plunderer who had just spoken. Boom boom boom. The bandit didn't know what was going on, but he could feel a terrifying power enveloping him, trying to kill him. Just as the others were about to step in, they discovered that their boss had been bombarded to the point where he was at a loss of what to do. All of them were extremely surprised. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body, Dragon Fifth, and the Ghost had already made their move. Roar roar! Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth worked together at the same time, and a terrifying dragon roar rushed out. 2 incomparably terrifying golden dragon sound waves rushed towards the plunderers. In an instant, they felt their blood churning endlessly, and their ears were so deafening that they were about to explode. Their bodies were sent flying by this terrifying aura. Ling Xiao wielded the ice and fire sword and raised his speed to the maximum. He slashed at one of the peak mid-level supreme beings. Dragon Fifth didn't reveal his real body, but directly used his dragon fist to cover 2 of the plunderers. The power behind it was extremely terrifying. As for the Ghost, it revealed a cold smile and transformed into its real body. Its soul power attack split into 2 and rushed towards the 2 plunderers at the same time. As for Yuan Zhantian, the long-armed Iron Monkey King, and the Diamond Ape King, they all rushed towards the holy beasts. Out of the 8 plunderers, 6 were immediately attacked fiercely, and they were at a loss for what to do. Just as the other 2 plunderers were about to intervene in the battle, Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar temporarily let go of the leader of the plunderers and took the initiative to torture them until their divine bodies exploded. The 2 of them were the weakest, and Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar could easily kill them. Ling Xiao didn't want to leave such weak people alive, so he directly smashed their heads and devoured their spiritual souls in an instant. The leader of the plunderers was beaten senseless. When his divine body recovered, he realized that his subordinates were actually being beaten up one by one. What's going on? The leader of the plunderers was horrified. They had been plundering here for many years, and they had seen all kinds of supreme beings. However, these people in front of them clearly weren't very strong, so how did they manage to catch them off guard? This guy is too strong. Let's retreat. The leader of the plunderers gave the order sullenly. The person who ambushed him just now was very strong, and he didn't even know where he was. Now that the battle had just started, the situation was already one-sided. If they didn't retreat now, it would be too late. However, it was already too late for him to escape now. Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar had already dealt with the 2 weakest plunderers, and once again snuck back to his side. The Emperor Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Fist blasted him again. The leader of the plunderers was also quite capable. After suffering a setback, he released his most powerful ultimate move and attacked desperately in all directions. No matter where his opponent was, he would be hit by his attacks. He only did this to force Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar to retreat. It was almost impossible for him to injure Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar, and he didn't care about killing his opponent. He actually wanted to take the opportunity to escape. However, Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, and his combat strength was increased by 70 times. Even if he was a peak mid-level supreme being, he couldn't escape from Ling Xiao's pursuit. The 4th move of the Emperor Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Technique, Burning Heaven and Destroying Sun. Ling Xiao didn't give his opponent any chance to catch his breath. His spiritual avatar used such a domineering move, causing the surrounding void to split open. Many chaotic meteors smashed out. The leader of the plunderers was directly destroyed by Ling Xiao. There wasn't a single part of his body left unscathed. The leader of the plunderers felt extremely uncomfortable. Even now, he still didn't know where the enemy was. They were of the dark attribute, and could hide in this boundless void. However, compared to the other party, it was like a small house meeting a big house. On the other side, the person Ling Xiao's real body was facing was evenly matched with him. After all, Ling Xiao's real body's strength was much weaker than his spiritual avatar's. Even if his combat strength was increased by 70 times, he could only fight an ordinary mid-level supreme being. His opponent was a peak mid-level supreme being. Just now, he had unexpectedly gained the upper hand, but now that his opponent had adjusted, he was starting to struggle. "Kid, you're quite capable. You can actually make me suffer with your low-level strength. You're really the first person to do so." The plunderer laughed sinisterly. Then, he unleashed a terrifying killing move. He slapped his palms wildly, and a cloud of demonic energy surged toward Ling Xiao. A sticky, corrosive force bound Ling Xiao. This strong corrosive force actually contained a terrifying origin poison. If an ordinary person were to come into contact with it, they would definitely die from the poison. Ling Xiao frowned. The power of the heavenly fire continued to burn around his body, burning away the opponent's evil power. The plunderer cried out, "Damn it, you actually have the origin flame." The origin flame happened to be the power to restrain his origin poison. It was the power he hated the most. "If this is all you've got, then you'll be defeated." Ling Xiao sneered. He pointed his finger continuously, and rays of two-colored finger radiance shot toward the plunderer. The plunderer wasn't afraid. An ancient god's saber appeared in his hand, and he swung it left and right, blocking all of Ling Xiao's finger radiance. However, Ling Xiao's finger radiance was just a trick to distract the enemy. He raised his speed to the extreme, and the ice and fire sword in his hand slashed toward the plunderer's waist. The power of ice and fire transformed into a dragon and a phoenix that charged forward. It wasn't any weaker than the full power attack of a mid-level supreme being. The plunderer's reaction was also very fast. He swung his saber repeatedly, blocking all of Ling Xiao's sword attacks, and even forcing Ling Xiao to retreat quite a distance. The disparity in strength couldn't be overcome in a short period of time. Fortunately, Dragon Fifth had finished his battle earlier. Although he hadn't transformed into his real body, his power was much more terrifying than any peak of middle-level supreme being. The two incipient god realm experts fighting against him had their god bodies explode unceasingly. Dragon Fifth even broke their ancient god realm weapons. When they realized that the person before them was probably a ferocious beast that had taken human form, they were already on the verge of death from being abused. If Ling Xiao hadn't asked them to keep them alive, Dragon Fifth would have smashed their souls and perished already. On the other hand, the speed at which the ghosts dealt with them was also incomparably fast. Their soul power attacks were something that ordinary people simply couldn't defend against. The god souls of the two supreme beings were attacked, and they lost half of their fighting power. The ghost transformed into its real body, using its super-fast speed to bump into them and stomp them to death. When they wanted to counterattack, the ghost's soul attack came one more time. It made them feel so passive and helpless. After being tortured by the ghost several times, their god souls and divine bodies were badly damaged and couldn't be healed. They lost their fighting power and were captured alive. On the other side, Yuan Zhantian led the long-armed Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King to fight the holy beasts fiercely. Although Yuan Zhantian's power was a little weak, he could kill a low-level level 11 holy beast. However, he had to pay a big price. He had consumed a lot of his god power, so it was much more difficult for him to recover his god body. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King displayed its powerful battle prowess. Its iron arms actually tore one of the sacred beasts into two. That bloody scene on the sidelines was too bloody, too cruel. The only one who suffered a loss was the Diamond Ape King. Although it had great strength, the gap between their realms was too big. It was almost bitten to death by a giant black ant. If Dragon Fifth hadn't helped it in time, it wouldn't have been able to survive. The side that was originally in a disadvantageous position counterattacked and became the side that had the absolute advantage. It was unbelievable. Chapter 1544. Most of the marauders had already been taken care of. The holy beasts had also been utterly routed by Dragon Fifth's intervention. When Ling Zhao's god soul took down the pirate's head, the pirate fighting with Ling Zhao's real body couldn't resist the invisible attack of the god soul clone and was captured by Ling Xiao. Of the 8 marauders, 2 had been brutally killed, and 6 had been captured. It was truly a laughable tragedy. One had to admit that Ling Zhao's group didn't look very strong. However, if they really wanted to fight, it would be a surprise to anyone. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to keep these 6 people alive was to turn them into his puppet army. On this domain path that was filled with danger, in this outer domain that was filled with endless dangers, the more strength one had, the safer one would be. Ling Xiao didn't have any pity for these pirates who came to rob them. By controlling them, he could learn more about the situation around here. He could also use them as his puppet guards. They had many uses. After spending a lot of effort, Ling Xiao had all of them become his puppets. He was in a good mood. In the past half a year, it was hard to see other people. It was rare for these people to send themselves to their doorstep so they could relieve their boredom. It was a good thing. Yuan Zhantian was the sacred battle ape's successor. The more he fought, the braver he became. After this battle, although he was hurt badly, he definitely gained a lot. The Diamond Ape King's condition was the most serious. It was almost at its last gasp. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had a level 11 metal element beast core. Now that it had swallowed it, it could break through the bottleneck and become a level 11 holy beast. Holy beasts didn't need to be as troublesome as humans to advance. They needed to comprehend this and that. They just needed to accumulate energy to strengthen the beast core and body. Then they could advance. The Diamond Ape King was already at the peak of the 10th rank. In the past half a year, it had absorbed a lot of metal attribute source power. Now that it consumed this 11th rank metal elemental beast pill, it could recover its injuries and use this power to advance. After several days, Yuan Zhantian had recovered his energy. His competence had increased a little, and he wasn't far from the late half-incipient god realm. As long as he continued to sharpen himself in battle, he would be able to gain something after every battle. This was one of the reasons why he could advance so quickly, and it was also the innate talent of the sacred war beast. After that, the Diamond Ape King recovered, and its strength rose to a whole new level. It became a low-tier 11th tier saint beast, which gave it the ability to fly and protect itself in the boundless outer space. Have you all rested well? Let's go. Ling Xiao asked Yuan Zhantian. Let's go. Yuan Zhantian replied straightforwardly. Then let's go to the nearby trading area to take a look. It is said that there are many supreme beings gathered there, and the things being traded are all supreme being divine materials. I want to broaden my horizons. Ling Xiao said. Although Ling Zhao's priority was to get to the 9-colored exquisite tree as soon as possible, he didn't know when he could reach the location indicated by the 9-colored exquisite tree. It was impossible for him to travel day and night, and he definitely wouldn't let go of the good stuff he came across along the way. He learned from the marauders' leader, He Yao, that there was a land space not far from here. Every year, there would be people trading for supreme being divine materials there. As for the treasures that He Yao and the others plundered, they mostly brought them there to trade for what they needed. That land space was a habitable space in the outer space, and it was controlled by several high-level supreme beings. Anyone who wanted to trade there had to pay the entrance fee of divine crystals. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to enter. With He Yao leading the way, Ling Xiao and the others easily avoided many detours. After a few days, they arrived at the trading land space. This land space wasn't very big, but it was filled with all kinds of powerful restrictive powers, isolating many turbulent outer space flows. This was obviously a man-made land space, and not naturally formed. When Ling Xiao and the others entered, they found that there were many residents here. There weren't many of them, only comparable to the population of a big city in the Heaven Domain. However, they were extremely powerful. Holy Emperor and God King realm experts could be seen everywhere. These people are the descendants of supreme beings and incipient God realm experts. They will receive the best resources to cultivate and become the strongest experts in the shortest time possible. He Yao explained. Then, he pointed to a place with extremely dense energy fluctuations and said, "That's the trading square. Only those who have reached the Supreme Being realm and paid 10 million divine crystals can enter." Ling Xiao couldn't help but be a little speechless. Just the entrance fee was 10 million divine crystals. These people's appetite was really big. However, those who had reached the Supreme Being realm wouldn't care about 10 million divine crystals. Under He Yao's lead, Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian arrived at the trading square. No one was allowed to fly within 1,000 meters of the trading square. They had to walk. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the trading square's rules, and they would be slaughtered. There were many people in this trading square. There were almost 100 supreme beings and incipient god realm experts trading divine items. Such a force could definitely be compared to any overlord level force in the heaven domain. According to He Yao's explanation, some of them came from the heaven domain like Ling Xiao's group, but most of them were supreme beings and incipient god realm experts who had lived in outer space for a long time. They often wandered in outer space to search for divine items, and they also came to these land spaces to trade for what they needed. The land here was just a common type of space in the outer realms. There were some large land spaces that were occupied by ancient people and developed into new living grounds. Those kinds of trading grounds were even more impressive, and the number of supremes that appeared there was even higher, and they were even more powerful. Even though Ling Xiao had heard about these things before he went to outer space, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. After all, it was hard to find supreme beings in the heaven domain. But here there were so many of them. It was hard to digest. If the supreme beings and incipient god realm experts from other outer space came to the heaven domain and occupied it, how would they deal with it? This thought flashed in Ling Xiao's mind. After all, many people in outer space had come from the heaven domain to live in outer space. It could be said that the heaven domain was the ancestral home of many people in outer space. Even if they wanted to go back, they would only go back to visit. They would never occupy it. Moreover, the big forces in the heaven domain were not to be trifled with. The characters on the Supreme Being list were all brave and powerful. Not everyone could occupy it if they wanted to. The divine items traded here were all at the Supreme Being level. They were traded with other items and would not be bought with divine crystals. Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian walked around the place and found many treasures. Many of them were divine items that they had never seen before. It was an eye-opener for them. In the end, Ling Xiao used some of the Supreme Being materials that He Yao and the others had plundered. He did not need them and exchanged them with the Supreme Beings here. 2 of them were of the metal attribute. They would be of great help to Yuan Zhantian when he broke through to the Supreme Being realm. Yuan Zhantian also accepted Ling Xiao's gift without hesitation. He was used to Ling Xiao's kindness. It was just that he was not good at expressing his gratitude with words. Apart from the rare Supreme Being materials traded here, there were also some distribution centers where ordinary Supreme Being materials were traded. As long as one could afford divine crystals, these common materials could be sold. Ling Xiao also did not stand on ceremony and went to buy them. He was the Supreme Being alchemist god. Any kind of divine material would be useful to him. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to leave the trading land space, Ling Xiao discovered that there was a tail hanging on them. Could there be a brazen plunderer here? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He sent a voice transmission to Yuan Zhantian without batting an eyelid and quickly rushed out of the trading land space towards the outer domain. Sure enough, after they left at full speed, the tail chased after them. The speed at which Ling Xiao and the others rushed out was not slow. However, the speed of the pursuers was even faster. They were actually 1 step ahead of Ling Xiao and the others. Shockingly, there were only 2 people chasing after them. However, their strength was rather extraordinary. One of them was a high-level Supreme Being, while the other was a mid-level Supreme Being. A high-level Supreme Being was an absolute overlord in the outer domain. He actually had his eyes on Ling Xiao and the others. It was unknown if Ling Xiao and the others were too unlucky or they were too eye-catching. May I know what the 2 of you are here for? Ling Xiao asked with a slight frown. High-level Supreme Being. This gave Ling Xiao a lot of pressure. Big Brother Tong, this is the person who plundered and killed our people. If I didn't escape fast enough, I would have died in his hands. I will never forget his aura. The mid-level Supreme Being pointed at He Yao who was following behind Ling Xiao and shouted. That high-level Supreme Being narrowed his eyes and thick killing intent flashed across them. You actually dare to rob people from our Red Snake gang. You must be tired of living. This person was also very straightforward. After he shouted, He directly grabbed at He Yao. A giant fiery palm instantly arrived with abnormally overbearing power. Even if Ling Xiao and the others were already prepared, it was not easy to react and block it when they really faced it. Ling Xiao had no choice but to let He Yao come out and block this move. Rumble! He Yao's divine body was directly blown up by the opponent's move. Blood splattered all over the sky. I didn't expect it to be this guy's fault. It seems that I can't explain it clearly. I need to scare him away as soon as possible. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he retreated. He immediately sent his divine soul doppelganger out. What should we do with Ling Xiao? This person is too strong. Yuan Zhantian's expression turned grave as he said, "It's okay. He can't do anything." Ling Xiao comforted him. Then he said to Gue Hun, "Gue Hun, cooperate with me and scare them away." Chapter 1545. The Red Snakes Gang was a gang that was formed by many Supremes and incipient God Realm experts on the East Territory Road. They were led by the strongest leaders and invited other Supremes to join them. They became allies and helped each other to search for rare divine items and explore more mysterious spaces. Besides the few highest leaders, everyone else was equal. However, everyone had to follow certain rules. Once they joined, they couldn't leave easily. Otherwise, they would be regarded as traitors and be hunted down by others. They only joined for benefits, but they could also unite and help each other. It was a new type of organization. The Red Snakes Gang wasn't the only gang on the East Territory Road. There were other gangs. Among these gangs, the Red Snakes Gang had the most members and their strength wasn't ordinary. They were ranked at the top. He Yao's group was a pirate. It was important for them to choose their targets. Usually, they didn't dare to attack the big gangs. However, the people they had robbed weren't really members of the Red Snakes Gang. They were just here to join the Red Snakes Gang. Those people didn't have the symbol of the Red Snakes Gang. That was why they dared to rob them. In the end, one of them was really from the Red Snake Gang. By the time He Yao and the others confirmed it, it was already too late. They had already killed 2 people. The enmity had already been sown, so they might as well kill everyone else. In the end, one of He Yao's group managed to escape. The one who escaped was the mid-level incipient God Realm expert, Lan Huajing. Now that He Yao had been recognized, and the other side had a high-level incipient God Realm expert here, it wasn't just a small problem. Ling Xiao had asked He Yao to block the other's furious attack. His god body had exploded. The difference in strength was too big. Ling Xiao knew that they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Their best option was to fight to the death. Moreover, it wasn't like Ling Xiao didn't have any chance to fight back. If they fought to the death, it was hard to say who would be the winner. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice faded, the ghost's horn immediately shot out an invisible soul power towards the high-level supreme expert, Tong Bai. Tong Bai exclaimed, "It's this damned ghost beast." He cursed inwardly, and his divine soul immediately entered a strict state of defense. After reaching the level of a high-level sovereign, the strength of one's spirit was definitely not any weaker than that of a mid-level sovereign. They had very powerful methods to deal with soul power, and would not be easily killed. If it was a surprise attack, it might be able to deal more damage. But now that Tong Bai had recognized the identity of the ghost, he naturally had to be on guard. He summoned his mid-tier holy beast, and Lan Huajing, who was beside him, also entered battle mode. Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar had already appeared, and when it got close to Tong Bai, it immediately executed the Emperor Dragon Heaven extinguishing art, catching Tong Bai off guard. Tong Bai wanted to end the battle quickly. He wanted to kill the ghost spirit beast first. But suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He had no choice but to enter his strongest defensive state. Boom boom boom. Ling Xiao's divine soul attacked with all of its power, and many turbulent air currents were blasted away. The energy shrouded Tong Bai, and the bombardment forced him to retreat continuously. Tong Bai had to protect his divine soul, and at the same time, he had to defend against this inexplicable attack. It actually made him a little flustered. Tong Bai wasn't simple either. He had predicted the direction of Ling Xiao's divine soul attack, and he had launched a powerful counterattack, completely sealing the space around him, and bombarding it unceasingly. Countless trees and green vines surrounded him, and the trunks were like pillars that supported the sky, constantly sweeping around. No one could even dream of approaching him. His holy beast had already cooperated with Lan Huajing to attack Ling Zhao's group. But in the next moment, his face changed dramatically. Because the other side suddenly had 5 more incipient God Realm experts, and 2 of them were mid-level incipient God Realm experts. They directly surrounded his holy beast and Lan Huajing, and killed them. Originally, Tong Bai thought that with his power, it wouldn't be a problem to kill these people in front of him. But now, the other party had a ghost beast that was difficult to deal with, and also an expert who knew how to conceal himself, forcing him to be unable to split his attention, and his holy beast and companions were in danger. This made him incomparably angry, but he was helpless. All of you stop. If you dare to kill my brother Lan, you will have to face the endless pursuit of the Red Snake Gang. Tong Bai shouted in fear as he dashed towards the ghost soul. If he could kill it, everything would be easy. However, Ling Zhao's divine soul doppelganger was holding him back, but it seemed to be a little powerless. Damn it! You really forced me to kill you! Ling Zhao cursed under his breath. He recalled his god soul clone, and planned to use soul power to directly kill Tong Bai. At this moment, Tong Bai had already caught up with the ghost soul. His face was ferocious as he shouted, "Bastard, die for me!" After saying that, a green palm formed a spatial prison that locked the direction of the ghost's movement. It was about to crush the ghost to death. Roar! At this moment, Dragon Fifth, who had been motionless all this time, finally went crazy. He instantly transformed into his original body, and his battle power was raised to the maximum. A dragon roar rushed out, shattering the surrounding space. Although Tong Bai was strong, his eardrums were deafened by the terrifying dragon roar, and he quickly retreated. What a true dragon divine beast! Tong Bai exclaimed. Dragon Fifth's body swayed, and he opened his mouth wide. A ray of golden light that was tens of thousands of meters long rushed towards Tong Bai. Tong Bai didn't have any stage fright, and he slapped out with his bare hands, wanting to destroy the golden light. However, Ling Zhao's divine soul had already returned, and he used all his soul power to attack. With the amplification from the dragon and phoenix divine souls, a shadowless golden dragon spear shot straight towards Tong Bai's divine soul. The ghost soul wasn't idle either. Countless soul-chasing needles also shot towards Tong Bai's divine soul. The most terrifying thing about a soul power attack was that it couldn't be detected. Furthermore, it was aimed at the vital parts of the divine soul. Once hit, it was difficult to recover. Tong Bai was in for a tragedy. Before he could erase Dragon Fifth's power, his divine soul was suddenly hit by 2 powerful soul power attacks. The defense of his divine soul was completely destroyed, and he was directly injured. Just as he screamed, Dragon Fifth's golden light engulfed him. Even a high-level supreme being would have to suffer under such a 2-pronged attack. At this moment, Lan Jinghua and Tong Bai's holy beast were surrounded and killed by the marauders that Ling Zhao had subdued. When Dragon Fifth's golden light exploded, all the turbulent astral winds in the surroundings turned into nothingness. Everything reverberated incessantly. The best thing about fighting in the outer domain was that there was no need to worry about destroying everything. This was because everything in the outer domain was originally a void, and there were many turbulent flows. They wouldn't accidentally hurt others, and they wouldn't accidentally destroy other living beings or their habitats. Just you wait. Our Red Snake Gang will not let you off. Tong Bai actually didn't die. He was only seriously injured, and disappeared into the endless void. Brother Yuan, we must get out of here immediately. Ling Zhao called out to Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian understood the gravity of the situation. He nodded and followed Ling Zhao in the other direction. They were lucky that they could scare Tong Bai away. After all, Tong Bai didn't know that they had all kinds of trump cards. If he had brought more supreme beings and incipient God Realm experts, they wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. If they were recognized again, it wouldn't be so easy for them. Ling Zhao was also very depressed. He had just captured a few puppet guards, but he didn't expect to cause even more trouble. From these puppets, he knew that the Red Snake Gang had hundreds of members and was a famous existence on the East Domain Road. They even had 2 peak supreme beings and incipient God Realm experts. They were the strongest existences on the East Domain Road. Unless Ling Xiao's group turned back immediately and stopped moving forward, they would definitely be chased by the Red Snake Gang again. After all, Tong Bai's position in the Red Snake Gang wasn't low. If he escaped, he would use some special means to spread the news to the other members, asking them to put up arrest warrants for Ling Xiao's group. He would also issue a reward to the other gangs. Whoever could kill them would be rewarded handsomely. These were the common methods used by the gangs to kill their enemies. After fleeing for half a month, Ling Xiao's group stopped to rest in a space with many turbulent meteorites. Brother Yuan, it seems like you have to break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to go any further. Ling Xiao said with a serious face. Now he knew how dangerous the East Domain Road was. Even with their strength, it was still difficult. If Yuan Zhantian didn't break through and become a true supreme being, he was afraid that even his doppelganger wouldn't be able to take care of him. Yuan Zhantian frowned and said, "Even with the help of divine materials, I can only reach the peak of the half-incipient god realm. I'm afraid I can't go any further." Yuan Zhantian also didn't expect that there would be so many experts on the East Domain Road. Their situation had already changed. If he didn't advance, it would be impossible for him to continue following Ling Xiao. Unless he turned back now, accidents could happen at any time. This is a supreme divinity elixir. Take it. Although it will have a slight impact on you, it will recover sooner or later. Ling Xiao took out a supreme divinity elixir and handed it to Yuan Zhantian. Ling Xiao knew that Yuan Zhantian's advancement was the same as his. Yuan Zhantian didn't need the help of pills. However, the current situation left them with no other choice. Yes, after I break through, I will definitely kill to my heart's content here. Yuan Zhantian shouted with a strong desire to fight. Of course. No one can easily stop us from moving forward. Ling Xiao replied confidently. But won't it be inappropriate to break through here? Yuan Zhantian asked worriedly. Don't worry. With me around, nothing will be a problem. Ling Xiao said with a calm smile. The secret technique he had practiced for so many years could finally be put to good use at this moment. Chapter 1546. The Myriad Realms of Brahma was an ancient illusory technique that Ling Xiao had obtained from the ruins of the Holy Sun sect in the Xianling continent sand region. Ling Xiao had practiced it for many years, but he had only used it a few times. Now that his power had increased by leaps and bounds, he was naturally more proficient in using illusory techniques. In this foreign land, dangers lurked everywhere. Now that he had offended the Red Snake Gang, they could find him at any time. If that happened, it would affect Yuan Zhantian's breakthrough. That would be big trouble. Ordinary illusory techniques could trap a powerful supreme being for a while, but to trap them completely, one would need to have a higher attainment in illusory techniques. However, any illusory technique would not be an obstacle to an expert born with divine eyes. They could see through all illusions. But now, Ling Xiao was confident that his illusory technique could trap any supreme being or incipient god realm expert. This was because he had obtained the illusory eye mirror stone from the illusory demon. This illusory eye mirror stone could not only allow him to observe anything within hundreds of thousands of miles, but it could also be used as the eye of the array to set up a heaven-defying illusion. Humans and beasts would be affected and trapped in the illusion forever. If not for the fact that he did not have a powerful trump card like the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he could only die in the illusion. The powerful illusion that Ling Xiao had set up was enough for Yuan Zhantian to break through here with peace of mind. Besides, Ling Xiao also had a plan in mind. If the Red Snake Gang really sent someone to find them, that would be what he was looking forward to the most. He also wanted to see if the illusory technique he had set up was also heaven-defying, so that he could have a stronger trump card to kill. After Ling Xiao had set up the illusory technique, he took out the illusory eye mirror stone and suppressed it within the illusory array. Then, he let Yuan Zhantian break through not far from him. As for the long-armed Iron Monkey King, it was also qualified to break through. However, it obviously wanted to wait for Yuan Zhantian to succeed before swallowing the beast core to break through. As long as Yuan Zhantian and his helpers could break through, Ling Xiao would be at ease and bring him to kill his enemies. Once everything was ready, Yuan Zhantian entered a state of adjustment and quickly consumed the Supreme God Elixir to break through. Ling Xiao sat in front of the illusionary eye mirror stone, observing all movements around him, ready to face the enemy at any time. The stronger the incipient God Realm experts were, the more supernatural abilities they had. As a high-level supreme being, Tong Bai had a bit of fame in this boundless outer realm. Although he was heavily injured and had fled far away, he could still find supreme divine materials to heal his soul injuries. Could it be that after half a month, he had already made contact with a group from the Red Snake Gang, and used the method of expending his essence blood to find the general direction in which Ling Xiao and the others had fled? Then, he quickly led his men in pursuit. This time, Tong Bai brought a total of 11 people with him. All of them were members of the Red Snake Gang. Their robes were adorned with a red snake badge, representing their identity. Other than Tong Bai, there was another person who possessed the cultivation of a high-level Supreme Master, while the other 10 were all at the mid-level and low-level. That high-level Supreme Being was called Chao Tsong. Although he was at the same level as Tong Bai, his battle prowess was above Tong Bai's. Moreover, he possessed a high-level ancient god artifact spear that was connected to his mind, allowing him to unleash his full strength. After all, many supreme beings at incipient god realm couldn't upgrade their weapons to the same level. Sometimes, they could only fight with their fists, which was a disadvantage. In this aspect, Chao Tsaotsong had an advantage over the other supreme beings. Old Tong, you said that those pirates have the protection of the Golden Dragon? Chao Tsaotsong asked Tong Bai. Of course. Do you think I'm wrong? I almost suffered a big loss at its hands. It's in existence at the middle of level 11. Once it reaches another level, it will definitely be able to move unhindered in outer realm. Tong Bai replied. He could persuade Chao Tsaotsong to come with him because Chao Tsaotsong cultivated the metal element. He would be very interested in the metal element true dragon. Of course. The Golden Dragon Divine Beast. It said that it's a seat exclusive to the Jin clan. Ling Tai Chu used it to sweep through the outer domain and was almost invincible. If it wasn't for his arrogance, he wouldn't have been hunted down by so many Supremes. We haven't heard any news about him for the past 10,000 years. I wonder if he has returned to the heavenly domain space. Now that the Golden Dragon Divine Beast has appeared, I wonder if the Jin clan has come again. Chao Chao said with a hint of expectation. You're right. Old Chao, if you're able to seize that Golden Dragon Divine Beast, it will definitely be able to assist you in becoming the leader once it advances. Tong Bai said in a slightly respectful tone, then he continued, but we have to be careful, they have a ghost beast and a hidden expert. I suffered a huge loss a few days ago. Soul power attacks are too strange. It's been many years since someone with such a skill has appeared. Could it be that the other races have risen again? Chao Tsaotsong asked with concern. This one might be an orphan. He's only a mid-level supreme being. With our strength, we should be able to kill them all with lightning speed. Tong Bai said with a sinister look. Let's hope so. I wonder if they've escaped far enough. Chao Tsaotsong sighed. Several days later, they finally caught up to Ling Xiao's group with their unfathomable methods. My essence blood can sense that they should be hiding nearby. Maybe this is their nest. Tong Bai looked around cautiously and transmitted his voice to the others. At this moment, all of them summoned their holy beasts one by one, and immediately entered the most cautious mode. The other party had the strongest true dragon divine beast. They couldn't afford to be careless. But they didn't know that they were about to enter a powerful illusion. What awaited them was the beginning of the path of death. Within the illusion array, Ling Xiao let out a cold laugh. As expected, they've chased us all the way here. How persistent. But this is exactly what I wanted. He poured his energy into the illusory eye mirror stone and immediately destroyed the array's amplification effect. The array entered its most powerful state. Tong Bai, Chao Tsaotsong, and the others were immediately affected by the illusion. Be it their vision or divine sense, they were all blinded. They were hallucinating. They saw their old enemies, or were being chased by their loved ones, or were in some kind of desperate situation that scared them out of their wits. They lost their companions, or fought each other without realizing it. 12 people had entered the illusory array, but none of them could break it. Tong Bai and Chao Tsaotsong were the strongest. Not only had they killed many of their companions, but they were also attacking each other crazily without realizing it. They saw that their opponents had turned into another person. Their minds weren't under their control anymore, and they were fighting with their full strength. Ling Xiao watched the fierce battle through the illusory eye mirror stone. He was so happy. With the illusory eye mirror stone, I have a super weapon. Even if a supreme expert falls in here, if he can't break my illusory array, he will die. Ling Xiao was so happy, talking to himself. At the same time, he sent his god's soul to their battlefield. He wanted to end this battle ahead of time. Shi Yan took the items of the dead incipient god realm experts into his bag. He also absorbed their god souls. He didn't waste anything. There were a few that were in a dying state, and all of them were controlled by him to strengthen his puppet army. In the end, only Tong Bai and Chao Caocong were left. They were like mortal enemies, using their lives to attack each other. Tong Bai wasn't Chao Caocong's opponent. His god body exploded, leaving only his god soul. What a pity. Such an expert. Ling Xiao smiled wryly. He swallowed Tong Bai's god soul. He wanted to recruit Tong Bai, but he was one step too late. Chao Caocong didn't have an opponent, but his hallucinations didn't disappear. He was still attacking the space around him, using up his god power. No matter how strong a warrior was, his energy would reach its limit. Chao Caocong was no exception. Just as Ling Xiao thought Chao Caocong was exhausted, he quietly attacked him. He wanted to use up the last bit of Chao Caocong's energy and capture him. But at that moment, Chao Caocong, who was already on the verge of collapsing, suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of energy. The ancient god artifact in his hand shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao jumped in fright. He was invisible now. Ordinary people couldn't sense his existence. However, the power of this attack was a little strange. It didn't seem to reach the full power of a high-level supreme expert. At most, it was the power of a peak mid-level supreme expert. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. He pushed his power to the peak and blocked the attack. Rumble! Ling Xiao was blown away by this attack. The web between his thumb and forefinger was numb and cracked. Chao Caocong didn't chase after him. Instead, he held the ancient divine weapon and dashed out of the formation. Ling Xiao felt Chao Caocong's weak aura and found that he was still in a daze. His eyes flashed with doubt. How can he still run? Is this the divine weapon protecting its master? Seeing that Chao Caocong was getting farther and farther away, Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry out. Where's Dragon Fifth? Stop him. If they let this high-level supreme expert escape, it would be a great loss. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, Dragon Fifth rushed out from a direction and spat out golden light at Chao Caocong, wanting to blast him down. However, Chao Caocong's ancient divine weapon's power was extraordinary. It was able to speed up Chao Caocong's escape. Dragon Fifth's sneak attack had no effect. In the blink of an eye, Chao Caocong was already out of the illusory formation. His mind had regained some clarity, and he shuddered. He sped up with all his might, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I fell for it. Chapter 1547. In the boundless void, there was a space filled with rocks. A high-grade supreme expert was using his high-grade ancient god weapon to escape at high speed. Behind him, he could still hear the terrifying roar of a true dragon. Chao Chao panicked. It had been many years since he had encountered such a terrifying opponent. He had fallen into an illusion and could not get out of it. This was the first time in 1,000 years that he had fallen into such a dangerous situation. With his strength, even a normal supreme martial artist's illusory technique would not be able to confuse his mind. Fortunately, he had the help of his ancient god weapon, which had fused with his body and mind. When he was about to be killed by the opponent, it had protected him and brought him out of the illusion. What kind of people are they? How could they set up such a powerful illusion formation? Could they be that person's disciples? Chao Chao swallowed a divine pellet to recover. He was very aggrieved as he thought to himself. According to Tong Bai, besides the strange soul power attack, the opponent's power was not worth mentioning. But now, besides the soul power attack, the opponent could also set up a powerful illusion technique. He had already set up the formation, waiting for them to come and catch them all in one fell swoop. He was a dignified high-grade supreme expert at incipient god realm, but he could not even touch a hair of the opponent and had to run away. If this matter was spread out, he would lose all his face. However, he did not have time to think about this problem. He had to leave as soon as possible. Today's humiliation will be returned tenfold in the future. Cao Cao swore in his mind. Even if a high-grade supreme expert at incipient god realm was injured, he could escape at full speed. Even Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth could not catch him. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. His doppelganger returned to the sea of consciousness of his real body. Yuan Zhantian had entered the breakthrough stage. It would not end soon. He still needed to use the pellets to understand the key points of the supreme expert and incipient god realm. Ling Xiao knew that the person who ran away would not bring more people here in a short time. He controlled the few people who had lost their fighting power and began to absorb the god soul power. These god souls had all reached the supreme expert level. To him, they were super supplements that could quickly strengthen his god soul power. He had already provoked a strong enemy, and his life could be in danger at any time on this region path. Every bit of increase in strength was the best insurance. While Yuan Zhantian was breaking through, Ling Xiao was also making use of his time to accumulate strength. After several months, Yuan Zhantian finally succeeded in breaking through. His breakthrough caused a phenomenon that shocked the surroundings. Many terrifying heavenly lightning bolts blasted towards him with rolling thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning bolts as thick as heavenly pillars suddenly appeared in the void and bombarded Yuan Zhantian's position. When Ling Xiao saw this terrifying scene, he immediately packed his things and ran as far as he could. This breakthrough actually caused heavenly lightning to descend. Just what is going on? Ling Xiao asked with an extremely puzzled expression. This huge area of heavenly lightning was enough to completely destroy an ancient mountain range. Even an ordinary supreme expert, incipient god realm expert, and the 11 holy beasts would have a hard time withstanding it. At this time, the long-armed Iron Monkey King let out a sharp voice. The Holy Prince is born from heaven and earth. Every time he breaks through a great barrier, he will naturally suffer from the heavenly lightning. If he can't even endure the heavenly lightning, then he will vanish into thin air. However, after enduring the heavenly lightning, his strength is not something we can compare with. The long-armed Iron Monkey King's eyes were filled with deep worry. Even it was afraid of this terrifying heavenly lightning power. It could only hope that its holy prince could withstand it. This was a heavenly barrier. Once Yuan Zhantian crossed it, it would be hard for him to meet an opponent within the same realm as him. Even if he met someone at a higher realm than him, he would still have the power to fight. Within the heavenly lightning sea, Yuan Zhantian had already transformed into a real sacred battle ape. His body had already expanded several times. His entire body was covered in golden hair. His eyes were bloodshot. He faced the sky, pounded his chest, and roared. At the same time, he continued to counterattack the heavenly lightning. However, there were too many heavenly lightning. With so many of them pouring down at once, he was bombarded until his skin and flesh split open. Blood splashed everywhere. He continued to roar and resist. However, this only made the heavenly lightning even more powerful. The power of the heavenly lightning became even more abnormally terrifying. Ling Xiao, who was watching this scene from afar, felt his scalp go numb. Is he going to transform into a sacred battle ape? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Yuan Zhantian had indeed evolved into a sacred battle ape. After he withstood this batch of heavenly lightning, he would definitely have an even stronger fighting capacity. The long-armed Iron Monkey King and the Diamond Ape King kept roaring. They wanted to rush over to help Yuan Zhantian, but they also knew that they could not do anything about this heavenly lightning. The power of this heavenly lightning is very strong and pure. If I let my spiritual avatar enter and cleanse it, I believe it will be of help. Ling Xiao thought. In fact, he was afraid that Yuan Zhantian could not withstand it. Letting Yuan Zhantian's spiritual avatar enter and help him remove the impurities in his spiritual soul at the same time. This was killing two birds with one stone. Roar! Seeing that Yuan Zhantian had already been bombarded beyond recognition, his roars sounded so painful. However, he still clenched his teeth and persevered. The golden rod appeared in his hand and he was also receiving the heavenly lightning's baptism. After hesitating for a while, Ling Xiao finally summoned his spiritual avatar and directly rushed towards the heavenly lightning. Boom! Boom! The power of the heavenly lightning was boundless and vast. Ling Xiao's spiritual soul was instantly bombarded until it was in pain. Fortunately, his spiritual avatar had the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist and was able to withstand the power of the heavenly lightning. If his spiritual avatar's strength was still at the low level, it would have been destroyed the moment it entered the heavenly lightning. Ling Xiao's spiritual soul rushed to Yuan Zhantian's side and directly blocked the heavenly lightning above Yuan Zhantian's head. The Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art met the heavenly lightning head-on. The heavenly lightning around Yuan Zhantian was blocked and he immediately had a chance to take a breather. He quickly circulated his energy to heal his injuries. As Ling Xiao faced the bombardment of power, his body was completely cleansed by the heavenly lightning. The impurities of the soul power that he absorbed from others were all expelled from his body. His soul power became purer and his body became more perfect. Just as he thought he could easily block the heavenly lightning, an even more majestic power flashed in the void. The power of the heavenly lightning had actually reached the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist. Damn, what's going on? It actually became stronger. Ling Xiao let out a strange cry. He felt the pressure increase and his body was in more and more pain from the bombardment. He was starting to feel like he could not bear it anymore. Ling Xiao had an indomitable spirit. In the face of a stronger power, he would not retreat immediately. He fully activated his 70-fold combat power and continued to fight the heavenly lightning with his dragon fists. How much longer do I have to hold on for? If this goes on, I can only retreat. Ling Xiao realized that the power of the heavenly lightning was increasing along with his strength. You can retreat. I'm fine. At this time, Yuan Zhantian's voice sounded faintly. At this moment, his supreme martial artist aura had begun to stabilize. His strength was rising and his eyes were filled with confidence. Then you must hold on. I'm still waiting to fight with you. Ling Xiao said as he quickly left the lightning zone, no longer helping Yuan Zhantian to bear the brunt of the lightning strikes. Ling Xiao's spiritual soul quickly returned to his sea of knowledge. Only then did he feel refreshed. The impurities that had been absorbed from other spiritual souls were all cleaned up. His spiritual soul became purer and stronger. At this moment, Yuan Zhantian's countenance was much more dignified as he faced the sky lightning attacks. Every punch and every swing of his cudgel would disperse the sky lightning, and the damage inflicted by the sky lightning that struck his body was greatly reduced. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King finally relaxed when they saw this. They both believed that Yuan Zhantian would definitely be able to pass this heaven's dispatch. After a whole day of heavenly lightning, the heavenly lightning finally dispersed. Yuan Zhantian was exhausted and seriously injured. However, he had indeed passed this heaven's dispatch and became a true supreme martial saint ape. Roar! Yuan Zhantian let out a long roar. A golden light burst out from his body. That aura caused the surrounding space to ripple. Yuan Zhantian's body gradually shrunk and he slowly returned to his human form. His aura was also completely restrained. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King quickly flew towards Yuan Zhantian. Ling Xiao also followed. He took out a divine elixir to let Yuan Zhantian recover his strength first. Brother Yuan, I didn't expect you to catch up again. Ling Xiao said emotionally. Yuan Zhantian's advancement speed was so fast that even he felt the pressure multiplying. Yuan Zhantian was not the least bit excited. He remained calm and said, "There's still a gap between us. However, our battle is not far away." Haha, I'm looking forward to it. Ling Xiao replied with a laugh. After a pause, he added, "Hurry up and recover from your injuries. I believe there are many enemies waiting for us to go over. I hope the more the better. Otherwise, I will feel very unhappy." Yuan Zhantian replied faintly and closed his eyes to recuperate. What a pervert! Ling Xiao scolded in his heart. Next, Ling Xiao and the rest were not in a hurry to continue their journey. They waited for the Tongbi Iron Monkey King to advance before continuing their journey. After absorbing Tongbai's soul, Ling Xiao already understood the strength of the Red Snake Gang and the various dangerous places on the region path. If they continued to head east, they would definitely encounter the Red Snake Gang again. They had to be prepared to fight at any time. To the combative Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian, this was the journey they were looking forward to. That way, they would not feel lonely and bored along the way. What they did not know was that this feast would be unforgettable for them. Chapter 1548. Every domain path had been traversed repeatedly by predecessors. The danger level of the route was much lower than wandering randomly in other regions. However, there were still many obstacles along the way. Many of the 5 elemental turbulence and spatial powers caused a lot of trouble for ordinary supreme beings. Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the others also encountered many obstacles as they passed through these regions. However, they did not cause too much harm to them. Along the way, Ling Xiao received many divine materials. Although they were not of much use to him, they could be used to refine pills or auctioned off. Either way, it would be a considerable windfall. As for the few holy beasts that came with him, they had absorbed a lot of origin energy and their speed of improvement was soaring rapidly. In addition, Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian had already encountered no less than 3 waves of attacks along the way. These people did not dare to attack openly. Instead, they chose to launch fatal sneak attacks, hoping to kill Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the others when they least expected it. However, how powerful was Ling Xiao's perception ability? He would always recognize their sneak attacks one step ahead, and then launch a merciless massacre against them. The strongest among them was only a peak mid-level supreme being. They did not pose much of a threat to Yuan Zhantian and Yuan Zhantian. Some of them were controlled by Ling Xiao, while the rest were mercilessly killed. Ling Xiao absorbed their souls and understood that these people had received the Red Snake Gang's wanted order. That was why they took the risk to kill them and claim their heads for the reward. Ling Xiao had all kinds of powerful trump cards, enough for him to charge through the outer regions. Yuan Zhantian, who had advanced, was almost invincible among those of the same level. The continuous battles made him feel extremely refreshed. Brother Yuan, there is already a large army waiting for us on land not far away. Do you still want to charge? Ling Xiao asked Yuan Zhantian. Of course I want to charge. Since there are high-level supreme beings, I'll let you handle them. Yuan Zhantian said with a rare sense of humor. The previous 3 waves of troops weren't large in number and weren't particularly valiant. The place in front of them was where the members of the Red Snake Gang were gathered. It was believed that what awaited them was definitely an extremely powerful existence. I don't have the confidence to deal with them. Let's change our route. Ling Xiao said as he shrugged. Ling Xiao still had some self-awareness. Although he had controlled quite a number of sovereign puppets, none of them had reached a high level of cultivation. If he were to clash head-on with the members of the Red Snake Gang, he was afraid that only death awaited him. Whatever you say, Yuan Zhantian answered without hesitation. On the right we have to go around a scorched stone space. The scorched stone space is extremely dense, and it has a terrifying gravitational field. If we want to go around it, it will be quite troublesome. On the left, there is a black hole space. It seems that no one who went in has ever come out. It seems that we have no other choice. Ling Xiao said as he stood still and looked at the route. You're talking nonsense. If we don't go now, they will be here. Yuan Zhantian said as he dashed towards the right. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, Don't you want to fight? I'm just giving you a chance to show off. Why are you leaving first when the others are here? As Ling Xiao said that, he followed Yuan Zhantian into the scorched stone space. In another direction, a total of more than 20 incipient God Realm experts riding holy beasts were charging towards them. They were all members of the Red Snake Gang. The one leading them was Cao Caocong, who had escaped earlier. Beside him were 2 other existences at the same level as him. The rest of them were at the middle to low level. I thought that they would really dare to ignore our Red Snake Gang. It seems that they are afraid. A high-level supreme expert beside Cao Caocong said with a cold smile. Yeah, I thought that they really had a lot of trump cards. Brother Cao, you asked me to take out the illusion-breaking technique. Don't let them be useless. Another high-level supreme expert said hurriedly to Cao Caocong. These 2 were called Chu Zhenlu and Xiang Guangming. Their positions in the Red Snake Gang were the same as Cao Caocong's. They were all supremes from outer space who had been roaming the East Territory for many years. Cao Caocong said with a stern face, Old Tong and the others are dead. Do you think I'm lying to you? They must have escaped into the scorched stone space to take a detour. Perhaps they are waiting for us to arrive inside. We must not be careless. This scorched stone space is troublesome. It's impossible to set up an illusion. Of course, we won't all go in. Old Chow, Old Xiang, and I will go in. The rest of you stay here and send someone to inform the gang. If they come out of the scorched stone space, then we'll capture and kill them. Chu Zhenlu said with a frown. Old Chu is right. There are things waiting for them inside that they can't imagine. It's enough for us to go in. Xiang Guangming nodded. Chao Caocong did not have any objections. After all, the situation inside was very complicated. If the others went in, they would probably be in danger. It would be better for the strongest of them to go in. That way they would be able to deal with everything. After making up their minds, Chao Caocong, Chu Zhenlu, and Xiang Guangming chased after Ling Xiao and the others. In the scorched stone space, there were naturally countless chaotic flows of scorched stone. Huge rocks that were as big as half a mountain were constantly colliding with each other here. Pieces of stone fragments were constantly exploding and splashing, producing shocking explosions. There was also a powerful gravitational field with a terrifying gravity that was hundreds of thousands of times stronger than normal. Any divine king who landed here would be immediately crushed into a puddle of blood. Even supremes would find it extremely difficult to fly here. After Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the others entered, they immediately fell from the sky. At the same time, countless chaotic flows of scorched stones smashed towards them. The ghost, which was known for its speed, was the first to be unable to withstand the pressure. It let out a cry, looking extremely battered and exhausted. Come back! Ling Xiao immediately called out to the ghost. The ghost immediately contacted Ling Xiao and was sucked into the medicine cauldron by Ling Xiao. At this time, several boulders flew towards Ling Xiao in a frenzy. The impact of each boulder was abnormally terrifying. Ling Xiao was distracted. The giant rocks were about to hit him. Dragon Fifth, who was beside him, had already transformed into his true form. He directly roared at the rocks. Roar! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The scorched stones were immediately shattered by the terrifying dragon roar. Dragon Fifth swayed his body and used his body to send Ling Xiao flying. At the same time, he used his powerful body to continuously sweep the scorched stones, smashing them one by one. On the other side, Yuan Zhantian, the long-armed Iron Monkey King, and the Diamond Ape King also suffered the same impact. However, their bodies were abnormally strong, and the long-armed Iron Monkey King had advanced to the mid-stage of rank 11. Its iron arms were practically indestructible and could sweep away all the scorched stones. Ling Xiao looked back at them and shouted, "Brother Yuan, hurry up and get on Dragon Fifth's body. Hurry up and leave this place." They seemed to have entered. Yuan Zhantian knew the severity of the situation and did not stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao. He had his long-armed Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King transform and leap onto Dragon Fifth's body. In the face of such a terrifying aura, Dragon Fifth had to use all his strength to resist everything. With a swing of his dragon tail, he charged forward. However, his speed was obviously 100 times slower than before. Furthermore, he had to face the continuous impact of the scorched stones. It could be said that it was difficult to move even an inch forward. If Dragon Fifth relied on his own strength to break through and advance, it would not be easy for him to leave this place. Furthermore, it would be easy for the people chasing behind him to catch up. Brother Yuan, let's lend Dragon Fifth a hand and use all our strength to block more scorched stones for him. Ling Xiao exclaimed to Yuan Zhantian. After saying that, he took the lead on the dragon's head and attacked the scorched stones that were flying towards him, smashing them all into pieces. On the dragon's body, Yuan Zhantian, the long-armed Iron Monkey King, and the Diamond Ape King all helped Dragon Fifth. The 5 supreme beings forcibly tore open a long crack in the scorched stone space and shot forward. Dragon Fifth's physical strength was in no way inferior to that of a high-level supreme being. After the obstruction was reduced, his speed naturally increased by a lot. However, the speed at which the 3 supreme beings charged over from behind them was even faster. They were the true high-level supreme beings. Furthermore, they were much more familiar with the scorched stone space than Ling Xiao and the rest. The 3 of them formed a triangular formation. 3 different auras actually intertwined together, forming a powerful defensive light. It actually forcefully pushed away all the charred rocks that were charging at them. They were not affected by the charred rocks, and they didn't need to break them one by one to advance. They actually managed to escape. Looks like they do have some ability. However, it's impossible for them to escape from our pursuit. Chu Zhenlu sneered. He specialized in the earth attribute and had once entered this place to cultivate the gravitational field. Naturally, he was like a fish in water here. He helped Chao Tsong and Xiang Guangming chase forward with irresistible force. Although Ling Xiao and the rest's speed was much faster than when they first entered, it was still not enough. If this continued, they would be caught up very quickly. They came really fast. However, they did not bring many people in. Why don't we stop and fight them? Yuan Zhantian suggested. They don't have many people, but can't you sense their auras? With our strength, it will be difficult for us to deal with one of them, let alone all of them, Ling Xiao said. If the ghost could remain unharmed here, they could still put up a fight. After all, its soul power attacks were no weaker than his, and it could help him restrain one of them. However, it could not stand in this gravitational field at all. Dragon Fifth could barely block one of them, but he and Yuan Zhantian were no match for them. Furthermore, there were no high-level supreme beings among his puppets, so they posed no threat to the ghost. Ling Xiao was clearly a little anxious. When they escaped here, they had originally intended to make use of the terrain to escape. However, it seemed like the terrain was restricting them instead. Just as they were at their wits' end, something strange happened in front of them. Chapter 1549. The scorched stone space, in addition to the countless scorched stones and turbulent flows, also had a gravitational field. For ordinary supremes, this was definitely a dangerous place. Without the slightest ability, it was impossible to survive here. But in addition to these dangers, there was another kind of danger here. The giant golem was a kind of mutant that was neither human nor beast. They did not have any life force, but they could rely on devouring Shi Yen to survive. They looked a little similar to humans, but they were as huge as mountains. Moreover, their entire bodies were made of stone. They were extremely strong, and a casual punch was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. A casual kick was enough to crush stars. This was enough to prove the terror of these giant golems. They generally would not take the initiative to attack any living creature, but if any living creature entered their territory, they would definitely not let it go. Now, Ling Xiao and the others had flown into their territory. From the memories of the remnant souls that he had absorbed, Ling Xiao naturally knew that there were giant golems in this scorched stone space. They had no choice but to hide here. After all, although the giant golems were powerful and dangerous, they could also use them to block the pursuers. In front of Ling Xiao and the others, giant golems that were like mountains appeared one after another. Their entire body was similar to humans, with a head, a body, and 4 limbs. However, they did not have any life force. They were all made of gray rock, as if they were carved statues. It was very strange. They were not affected by the gravitational field here and could move freely. Their movements were very mechanical. Each of them was grabbing these attacking scorched stones and swallowing them, making cracking sounds that were extremely ear-piercing. Dragon Fifth originally wanted to use his speed to fly over directly, but he was discovered by these giant golems. They actually casually grabbed the floating scorched stones and smashed them towards Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth, be careful. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically as he cried out to Dragon Fifth. He discovered that the power of these scorched stones that were smashing towards him was abnormally terrifying. If he was hit, it would really be difficult to bear. Ling Xiao originally thought that these lifeless giant golems did not have any life force perception, and their speed would definitely be very slow. It should not be a problem to dodge them. Now, he had completely miscalculated. This was their territory, so they naturally had their own advantages and their own fighting style. Dragon Fifth was not afraid at all. He roared and swayed his dragon body, continuously smashing the scorched stones into powder. Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the rest also took action to help share the burden. However, there were a lot of gigantic boulder people nearby. There were at least a few hundred of them. They were all throwing scorched stones at them, and many of them were charging at them, completely blocking their path. No matter which incipient god realm expert it was, they all felt their scalp tingle when they saw the rain of Jiao Shiyu filling the sky. The 3 incipient god realm experts who had just caught up with him halted and didn't chase after him anymore. Although these big guys don't have much intelligence, it won't be easy to break through them. When they can't hold on any longer, we'll take them down. I believe they have a lot of good things on them. Chu Zhenlu sneered. Among the three of them, he was the leader, so he was definitely a little stronger than the other two. What if they break through? Cao Caocong hated that he couldn't go and capture Ling Zhao's group immediately. He looked at the true dragon divine beast with metal attribute, his eyes burning with desire. If he could subdue it, even Chu Zhenlu would have to be wary of him. Xiang Guangming seemed to see through Cao Caocong's mind. He smiled and said, "Old Cao, you're worried about that true dragon divine beast, right? Don't worry. True dragon divine beasts have extremely strong bodies. Moreover, they're very arrogant. Even if we go there and take care of them, you can't subdue that true dragon divine beast. Why don't you let it taste some pain first? After you go and save it, perhaps it will follow you. It's not easy to subdue it. Let's watch first. Perhaps they'll be smashed into meat paste by those big guys." Chu Zhenlu said. The three supremes didn't enter the territory of the gigantic boulder people. They waited for Ling Zhao's group to consume enough energy before they went in to capture them. Currently, the situation on Ling Zhao's side was rather perilous. The rocks charging at them were troublesome enough to begin with. With the gigantic boulder people blocking and smashing them, they were badly battered. Ling Xiao and the others followed Dragon Fifth's relentless attempts to block the incoming scorched rocks. Their blood was boiling from the impact. Dragon Fifth could no longer fly forward because he was already surrounded by the gigantic boulder people. Unless they could destroy them, they could escape from this area. Dragon Fifth, transform back into your human form. That way, it won't be as easy to get hit. We'll use our speed to quickly pass by them. If we really can't avoid them, then destroy the stone core in their abdomen. Otherwise, attacking other parts of their body is useless. Ling Xiao exclaimed. At the same time, he also summoned 3 supreme-level puppets. They were mid-level and specialized in the earth attribute. They would help them break through this place. Dragon Fifth listened to Ling Zhao's instructions and transformed back into his human form. The pressure was greatly reduced. He punched out violently and broke the rocks, opening a path for Ling Zhao's group at the forefront. However, the gigantic boulder people were already close. One of the gigantic boulder people raised its stone fist and punched at Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth's figure grew a lot bigger. He also punched at it. Rumble! Under this punch, one of the gigantic boulder people's stone arms was directly crippled by Dragon Fifth. However, its figure didn't move at all, nor did it feel any pain. Its other stone fist smashed down again. Moreover, the other destroyed arm actually gathered the nearby rocks and condensed into a shape again. It recovered. Dragon Fifth didn't seem to expect that he couldn't do anything to the gigantic boulder people. He immediately increased his strength again and smashed at the gigantic boulder people. Ling Xiao wanted to remind Dragon Fifth to hit the gigantic boulder people's abdomen again. However, he was also facing the gigantic boulder people's attacks. One of the gigantic boulder people raised a piece of scorched rock and smashed it at him. Ling Xiao activated his 70 times combat power and dodged the stone's attack at full speed. Unfortunately, there was another stone coming at him from another direction, so he had no choice but to destroy it with a punch. One punch was earth-shattering, and the other punch destroyed space. The scorched rock was smashed, but the pressure it brought to Ling Xiao was so great that he was directly sent flying. His body smashed heavily into another scorched rock. His entire body was in excruciating pain. He didn't even have a chance to catch his breath before a giant fist smashed down on his head. The power was so terrifying that it could completely turn an ordinary supreme being into minced meat. In fact, the gigantic boulder people's attack was not fast. If it was anywhere else, any supreme being could dodge it. However, in this space with a terrifying gravitational field, everyone's movements were suppressed. Not many people could dodge this punch. If Ling Xiao hadn't increased his combat power by 70 times, his strength was comparable to a mid-level supreme being's, and he also had the wind attribute, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Ling Xiao dodged the attack by sticking close to the giant fist. His figure bounced toward the gigantic boulder people's waist. His right hand exploded with all his strength and directly punched the gigantic boulder people's lower abdomen. Boom! Although the gigantic boulder people's defense was amazing, its lower abdomen still caved in under Ling Xiao's full-force attack, revealing the stone heart that was flickering with rich earth element energy. This stone heart was the key to nurturing the gigantic boulder people. It was equivalent to the beast core of a spirit beast, but it could be directly absorbed by warriors who specialized in the earth element to strengthen their cultivation. They could also use this stone heart to comprehend the mysteries of the gravitational field. However, it was extremely difficult to take the stone heart from these gigantic boulder people. He was afraid that before he could kill the gigantic boulder people, he would first be smashed into minced meat by the gigantic boulder people and the scorched rocks. Ling Xiao naturally understood this situation from the divine soul memories he had absorbed. As long as he took the stone heart or destroyed it, the gigantic boulder people would be destroyed. Ling Xiao stretched out his dragon claws and directly pulled out the stone heart. However, the gigantic boulder people punched him hard. Fortunately, he had taken out the stone heart a step earlier. Otherwise, he would have taken the brunt of this punch, and his divine body would have been severely injured. Of course, now was not the time for him to be complacent. There were too many gigantic boulder people nearby. It was impossible to destroy them one by one. He had to escape as soon as possible. Another gigantic stone golem attacked again. Another gigantic stone golem attacked Jiao Shi as well. Ling Xiao was surrounded from all sides, making it almost impossible for him to dodge. He could only use all his strength to block the bombardment. Puff! Ling Xiao only felt a tightness in his chest, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His entire body was hit so hard that he was dizzy. Sure enough, this is a place where strangers cannot get close. If this goes on, it will be difficult for us to escape. Ling Xiao thought anxiously. Then while dodging, he also looked at the situation of the others. Dragon Fifth was still fighting these gigantic boulder people with brute force. Yuan Zhantian and the others had the help of his 3 puppets, so they could withstand the pressure. However, the situation was still very dangerous. Looks like I have to fight. Ling Xiao shouted. He put on the mid-tier ancient celestial artifact, the dragon scale armor, that Lingbo had given him, and summoned his divine soul. His real body wore the dragon scale armor and held the golden dragon spear. Like a god of war, he raised his strength to the extreme and attacked the gigantic boulder people in front of him. Previously, when he entered the chaotic burial space, he was also suppressed by the gravitational field. Now, the situation was even worse than before. He had to use all his strength. Using the advantage of his full speed, the golden dragon spear pierced the stone heart of the gigantic boulder people's abdomen. His divine soul avatar was invisible and could not be discovered by the gigantic boulder people. He could directly approach their lower abdomen and dig out or destroy their stone hearts. In this way, Ling Xiao finally began to move forward. There was some hope of leaving this place. Chapter 1550. Chu Zhenlu, who was watching from afar, exclaimed in astonishment, that kid is quite strange. He actually managed to destroy 5 giant boulder golems in a row. This is something that even a mid-level supreme being would find difficult to achieve. Chao Tsong also sighed softly. He's only a low-level supreme being, but he can unleash a mid-level supreme being cultivation. Judging from his battle chi, he should be one of Kim people's men. That golden dragon should be his divine beast that protects him. Who cares who he is? With us around, it won't be that easy for them to escape. Xiang Guangming said. It's better to be cautious. Once they really have the ability to break through, we'll strike immediately. Chu Zhenlu narrowed his eyes. At this time, he had already summoned his earth attribute Holy Beast. It was a burrowing sacred mouse. It was not affected much here, and it could even use its speed to escape the attacks of the scorched boulders and giant boulder golems. This was also the powerful trump card that allowed Chu Zhenlu to break through this place before he reached the advanced realm. He summoned it now to prevent Ling Xiao and the others from escaping. Ling Xiao's real body and doppelganger worked together and immediately destroyed several giant boulder golems. At the same time, he shouted at Dragon Fifth, just focus on attacking their lower abdomens. Don't fight them head-on. Although Dragon Fifth had a body full of strength, it was not worth it to fight head-on with these giant boulder golems. It consumed a lot of energy, and it suffered some injuries as well. It was just enduring the pain. Ling Xiao charged toward Yuan Zhantian and the others. One by one, the giant boulder golems kept attacking him, causing him to suffer a few punches, causing him to feel dizzy. The Diamond Ape King's injuries were not light either. If not for the evolved long-armed Iron Monkey King and his 3 Earth Attribute Supreme Being puppets, it would have been impossible for him to last until now. Yuan Zhantian's battle prowess after advancing to the Supreme Being realm was indeed astonishing. He was actually able to destroy 2 giant stone golems with his own strength. As for the attacks he received, he was able to withstand them with his strong physical body. With the help of his spirit, Ling Xiao managed to get close to Yuan Zhantian. He called out to him, "Enter my apothecary master's body first. Dragon 5th and I will bring you away." "There's no need. I can hold on. Let's hurry up and move forward." Yuan Zhantian refused Ling Xiao's suggestion due to his unyielding nature. He held the golden rod and swept it in all directions, destroying many scorched stones. Then, he used the golden rod to strike the giant stone man's lower abdomen. Every movement was clean, fierce, and domineering. It was a pity that he was still slightly lacking in terms of strength. If he was at the mid-level supreme martial artist realm, he would definitely be able to sweep away all the gigantic stone men here. Ling Xiao knew Yuan Zhantian's character and did not try to persuade him otherwise. He fought alongside them and moved closer to Dragon 5th, planning to break out of the encirclement together. At that moment, the Diamond Ape King was once again held back. It was smashed by a boulder golem, causing its flesh to burst open and its wounds to worsen. Yuan Zhantian did not want to give up on it. He picked up the gigantic golem beside it and bombarded it furiously without stopping. "Brother Yuan, don't be impulsive. Put away the Ape King first." Ling Xiao called out to Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian regained his composure and followed Ling Xiao's instructions to put the Diamond Ape King into his wrist guard. Without the Diamond Ape King dragging them down, Ling Xiao and the others had already met up with Dragon 5th. They gradually rushed toward the other end of the gigantic stone men's territory. Dragon 5th's strength was unparalleled. He had already followed Ling Xiao's instructions and focused on punching the giant stone men's lower abdomen. Every 2 to 3 punches, he would be able to finish off a giant stone man. With him in charge of opening the way, all the pressure seemed to be much lighter. One of the benefits of making Ling Xiao's spirit avatar invisible was that he would never have to worry about being discovered or sensed by his enemies. No matter how powerful these gigantic stone men were, they were still creatures without intelligence. They did not know about the existence of Ling Xiao's spirit avatar, and many of them had been destroyed by Ling Xiao. Yuan Zhantian and the long-armed Iron Monkey King were in charge of opening the way from the left and right, blocking the scorched rocks thrown by the gigantic stone men. Ling Xiao's 3 puppets were in charge of assisting. Once Dragon 5th, Ling Xiao, or Yuan Zhantian were in danger, they would be the first to step forward. It could be said that while they were rescuing Dragon 5th, Ling Xiao, and Yuan Zhantian, they were expending their divine power and divine body. Although they were mid-level Earth sovereigns, they were also the ones who had sacrificed the most. All of them unconditionally carried out Ling Xiao's orders, not caring about their own safety in the slightest. Their saint beasts were also covered in blood and flesh, with 2 of them having already fallen. Fortunately, the death of these 2 sacred beasts allowed Ling Xiao's group to pass through more than half of the gigantic stone men's territory. They were not far from passing through the gigantic stone men's territory. "Old Chu, we can't wait any longer. Those gigantic stone men don't seem to be able to do anything to them." Chao Zhenlu shouted anxiously from afar. "I didn't expect these kids to be so capable." "In that case, let's not wait any longer and catch up to them immediately." Chu Zhenlu responded with a frown. Then he said to his burrowing Saint Mouse, "Buddy, let's go and catch up to them." Swish! The burrowing Saint Mouse was still very agile in the gravitational field. It brought Chu Zhenlu, Chao Caocong, and Xiang Guangming as it shot toward the gigantic stone men. It relied on its speed to skillfully avoid the scorched rocks and the gigantic stone men's attacks. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered a considerable distance. However, they could not hope to catch up to Ling Xiao's group without encountering any obstacles. The scorched rain that the gigantic stone men smashed down on them caused the 3 high-level supreme martial artists to make their moves and shatter all of the scorched stones. Their strength had already reached the pinnacle, so their attacks were naturally earth-shattering. They appeared much calmer and more composed. Fortunately, Those gigantic stone men did not have any thoughts and did not know what danger was. Therefore, no matter how strong the three supremes were, they continued to chase after them. These big fellas are troublesome. Let's give it our all. Chu Zhenlu shouted with a frown. As his voice fell, the three of them simultaneously unleashed even greater divine powers. 3 different elemental powers blasted out from the front, the left, and the right. Rumble, rumble. With the 3 supremes opening a path with all their might, it was extremely fast for them to pass through the gigantic stone men's territory. Ling Xiao's group was becoming more and more experienced in dealing with the gigantic stone men. They were already able to pass through most of the gigantic stone men's territory. As long as they held on for a little longer, they would definitely be able to escape. However, they suddenly felt a frightening aura coming from behind them. The earth-shattering explosions immediately multiplied the pressure on them. "Oh no, they're coming after us!" Ling Xiao exclaimed. "At most, we'll just fight it out with them." Yuan Zhantian shouted fearlessly. "No, we're too weak. With these gigantic stone men blocking us, we're definitely going to die." Ling Xiao replied immediately. "But there's no other way now." Yuan Zhantian frowned. Ling Xiao fell silent. He was rapidly thinking about how to resolve the current situation. Dragon Fifth could deal with one of them. If he really used his soul power to attack with all his might, he could definitely deal with one of them. However, how could he deal with the other one? Forget it, let's just fight it out with them. Perhaps there's still a chance of survival. Ling Xiao finally made up his mind after deliberating for a while. "Brother Yuan, you'll be much safer after passing through here. You and the Monkey King should leave first. Wait for me in the Cyan Moon space. I'll stay behind to deal with them," Ling Xiao replied decisively. Then, he looked at Yuan Zhantian and wanted to say something. "You don't have to say anything. I have a way to escape. We still have an unfinished battle." Yuan Zhantian tightened his grip on the golden rod. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then he said to the Monkey King, "Let's go." Yuan Zhantian knew that he would only be a burden if he stayed behind and would distract Ling Xiao. It was better to leave. Perhaps it would really be like what Ling Xiao had said, and Ling Xiao would be able to escape with ease. Ling Xiao got Dragon Fifth to escort Yuan Zhantian a little further while he prepared for battle. "I can't kill any of them with my divine soul doppelganger, so I can only use my soul power to injure one of them and then think of a way to kill the other one. The Earth Attribute Sovereign is the primary target. With him here, the other 2 can easily chase after me. Without him and the Holy Mouse, it will definitely not be easy for them to immediately take me and Dragon Fifth down." Ling Xiao quickly calculated in his heart and called back his divine soul doppelganger. He also stopped tangling with these giant stone men. Relying on his full strength, he retreated continuously. However, his real body's strength was still a little weak. He was blocked by these giant stone men and Jiao Shi, making it difficult for him to retreat. If not for the 3 Earth Attribute mid-level sovereign puppets protecting him, he would probably have been injured. The 3 approaching high-level sovereigns had already noticed that Yuan Zhantian and the others had left first. They immediately increased their speed. "Little bastards, you can't escape. All of you stop." Chao Tsong roared. "3 old dogs, come after me if you dare." Ling Xiao simply let go and scolded them angrily. Ling Xiao's words immediately angered the 3. Chu Zhenlu's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. "Little bastard, I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse today. I think it's better to turn him into a dried corpse puppet." Xiang Guangming chimed in from the side. As they spoke, they were already within 10,000 meters of Ling Xiao. This was already within their attack range. Chao Tsong was the first to attack. The golden spear in his hand stabbed fiercely at Ling Xiao. A ray of golden light shot towards Ling Xiao like a rainbow. If it were any other place, this attack would definitely be enough to kill Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was a low-level cultivator. Within his attack range, there was no way he could dodge. However, this was the Jiao Shi space. There were countless pieces of Jiao Shi space, and the giant stone men formed a natural barrier here. Before his attack could reach Ling Xiao, most of its power was blocked by the Jiao Shi space. In addition, the giant stone men took the initiative to counterattack, forcefully intercepting his attack. Chao Tsong was extremely depressed when he saw this scene. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.